Hi, a very good morning to all of you. May I request everyone to be please seated. We'll start in a couple of minutes. A very warm welcome to everyone. Thank you all for joining us today for Uddheshya. We'll start with the opening plenary.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's had their coffee, and also I hope everyone had a chance to take a look at some very interesting pictures that were captured where women were of women navigating through our urban systems and mobility systems right in your way in. But anyway, we'll start with the plenary session. We have very good speakers today. I'd like to first invite Dr. Philipp Ackermann, who is the German ambassador to India and Bhutan. Before this, Dr. Ackermann was the Director General for Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East for the Federal Foreign Office. He has served as a political counselor in New Delhi and the Deputy Head of Mission in Washington, D.C. Dr. Ackermann. Oh.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having me. It's a very interesting subject we are debating today, and I'm very fond of the idea to bring a gender aspect in the mobility aspect. I think it's very important, and therefore I can tell you that the German government, when it comes to the cooperation with India, is extremely active in this matter. So there is, we are in the midst of the G20 presidency of India. Amitabh Kant is sitting next to me. The fact that he sits here is already something that shows how important this item is, and I know that this W20, which is basically in the context of the G20, is very active, and I think the five areas are women entrepreneurship, grassroots women leadership, bridging the gender digital divide, education, skill development, and climate change. And I think in the latest you can, or the latter you can include this mobility factor, which is extremely essential for creating a more equitable, sustainable, and accessible transportation system that facilitates access to economic opportunities, resources, and services to everyone. Now, my country has now developed guidelines, you might have heard it, on feminist foreign and development policy. And these guidelines basically mean that we have to be more inclusive in our efforts to set up development all over the world, including in our own countries. And mobility is a very, very important factor in this context. It's first and foremost about women, but it is also about groups that are discriminated or handicapped or have other disabilities that have to be included in our efforts as well. Now, what does it mean? We were debating at the embassy recently the idea that women can use public transport or buses in Delhi for free, whether this is a good idea or not such a good idea. And I think it's an interesting idea, at least, it's not up to us to judge or assess this, but it's an interesting idea in order to enhance women mobility in the capital region, meaning that they can maybe move quicker and without costs to their workplace. When you think that you have also to motivate women to join the workforce more in India, that might be a tool that helps. But we, in our German cooperation program, we have some projects that try to empower women also in the mobility sector. So I'll just give you 2 or 3 examples. One is in Uddheshya we are training, in Bhubaneswar we are training women rickshaw drivers, which has started very well. rickshaw drivers, women, but also from transgender community, and this is, I think, a very, very interesting project that hopefully will have a big traction in the state, but also across the states of India. Then we have something which I was a bit surprised when I read it, but then it made complete sense to me. It is that we teach women cycling in Cochin. So when you know how to cycle, and that's something that goes back basically in Europe, also a couple of decades ago, women were not that much on a bicycle than they are today. When you teach women to cycle, they have much more, you know, their radius becomes so big, they can work, they can go with a bicycle everywhere. So that's it's a small project, but I think it makes a huge difference. And then we have also, we do some studies on female workforce participation in electric mobility, because that's what we all aim for, to increase electric vehicles, carbon-free vehicles in the environment, in the current context. So I just wanted to flag these short projects here. I think to include the gender aspect in a mobility question is extremely important. It has a much bigger, importance than one would think at the beginning. And we, with our cooperation with the Indian government, which is in all these questions, mobility, climate change, under the rubrum of the Indo-German partnership for green and sustainable development, is a very important factor. I'm happy to sit here. I think it's a very important subject. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks for having me today.
Thank you, Dr. Ackerman. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Amitabh Kant, as we all know, is the G20 Sherpa during India's presidency of the G20. Before this, he was the CEO of NITI Aayog, and he has also been a key driver of flagship national initiatives like Startup India, Make in India, and the Aspirational Districts program. Mr. Amitabh Kant, a few words from you, please.
So my distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, in my view, today's initiative is a very remarkable initiative. G20 presidency of India has put women-led development right in the forefront. Our belief and our leadership's belief is that it's very important that we focus on women, especially at a time when in India there are more women than men in India. The latest NFHS survey shows that there are 1,022 women to 1,000 men. And not many people are aware of this, but this is very significant. And if India is to grow at high rates over the next 3 to 4 decades, if India is to become a $5 trillion economy and later a $10 trillion economy, it's not possible without women playing a very key role, without putting women into key positions, without a huge focus on financial and digital inclusion, without a huge focus on improving their learning outcomes, without a huge focus on laying emphasis on their mobility and laying emphasis on nutrition, because I've been a long-term believer that a strong mother is really the key to a strong nation, because in India we have a lot of stunting and wasting and malnutrition because of a weak mother, and therefore that is important. And in India, actually, we are served by over 1.90 crore of women in administrative offices. Over 17,000 women are elected to Panchayati Raj institutions at the grassroots level, and they run these panchayats. And there are over 10,000 women in defense forces in India. This is all very important because in the last few years, there's been a huge focus on financial inclusion. When we started the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, only 17% of the accounts were owned by women. At present, almost 80% of the women have bank accounts. And this means that we are able to put money directly into their bank accounts during the COVID period. We were able to do this. We are able to ensure that they are able to do financial transactions. They are able to use their mobiles to do a lot of digital payments, and this has led to a vast amount of, huge amount of financial and digital inclusion of women. We've also seen the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala scheme, where 96 million connections were provided under this initiative to improve their better livelihood for women, resulting in many low-income households to have access to LPG for the first time. There are many other schemes for the women, but today's is about mobility. And when you talk about mobility, I'm a great believer that the urban form is very important. When Europe and America were urbanizing, they urbanized based on a model where fossil fuel cars could run. And therefore, America actually made highways so that cars could sell. And actually, Ford and General Motors company bought over the existing public transport companies and destroyed them. Railway companies were destroyed so that cars could sell. And that created a society where cities were made for cars and not for people. And it's very important because in the Indian context, as we start our process of urbanization in India, in the next 5 decades, we'll see more urbanization than what we've seen in the last 5,000 years, because every minute there are 30 Indians moving from rural areas to urban areas. It's very important that to mainstream gender more than anything else and to build a better urban form, the cities must be built on the back of public transportation. Without cities being built on the back of public transportation, we'll create cities which are very inequitable. And therefore, all urbanization must take place on the back of public transportation. And if cities grow and evolve on the back of public transportation, then cities will grow which are not only equitable, but will have cleaner forms of transportation and will be low carbon cities. And therefore, my own experience is based out of the fact that urban form more than anything else is important, because cities need to be designed for cycling and walking, and cities need to be designed for public transportation. Secondly, I'm a great believer that your literacy standards and your learning outcomes will go very high up if state governments take upon themselves the task that every girl student is provided a cycle. They'll have better access. There are only 2 things which India needs actually, that every girl's school, wherever girls go, should have a clean toilet, and every girl must have a cycle. So clean toilets for every girl student must have access to clean toilets, 24/7 clean toilets. Secondly, every girl in India must have access to cycle to reach his place of learning. This is, to my mind, the most critical thing. My own experience, as I said, was born out of the fact that quite early in my career, I worked in the fisheries sector of Kerala, and my job was to transform the lives of traditional fishermen. So we gave them outboard motors, we gave them crafts, we gave them nets. They could go much further into the sea. Fishermen were prone to drinking because of the very erratic nature of fishing, and they would drink whatever they would get every day. So the challenge was to open their bank accounts. And one of the key tasks was to see that bank accounts were opened in the name of the fisher women rather than the fishermen. So we had a very tough job, because those days, know your customer, chasing physical bank managers was a very tough job. We opened. The second key challenge was that fisherwomen used to take basket full of fishes to the city, and in normal buses would not allow access to fisherwomen because with their baskets. And it was a nightmare for fisherwomen to go to the city with their fishing baskets. So we created buses where fisherwomen could, sit and stand at the back, but keep their baskets in front. And special fisherwomen buses were designed for fisherwomen buses. Only fisherwomen could travel in that. Normal citizens could not travel in that. And they could keep their baskets. We started with 1 bus. Today, almost 30 buses run in the city of Trivandrum for only fisherwomen. And therefore, we were able to provide a very big means of livelihood for traditional fisherwomen. Therefore, my belief is that if we are able to ensure that we are able to provide good mobility for women, and good mobility does not mean free passage. I'm totally against free passage. What I'm keen on is that there should be better access, and there should be better, we should ensure that every woman is able to travel, and every woman should have better access. And if we are able to provide better access, that would mean we'll be ensuring safety and convenience to women, which is very critical. We are in the midst of a very huge transition in mobility. We are moving from fossil fuel to electric vehicle. And India is the center for two-wheelers and three-wheelers manufacturing. Almost 75 to 80% of the people who travel in India travel in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And soon you will see that 100% of the vehicle in several cities, two-wheelers and three-wheelers, will go electric. And I think it's very, very important that women take to two-wheelers in a very big way. Electric two-wheelers in a very way. By this, they will be able to ensure both better accessibility and better convenience for them. Secondly, we should be able to ensure that wherever there are women hostels, etc., these two-wheelers can be pooled together, much like we are putting. Last mile connectivity is very clear, and we should be able to see that a lot of startups who've come up in this sector to provide last mile connectivity are linked to women hostels and women colleges, so that these women need not put in capital upfront, but can utilize these two-wheelers based on pay-as-you-drive basis, and that will enable them to get a better access. But I look forward to your recommendations. As your recommendations come in, we'll be very happy to take them forward. Women-led development is a very major theme of G20 presidency. The Prime Minister is personally keen that it becomes a very important component of our G20 presidency, and therefore several aspects of this, whether in terms of creating safe and inclusive public spaces, whether it's about creating gender inclusive infrastructure, whether it's about encouraging active modes of transportation such as cycling and walking, whether it's about providing access to affordable and reliable childcare. All these are critical, and as you make your recommendations, we'll be very happy to incorporate them in our final recommendations of Sherpas to the leaders. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kant. That was for covering a wide spectrum of gender and inclusive mobility. We have next Ms. D. Tara, who's the Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Before this, she has also held important positions in Gujarat. She was the Managing Director of the Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, and she's also been the Commissioner of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, among many other things. Ms. Tara, ma'am, a few words.
Thank you very much. This is about how we mainstream women mobility in the cities. I think Sir made all the points which are supposed to be done. I'll get down and drill down deeper, one or two points I'll take. And see, I'm sitting here. I've been a person who has traveled by public transit all my life in Chennai to go to school, go to college, and reach where I reached. So public transit is the way to livelihood, prosperity, participation for women. But what is happening in that space? If you get down to that, see, if you go to Sarojini Nagar Market, Delhi, you don't feel unsafe. It may be crowded, cluttered, but not unsafe. But will you go to Gurgaon Highway, you feel totally unsafe. Any urban form which is looking friendly to children and women, if you include children also, that will be the urban form which will sustain women mobility. I think somewhere we are missing out on this, because we are also aspiring to do what America did 70 years ago and wanting to undo now, or partly saying that, because we are going for car-led development. Now, car-led development is not going to include women for many reasons. Number one. Number two, women are becoming travelers. Can they become transit service providers? We have to bring them that to space. I think why this thing? They are not transit service providers. We are not looking at women drivers, women conductors. When I was studying, I used to look for lady special bus. So I was saying that I was reminded of that. That lady special bus is very important. There is a survey, it may be wrong. 56% of the women traveling on crowded buses face some kind of physical abuse. It may or may not be correct. We may say it is not 56%, it may be 25%. But even then, that is a big number. I have a daughter. See, I have traveled by buses, experienced all of it in total. I mean, I can tell you today after so much with courage that I have undergone this abuse in the bus, in the limited way what it is. So a crowded bus is not a very welcome space for a woman. How do we attend to this? Today you have a technology. Without naming a person, you can raise an alarm through an app. We should think of innovative ways of, if there is an alarm in the app, that means the woman is getting harassed in the bus and not comfortable. So we cannot always have lady special buses. But how do you reform that space? To raise voice in a given space is very important, but without offending. You cannot get into fist fights. So without offending, but alerting everybody for a problem or this thing existing. So I think we need to look at tech-based solutions for this. The fourth thing I want to say is, when a woman is traveling, she's not traveling. The men mostly travel for work. They have long distance travel. They get on to one point and get down another point, and safety is not their lookout. But reaching out to a place is a lookout. For a woman, it's a safety also factors in. And many of the women who travel, apart from work, travel during non-peak hours. So how do they travel? And they are traveling multiple errands they do, as per one paper I was reading. So the amount they spend on those multiple points of getting on and getting off and all is more than what man would travel the same distance, but he is traveling in a particular predictable way and it is cheaper for him compared to women. So we have to equalize this difference. Need not provide free transport, but have to look at this. Another thing is children. See, children and elderly, we are getting longevity more in India now, 80 years, 70 years. Can we take our parents out through a public transit? We can't. Because the first step is, where do you put your legs up? So there has to be sensitivity to this factor. How do you get women on board, older women on board, younger women on board? So this is true if you're looking at it very, very sensitively. The next thing I would say is promotion of cycling for women. See, first of all, India has still a large number of people traveling by riding cycles. Unfortunately, let us provide safe place for cycling. Women will also join that group, but we are not looking at that planning. Today, can you cycle, even if you want to, during winters in Delhi, across roads? We cannot, because we are not including those urban forms cycling to the whole idea. So somewhere, the mentality, we need to change that mentality of car being a comfort space, but actually car being put together doesn't provide a safe space. Another thing which I would like to say is, when women are traveling, what do they travel to or for? Or these spots can be mapped. I think some European countries started women office to plan women into mobility space. So I think a women office, sir was saying so much, a women office, because I mean it's sad that, see, there are 10 crore households. Assuming that 50-50 women, there are 20 crore women, 10 crore households. So 4 per household is the average as per census. 2 women per house you can count. So you have 20 crore women who are there, out of which you assume 25% move. It is 5 crore women who move every day. What are they doing? How are they moving? What can be done? See, need not have exclusive women special facilities, but if it is a safe facility, if it is a cozy facility, if the neighborhoods are safe, that itself becomes lighting, all that everybody says, CCTV cameras, lighting, more than anything, connecting through technology to ensure that a woman is safe when she travels is very important. The mobility of women in rural areas has a different challenge. That also needs to be addressed, because when they pass through some of the communes, they don't feel safe. So how do we bring about women as a group traveling? Can we aggregate transits? Can we look at cycle aggregation? Can we look at how they move? Can we put in apps which will say, okay, a person moving for a school and a person moving for a work in the same locality can coordinate their times and move together to provide cover to each other? There could be so many innovative ways, but I think if we become a mainstream in transit service provision, then women will have a safer mobility. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tara ma'am. Very important points raised on safety and women travel patterns. We have next Dr. Vandana Kumar. She's the Additional Secretary of the Rajya Sabha Secretariat. She has a very vast experience of 30 years. She's worked in the development of the renewable energy sector, the industrial sector, and financial management of complex national defense programs. Ma'am, if you can.
Very warm good morning. Namaskar to everyone. It's such a joy to share this space with our very revered Shri Amitabh Kantji, Dr. Ackerman, my dear colleague Tara, and Sudeshna Chatterjee. Thank you so much for having me here and being able to share some of the thoughts. So happy that we are putting a gender perspective, gender lens to something that is otherwise seen to be very gender neutral, mobility. Very important points have been covered by all the esteemed panelists here. Taking these movements forward, I would only say that we can't really overemphasize the need for a safe, secure transportation or mobility system for women as it enhances their opportunities, the social opportunities or the economic opportunities. We can't really overemphasize the need for providing that kind of mobility. So, apart from what Tara just mentioned, we need gender disaggregated data to study the patterns, how do they travel, what their needs are, how do we design our infrastructure, how do we plan our mobility, how do we conceptualize the projects, implement those, and then also see the various opportunities which exist in this space, in the mobility space. Increasing the percentage even by 10% adds about $770 billion to our GDP. And the targets that we have of not just women-led development, but also increase the contribution to our target of the 5 trillion economy, there is miles to go in this space. When we are talking of mobility, we also need to look at low carbon mobility. In our rural areas, there are already ASHA workers who are transporting the expectant mothers through their e-rickshaws today, saving the lives of expectant mothers, saving lives at the neonatal stages. We have solar mamas who are working to train women in solar space, in erection of solar systems. I had the good fortune of working in the energy transition space as well and see the contribution that we are making there. Electric mobility, green mobility, all of these forms we need to take forward as we go along in this space. The other very important aspect, since energy transition is so intrinsically linked to the women-led development, is the use of decentralized renewable energy livelihood applications. I see some of the colleagues who are working in this space here, delighted to see them and see their contributions as well in this space. Whether it is a dryer or a solar charkha or a chiller, there are multiple applications, and we estimated that there is a need for something like 1.3 million devices in this country. There is appetite for that kind of number, and that is where we need to go to see that we have the potential realized of our women folk. These are all very at nascent stages. Some of these applications are being developed, some are commercially available today, but we need to scale up all of these applications. I would only want to finally share that we need to look at various aspects, whether it is financing, infrastructure development, conceptualization, job creation in this area. All of these areas are absolutely vital to the gender empowerment, looking at it through an inclusion lens, creating safe environments for our women. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, माँ भारती की सेवा है. हम तो धरती को भी माँ की तरह देखते हैं. So our G20 motto of one earth, one family, one future, the fulcrum is women. So we have societies where women thrive, civilizations also thrive. So the very best of luck for the deliberations in the day-to-day. Thank you so much.
Can I request just a quick photo, sir, before you leave?
No, I know. That's why we thought we'll just do a photograph first because sir has to leave.
Tell me what to do.
You can also stand up, please.
Just stand. It's only standing that's fine.
That's all. It's right now. Yeah, okay. Super.
These countries.
And if you would, women in transport.
It was quite a workout, actually. That's not true.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes max. Like we have one more person. Yeah, okay, the 5 minutes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for accommodating.
Thank you. Finally, we have Dr. Sudeshna Chatterjee, who is the Program Director of Sustainable Cities and Transport at WRI India. Dr. Chatterjee is an urbanist, researcher, planning and development professional. She's a published author and a passionate teacher and mentor. Dr. Chatterjee, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Really pleased to be part of this very esteemed panel and also part of this multi-stakeholder event deliberating on Uddheshya, which means intent, on mainstreaming gender in transport. Being the last speaker is always good because a lot of very good things have already been said. Pretty much everything has been covered. I would just like to bring a little bit of data on some of these issues and maybe just deepen the discussion a bit more. Women and girls comprise half of humanity, more than 50% of the population in our country. But they are also amongst the biggest users of public and as well as non-motorized transport. The 2011 census data puts that at 84% of women actually use public transport in India. And to further disaggregate that, the census also showed us that 45% of women actually walk to work as compared to 27% men, and 22% women take the bus as compared to 14% men in their commute to work. So when we look at all this data, we also have to be very mindful of the fact that independent mobility of women in India is not easy. It's beset with many, many barriers and challenges, which actually prompt many girls to drop out of school, not go to college, many women to forego of good job opportunities or skill development opportunities, etc. But today, as Mr. Kant and others reminded us, in India's G20 presidency, women empowerment is a very key theme. And if you look at the female workforce, labor force participation in Indian cities, it's very low. It's at 19%. It's one of the lowest globally. And one of the reasons for that is lack of safe public transport or mobility options for women in cities that will enable them to go and secure good jobs. So, but not all is bad. There are several very good initiatives that the speakers before me talked about. Many initiatives at state level, at city level, that's happening. In fact, the new World Bank report that came out, which the toolkit on enabling gender-responsive urban mobility in public spaces, spotlighted many of these practices. And to basically now summarize a lot of the discussions that we had in this panel, there are 4 key areas. The first one that everyone agrees is that a better understanding of the ground realities. What are the mobility patterns of women? They are different. As Ms. Tara just pointed out, that women make shorter trips. They may be doing these trips with children, the elderly people that they're taking care of. They are also doing multiple things at the same time, so using multiple transport modes, or trip chaining as we call them. So there are these differences from men who may be doing this point-to-point single transport trips. So when we look at all these things, there are implications for policies or lessons and insights that can be drawn when we talk about integration of different transport modes. How do we make that cleaner, safer for women to allow a lot of this trip chaining to happen? And also, a lot of the public transport users, women who use, also tend to be from lower socio-economic strata of society. So how there are examples, again, in states and cities where there are free bus services, etc. But also looking at reduced fare for women, particularly in off-peak hours, maybe something that can be considered. It has happened in many countries. Other than that, we focus also, a lot has been talked about capacity building and training, and including women in the transport sector. A lot of work, including in the National Electric Mobility Program, which talks about 25% of the women workforce. A workforce has to be women, which is really welcome. But I would, because we are WRI and we do a lot of work on planning and design of cities, one of the areas where I feel a lot of work still needs to be done by understanding these ground realities and mobility patterns of women, and we talked about urban form, Mr. Khan talked about, and others also, that our cities, how do we make them safer by design for women? How do we make them more gender responsive, not just within the public transport, but in the public spaces that we use to access transport? This is not just the stations, but also the streets, walking and cycling networks in our cities. There's so much research which point to the to better lighting, street lighting that creates safety. But other than that, there are also services related to this, where technology, app-based services can play a very important role, and perhaps this is something that one can think about within the digital public infrastructure initiative that's being talked about right now. How do we leverage some of these? So lots of good policies, lots of good practices. It's how do we scale them? How do we implement them better? That really is the bigger challenge ahead of us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, we'd just like to felicitate. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. Akanksha. Yeah.
We'll start with the next session in just a minute. We'll be rearranging. Yes, sir. Hello, good morning, everyone. We'll now start with the first panel discussion. So in the previous session, we heard about some very important and very interesting facts around gender-inclusive mobility. We heard about the importance of urban form and also about putting together the public transport and active mobility at the forefront of development. We also heard about the importance of focusing not just on women's development, but also on women's led development. Now with that, let's start with the first panel discussion, which is on moving towards inclusive mobility in India. One of the major factors which is limiting women's economic participation is the lack of inclusive and accessible urban mobility. So how can we bridge these gaps and how can we move towards a gender-inclusive mobility systems are some of the things that we are aiming to discuss in the next panel. So I'll like to invite our speakers on the stage. I'd like to first invite Shri K.R. Jyotilal, IAS, Additional Secretary, Power, Government of Kerala. Additional Chief Secretary, Power, Government of Kerala. Shri Sudhendu Jyoti Sinha, Advisor, NITI Aayog. Ms. Rebecca Fisher, Director, Drive Electric Campaign. Dr. Vandana Vasudevan, Urban Development Author and Researcher. Madhav Pai, Interim CEO and Executive Director, WRI India. Aishwarya Raman, Executive Director, Ola Mobility Institute. And Chaitanya Kanuri, Head Electric Mobility, WRI India, who will be moderating the session.
Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you everyone for joining us and a very good morning. And we've just had the pleasure of listening to our plenary speakers bring in their diverse perspectives ranging from urban development to national security and energy transition and how that has a role to play when it comes to women's empowerment, and moreover, how mobility becomes a crucial lever to enable better, stronger empowerment and inclusion of women in society. So in this first panel discussion on moving towards gender-inclusive mobility in India, we'll be diving into this topic a little deeper. Subsequent sessions are going to look at specific aspects such as public transport, or e-mobility and their role in the gender-inclusive planning paradigm. But for this first panel, in which I am joined by an illustrious set of speakers, we would like to cover the overall topic of what it means when we talk about gender-inclusive mobility. So I am joined by an illustrious set of speakers, as I said. We have Mr. K.R. Jyotilal, who is the Additional Chief Secretary of the Power Department for the Government of Kerala. We're joined by Mr. Sudhendu Jyoti Sinha, who's the Advisor for Infrastructure and Transport Connectivity at NITI Aayog. We're joined by Rebecca Fisher, who is the Director of the Global Drive Electric Campaign. We're joined by Dr. Vandana Vasudevan, who is an expert in the area of urban development and gender, and Ms. Aishwarya Raman, who is the Executive Director of Ola Mobility Institute, and Mr. Madhav Pai, who is the interim CEO at WRI India. So before we just go into the discussion, I want to say 2 or 3 things about setting the context for the discussion. No presentation or anything, but just to sort of lay out the brief of what we want to cover. Globally, we can say that women in general find it harder to travel than men, be it due to affordability or availability of transport options. Now in India, this results in a reduced travel demand for women. Out of every trip taken in Delhi, out of every 5 trips, only 1 is made by a woman. And in Bangalore, that goes up a little bit to 1 in every 4 trips by a woman. Of the trips that women take, about 2/3 of them are made by walking. And of the remaining ones that are made by motorized transport, more than 85% are actually made by public transport. And considering that these are both generally seen as slower modes for longer trips, this results in what is called time poverty for women. So women tend to take longer to travel, and as a result, they tend to travel for shorter distances, or maybe travel less due to lack of affordable options, which restricts their mobility. At the same time, women have lower vehicle ownership rates, which gives them lack of alternatives like personal vehicles. And even when you look at women as a part of the transport workforce, they constitute a very small percentage. So, and the World Bank estimates that more than 20 million women could actually be employed in urban transport if the sector were to achieve gender parity. So these are just a few facts to set the context for the conversation. But now, given the amazing speakers I have here, I'd love to dive right in. And I want to start with Mr. Sudhendu Sinha. Mr. Sinha, as we know, women's empowerment is a major objective of the national government for the G20 agenda. What is the importance and need of gender-inclusive mobility systems to support women's empowerment?
Thank you. Thanks to all the co-panelists, to the distinguished audience who are here, and to all the organizers for, such a wonderful topic. So let me take it first to the Indian context. For the entire demographic history of India, for the first time, we are maxed in the world, so like we are number 1. And the second is, for the first time, women have logged to be more than that of men. These 2 are amazing things. That means that if we want to take the country forward, we have to ensure that women's participation in the process of economic development, economic transformation, change, it just cannot be stopped, it has to be taken forward. Now, more gender inclusive, transport, let's see what precisely transport does. Transport gives you opportunity. It gives you opportunity and access to health, education. It gives you communication, job and employment opportunity it brings to you, that access is there. And at the bigger picture is that it brings about social cohesion. That is what a transport does in the mobility spectrum. If it is gender inclusive transport system, then that means that each and every one, they have been taken care of. And then probably we can think of taking the country forward on the pace at which we designed to. In fact, I was attempting to show, to just, in the morning when I was trying to just flip through my old notes, I got, and I was on my mobile, so I hit a video, it is available there, it calls Survival of the Fittest, Women in Public Transport, that is story of Nepal. And this is just, it is almost like the same of, one of, I will not call public, I will not call it a metro city, but definitely any of the tier 2, tier 3 cities of India can be, it is just analogous to the same situation, same problems are there. So in Nepal, they have got what they call Nilo bus, the blue colored public transport bus is there. So they have identified that what exactly problems are there. And these problems are practically, it is very comprehensive set of problems that they have identified. What is deterring them from taking to public transport. So Chaitanya, my take is that if we take more of, the only, I would say, not so good thing is that this gender thing is coming into the mainstream conversation only in last 20 odd years, not before that. So the very fact that transport is gender neutral, that was an axiom, it was accepted all around. It is now only that particular axiom is being challenged, and accordingly corrective measures are being taken. So yes, we have to do it, we have to go ahead with it.
Thank you so much, sir. To maybe add a little more to what sir is saying on how women are actually moving in India today, Aishwarya, could you maybe speak about some of the findings of Ola Mobility Institute's Ease of Movement Index and general facts that are available on women's mobility in India?
Sure. Thanks, Chaitanya. And there are so many experts here today who are obviously also better equipped than I am, both at this panel and beyond, to in fact share perspectives on how women truly move. At OMI Foundation, we had the opportunity to conduct India's largest mobility survey in 2018, and much more recently, we've also conducted the second edition of this study. The Ease of Moving Index is a framework that allows us to measure mobility scenarios and benchmark mobility scenarios in and between cities. We have a range of parameters and indicators that go beyond merely having well-laid, well-paved roads, goes beyond affordability of public transport and looks at all aspects of mobility, from safety, accessibility to reliability, and efficiency of these systems. So when we looked at the gender disaggregated data of the 43,500 responses we had collected in 2018, our findings were similar to the Census 2011 results as well. There are more women preferring walking and cycling over personal transport. This also speaks to the fact that women's access to such personal mobility solutions is curtailed. Second, women are also more conscious about choosing environmentally sustainable mobility choices. However, what they practice on the ground is slightly different. So our study found that over 95% back in 2018, over 95% of the women preferred cycling. However, only 4% of them cited it as a preferred mode of, an actual mode that they chose. And this speaks to lacunae in the ecosystem. Do you have cycling infrastructure that is suitable for women, for in fact all users or for all denizens in a particular place? That's an important policy question for both cities as well as urban planners in this space. Another interesting finding for us was the usage of shared mobility and the different aspects of shared mobility, or different elements of shared mobility, if I may. For instance, women did report using public transport, both metro as well as buses, but there was a higher share of women preferring auto rickshaws and taxis as well. Now this could have larger implications for how we are designing our cities, how intermediate public transportation in the form of taxis and auto rickshaws are further governed and promoted in different spaces. And the last point I'd like to highlight is on, a large percentage of women across the country, in fact, felt public transport was unsafe back in 2018. And we would love to compare those results with the 2022-2023 edition that we are bringing out now. This is safety from numerous angles, being safe from gender-based violence, being safe from getting mugged on the streets or in public transport for that matter. So it is important to understand how safety is offered, is secured, and I think the study also speaks to the fact that women's mobility choices are not only determined by aspects like safety, but affordability, comfort, convenience, reliability of mobility solutions are also equally emphasized upon while such decisions are being taken. I hope that through today's panel, we're also able to touch upon budgets and how budgets both at the state and the city levels fulfill some of the mobility aspirations we have. And this is, definitely the budget season also, with many of the state governments too releasing their budgets. And recently, we had the central government present its too. So it would be important to see how budgetary allocations are being made towards making both cities as well as mobility solutions more gender inclusive.
Thank you, Aishwarya. And I think we will be touching upon budgets through various conversations across the course of the day. Moving to Dr. Vandana, from the planning and design perspective, what are some of the trends? I mean, Ms. D. Tara also spoke about the importance of the urban form, as did Mr. Amitabh Kant. So from this perspective, what are the trends that contribute to the accessibility and inclusivity of transport?
Yeah, can you hear me? Thank you so much for inviting me here. As some of the speakers in the plenary session mentioned, the urban development is inextricably linked to urban mobility. And this is a huge topic, but let me touch upon two aspects to demonstrate how urban development enables or impedes inclusive mobility. So the first is density and land use. Dense, compact, mixed-use neighborhoods are immediately and intrinsically are gender equal. Numerous studies have shown that women make many short trips in the neighborhood, they travel more by public transport, they walk more, they possess fewer personal vehicles. So when a neighborhood is compact and commercial and residential activities are closely packed together and it is walkable, it immediately favors women. This is in sharp contrast to the spatially diffused automobile-dependent towns that used to be in America, but unfortunately are increasingly seen in India, for example, in the new satellite towns that come outside, on the outskirts of big metros, Greater Noida, for example. These kind of car-centric urban forms are sort of thumb their nose at women's mobility, because women possess fewer cars, especially urban poor of any gender, in fact, who don't possess personal vehicles, are immediately curtailed by this kind of urban form. And even if, even for women who do travel by car, the spatially diffused form sort of increases their time poverty as they go about performing their various care duties. So you're familiar with the stereotype of the American soccer mother who rushes from school to soccer practice to music class, taking her children in a minivan. I feel that that entire stereotype is a product of gender-blind urban planning. She wouldn't have existed if all those places were closely packed together and all she had to do was walk, right? So that's about density and land use. The second is about urban design. Last year, the World Bank produced a toolkit on gender mainstreaming of cities, and I was one of the authors who wrote that report. One of the things we emphasized was that design should not be for senior citizens or for physically disabled or for women. Design has to be universal. When there is a universality in design, it caters to the needs of various groups. And even a healthy 35-year-old male would rather walk on white pavements and well-lit streets. If there is a ramp, it not only helps the physically disabled person, but it also helps somebody who's pulling along a luggage trolley, right? And just to share a personal example, until a few years ago, my mother used to live in Warsaw in Bombay, near the Char Bangla area. And whenever we used to visit, we used to be horrified because just a simple act of going out and buying something was a highly risky activity. You know, you could fall into a pothole. You could, if you were walking on the road to avoid the narrow pavement, you could be hit by a bus, or the traffic signal used to change in a mere 9 or 10 seconds. So you had to sprint across a busy junction. And daily life itself is so hazardous just because design has not been paid attention to. And anyone who's even a little bit physically incapable, has a bad knee, or a woman who's walking with big grocery bags, is put at huge risk, and you have to be in top form to navigate the streets. So this points to a deeper malice, which is thinking that the only demographic which matters is that of the healthy adult male, and nobody else is important. So mobility freedom is severely restricted when design is not universal.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for pointing out that we shouldn't have to be athletes to navigate our roads. Mr. Jyotilal, I would like to come to you. Kerala has been one of the states which has been championing a lot of projects and initiatives for better, more sustainable and inclusive mobility. Can you speak to a couple of those examples and your experience with them in Kerala?
Thank you. In fact, Kerala is a state with a matriarchal system where the women control the household. In fact, the boy, after marriage, he goes to and stays in the house of the women. So naturally, the girl is more comfortable, and probably the men may find it slightly difficult to adjust initially, but later on. So coming back to the point, see, recently we celebrated 25th year of Kudumbashree, the self-help group. In fact, Honorable President of India only inaugurated that Silver Jubilee celebration of the Kudumbashree, where when people come together, there is power. So women come together, make them come together. That is why I think Kudumbashree, when there is a power. There are so many women, self-help group, and they are quite active. I think that's a role model for the entire world. As you said, what is development? Development means it starts with mobility. When men, material, or molecules move, there is a development. So development is happening whether we know it or not, because molecules or atoms or masses or men or material are moving. So mobility is the key as far as the development is concerned. So if mobility of the individuals is, generally it is said that matter is feminine and energy is masculine. So you need both matter and energy. So in the sense, then if I think I should, though it is personal, my wife always used to say, if Kerala has to progress, first you have to respect women. If you don't respect women, she is from Bangalore, so maybe I thought that maybe she is in favor of Karnataka. Say that everybody call Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, everybody, even a small child is called Ma, with their respect. Until the Malayalis respect women, you don't need all this budget, all these things. In fact, we are one of the first states to start gender budgeting. Every department is asked to make a gender budget, so that so much a percentage should be used. How much is work? Maybe worker participation is one of the highest. Probably it was 20.5. Maybe it would have come to 25%. So in the workforce participation. So that is one of the way we measure it. Anything which is measured can only be we can monitor. So I think gender budgeting is very crucial. In fact, Amitabh Kansar was the MD of Malchefed, which is a fisherwomen especially. I think they are one of the lowest strata of the society. They suffer the most, because most of the markets in India, I don't think this is we never used to care about even providing toilet facilities. Now I think that has come about, awareness has come. In fact, he started the first, we started the fisherwomen, the first bus for fisherwomen alone, because most of them go back to their house at 10:30, 11 o'clock in the night. Which bus will be there waiting for them? So we started the private bus exclusively for the fisherwomen. Nobody else had allowed entry. So that took care of their security, their livelihood, and I think that is one of circular buses is another thing. Then ticketing, that earlier we used to have a different, even pay scale, I think there was a different, but now it is all equalized. I think then making the places much more safe, Now with the AI cameras, I think we can detect. In fact, even a small incident happens in Kerala, I think it becomes a big issue for government. Even one incident is enough. Then I think 2-3 days, I think the discussion on that, maybe Shashi Tharoor was once telling that he is able to win every election thanks to women, because the women voters, if they vote, then you are. So what he does is first go and meet the women of the house and make sure that their vote is ensured. So that is the power of women, and I think the circle, lot many things need to be done, but I am sure safety of women, respect for women, then providing infrastructure, ensure their worker participation. I think these were the key challenges, key things which we have addressed, but there are a lot more to be done. Probably we are, we think that probably once women, at least because we have got a sex ratio in favor of women in Kerala, so I think if they grow, naturally the state will also grow. All your GDP growth, everything is linked to that. And I always used to say there are only 3 people in the society whom you can introduce any good thing. They are the only disciplined people. That is, one is people in jail. Second is, because their mind may go, but body is under the control of the jailer. Second is students. Third is women. Because generally it is said that men stand for wisdom and women stand for faith. We have got Vishwasa. We have got Shwasa but no Vishwasa. That is a problem with the men. I think you need both, and in fact for the maybe higher, maybe in the G20 this is one of the issues which is coming. So I think the women's participation in the workforce and their ensuring their safety is the key for the development to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You highlighted a couple of very interesting initiatives, like the circular bus for a very specific use case, the ticketing, specific types of ticketing for women, and do you want to say something?
In fact, Kochi Metro is another first metro in the entire country where we allowed transgenders to run. So I think these are all myths. They say no, women cannot do. Even transgenders can do better works than even, they work even more harder than men. So I think that is another initiative which you have taken.
Thank you, sir. Coming to Rebecca, I think you've been hearing a little bit about some of the initiatives that the state has been taking and how the country has been looking at gender inclusive mobility. So from the policy making and financing perspective, from your global experience, what can governments do to mainstream and embed inclusion as a core principle of the development agenda? And how does this translate to transport?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear? Good, great. No?
Not very loudly.
Thank you so much for having me. This is really a wonderful discussion, particularly the remarks at the beginning of the day, to really set in my mind how important gender inclusivity is to economic empowerment. And that's where I really see the key between policy and financing. And I will also start by saying everyone on the stage here today knows much more about Indian transportation than I do. So I will focus my remarks more from the global perspective, taking in the lessons that we've heard from the other countries that the Drive Electric campaign works in. And again, I'll focus on the financing economic empowerment bit, because I do think that there is there's systemic issues that are holding back women all over the world from participating in transportation, both from a personal perspective, but also professionally. And I think there's 3 ways that I've thought about how we can, as policymakers or as foundations, support the shift to ensure that women are more adequately addressed and involved and included in transportation, particularly as we move to decarbonize transportation. And the first item that I'd like to bring up is including women in the decision-making process at the local level, the city level, the state level, the national level, because time and time again we've seen that when women and men work together, we each bring unique strengths and we create a better product, a better decision, and a better outcome together. Having that special mix of the female and the male together, I think really does create resilient decision-making. And that's particularly key in the electricity and in the transportation sectors. And that's, I think, just how we design the bodies that make up the decisions, that make the decisions when it comes to electrification of transportation and also our energy grid. The second point is that a lot of the things that are holding back women start when we're young. We're either not encouraged to take math courses or go into engineering and kind of taking a path that's more traditionally female. I think that all over the world, we're seeing that more and more young women are trying to be empowered to do the harder skill courses of study. And I think that's also a component of how we kind of structure our education systems. And I know education is kind of from often left field here because we're talking about transportation, decarbonization, but I do think it's really key. When we visited the university earlier in our trip, I looked around and I saw all these incredibly smart men working to decarbonize transportation, figure out battery sustainability, chemistry, and I asked, where are all the women? And the response I got was that, they're just still a very small percentage of the women who are applying to schools in the engineering and technological fields. And one of the anecdotes that one of the professors shared with me is that he, in his preparations for the entrance exam, would have to go at night on a bike to various tutors' homes all over the city where he grew up. And his sisters would never be allowed to do that. And it's the same for me growing up. I would never be allowed to have gone out at night and traversed my city alone. And so I think creating systems, whether they're within education or just within the city, safe buses, that are clean and, again, safe to ride for a young woman, is key to that type of empowerment and assuring access for women all over, throughout their lifetime. And then thirdly, I did want to mention too that female entrepreneurship is incredibly vibrant all over the world. We're seeing that various different startups in Africa and Latin America are female-led, and they're designing decarbonized transportation ideas and business cases that are not only amazing for men to ride and use, but also really safe and work for the kind of female mode of transportation, which we've heard a lot of today, which is not necessarily specific routes again and again every day in and day out, but more kind of the spoke model where you drop the kids off, go to the store, go to work for a bit, pick up the kids, do something else at the end of the day, and something that's just more flexible. The best example that I've recently saw in Kenya, in Nairobi, is Ampersand, which is a swappable battery two-wheeler startup. And I know there's some similar startups here in India as well. And this platform has helped the fleet in both Kenya and Rwanda go from just 20 female drivers, so this is their livelihoods, to 44 female drivers by shifting them to the electric mode, providing them business training, education on how to drive safely, and helping pay for their certification as two-wheeler drivers. So it's really around kind of creating these bespoke packages, whether it's through entrepreneurship or policy or even education systems, that help support this overall shift in our societies to help empower women not only to have access and feel safe writing our decarbonized transportation modes, but also be a part of the professional network that all of us are a part of, that are working towards the advancement of electric mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to come back very briefly to the electrification part and address it to Mr. Sinha. But before that, when we're talking about gender-inclusive mobility as a whole, Madhav, what measures can we look at to mainstream inclusion and as an essential component of transport systems in India?
So thanks everyone. I mean, I've been very lucky to have worked with a lot of women. I think a lot of them are in the room also over the years. So I think we've been doing this. I remember 10 years ago, Aishwarya started a company trying to get women to drive. I mean, and we haven't made much progress, right? And so I think we've really attempted quite a few things, but success has been limited, right? So I think clearly we sort of are saying all of the right things. Budgets are there. How do we mainstream? And I think it's really a change management process that we have to see how do we accelerate. Broadly, I think there are three things that we can think about. One, a lot of people even in the first session talked about lack of understanding of women, how women travel. I think there is a general lack of investment in India on how people travel. So I really think that, and every time we do a study is linked to an investment decision. So if we are building a metro, then we do a study. I think we should decouple an investment decision and investment in studying travel patterns of people. So maybe 100,000 household survey, which OMI shouldn't be doing. I think city governments and state governments should be doing. Costs less than 2 crore rupees. We should at least have, say, 100,000 household surveys conducted across India once a decade. So I think if we can get this done, I think we will have a much. And when we design these surveys, we should make sure that women and their travel patterns, etc., are equally captured. I think so. That is one thing, and I think that will help us. So I think some initiative where at large scale we can capture information about travel patterns is important, and how we do that we have to think about. But again, it has to happen at scale. And I think your survey, etc., helps highlight the importance of that. The second thing is, I think on the security side, I think a lot has been spoken. And I do think, we've also, I've also participated in several experiments to improve this. I think here, if both and we've been using, I think, things like tactical urbanism, etc., but not necessarily to improve mobility for women. I think if we can use both tools of tactical urbanism, because it really changes status quo bias, and and I think so really using some behavioral insights work, some tactical urbanism to change biases that are there, because even though budgets are there, we have implemented helplines in all of our bus companies. They don't get used, right? And the budget is committed. I mean, even through the Nirbhaya fund, several $100,000 of money has been actually committed, but we haven't seen. So, and partly it is because I think there is a lot of biases that sort of exist in the system, and all of us are part of that. And how do we do how do we create the space to do many experiments that we can start to sort of influence these biases? I think that is the second thing, that how do you create this space to experiment and test, and finally, I think on the entrepreneurship side, I think which I think there is a lot of small experiments going on, and I don't know if there is a way to think about slightly more unified fund or a more sort of focused program that has these sort of words of gender mobility and some sort of attach, so that we can actually run it as a multi-year or a program. So I need just 2 or 3 broad ideas, I think, broadly split into this idea of increasing sort of women entrepreneurs, both drivers, conductors, people running businesses. Second is sort of better understanding just how women move and how people move in our cities, and then then designing. And finally, like I said, also given that we actually have the budgets, etc., can we also do things very quickly through these sort of more experimental spaces that we can create, so that we are able to then really one, change sort of these biases, but also, create the attention and the sort of noise that is required to sort of move the agenda on this.
Thank you, Madhav. I think that's useful to start thinking about how to go from these sort of smaller scale interventions to start thinking about it at a systemic level. When we talk about, we've spoken a lot about access to mobility, and we've started touching upon entrepreneurship. So maybe I would like to ask Vandana and Aishwarya, in brief, if you can speak to the transit service provision side. You want to have a workforce that is also diverse and inclusive in order to create systems that are more inclusive. So there are some initiatives that have happened. They've not really been taken up very well. Now, I think this speaks to those other biases and all that Madhav is referring to. So can you, starting with Vandana, speak to some of these other challenges that we need to address to actually have these initiatives be successful at scaling?
Yeah. I'll just tell you couple of things that I learned very briefly. In a conference I attended a few years ago, a lady from the European Union, she shared with us that the reason there are such few numbers of women in the transport sector, and we're talking about in the European Union, just two reasons. The first is the lack of toilets, women's toilets. And I'm reminded of something a professor of urban planning in the UK, in Bristol University, Clara Greed. She's quite a legend in the work that she's done on women's toilets. She said, you can tell how a society is by the number of women's toilets there are, right? And one reason, they found this out through numerous interviews. People said, if I was to become a truck driver and the truck stops in the highways, I would be hard pressed to go to the loo. And that's a really basic reason why I'm sort of reluctant to join. The second is flexibility in timings. So since timings in the transport sector are very irregular, and women didn't have the flexibility to modify their schedules according to the demands of the job, they were reluctant to join. And these are reasons which have been researched and documented. Another links to what Rebecca said about the kind of exposure we give to young girls and the expectations that we set. So transport is always looked at as a very male kind of thing, right? It's always an engineering aspect of transport, not the social aspect of transport. And that's another barrier which girls find difficult to cross.
Thank you. And Aishwarya, when responding, I know this is something a couple of our panelists do have experience on, but could you also reflect on what the role of innovation and technology could maybe be in helping overcome some of these barriers?
Absolutely, Chaitanya. Fully agree with everything that all the other panelists have already said. Building on that, innovations ushered in the fourth industrial revolution, to be precise, has ushered in a new form of labor in the country, across the world, but more so in the country, called gig and platform economy. So digitalization of livelihoods can be seen as a good enabler for women to join the workforce in drones. One example is how hyperlocal deliveries are, of course, inducing more travel. That aside, hyperlocal deliveries making it easy for women to take up flexible jobs. You have platforms that are geofencing the locations, giving delivery jobs that are limited to a specific, 6-kilometer radius, for example, in and around where the woman lives, allowing her to perform the task assigned at a time of her convenience, allowing the woman to also utilize the asset that she would invariably be sharing with other family members, again at a time that suits her. So the platform economy we at OMI Foundation see is changing the way in which women's participation both in the personal and the professional life can be shaped. Second, I think technology can also be used to make platforms more gender inclusive. Gender inclusive communication is one way to get more women to participate in rideshare platforms and delivery platforms. In the rideshare ecosystem too, some of the pilots that we've seen the country introduce over the last decade has involved introduction of all women services for women. Now we run into a lot of matching trouble. Matching a woman driver with a woman passenger is never an easy way out. These models don't scale because of inefficiencies. A woman passenger requiring a woman driver at night again becomes a challenge because women drivers are not going to be easily found at that time of the day. Therefore, using technology to make the entire operation, the delivery of the service itself more gender inclusive can be looked at. Many platforms are doing it. I know when I started such an endeavor 10 years back, thanks to, of course, also the support of World Resources Institute, the scale was a huge challenge. But over the years, we are seeing more and more platforms becoming gender inclusive simply by design. But when they put their heart and soul into it, make their processes and systems more gender inclusive, we are bound to see more women take up such unconventional, non-traditional jobs as driving and delivery too. So there's so much that technology can do beyond just taking the shape of an SOS or an emergency button within a cab environment, but actually make the entire experience inclusive for women, LGBTQIA, and persons with disabilities overall.
Thanks, Aishwarya. And yes, while the platform economy has, I think, brought access to jobs and brought flexibility, now we should be looking at cracking how they can also provide economic security. To close us out, I would like to turn this back to Mr. Sudhendu Sinha. Mr. Sinha, Rebecca sort of referred to it, Aishwarya also spoke to parts of it. We have sort of an innovation transition happening, we have an electric mobility transition happening. How do you see these transitions as an opportunity to build more inclusive systems as we move forward?
So these transitions, of course, it gives a very, very big opportunity, and because they are all starting de novo, so we may be able to script them all afresh, where we can ensure that the system becomes, gender inclusive kind of thing. Now, let's see what is the fundamental problem is. The fundamental problem, of course, it has been highlighted from this particular stage, that the women are not very much at the core of the transport, decision making, investment planning, deciding on the frequencies, the timing, the location of the stopovers. They are not at the core of it. So what happens is that in that case, let me tell you that this stage is not representative of women's participation in transport planning. So this stage is 4:3, 4 women is to 3 men. Now in actual transport, it will be less than 1:4. So this is not the representative. In that case, what happens is that whenever we go for any policy decision, the only lens that we have to have a male lens to look at what a female requirement could be there. So in most of the cases, we are not able to think beyond ladies' restrooms, washrooms, or maybe at best creches. So how to go beyond that? Maybe in the area of design, for example. For example, I'll give you an example. Let's say the buses. So the stairs in the buses are normally 9 to 12 inch height. For an Indian woman who wears a sari, if she is trying to negotiate 9 or 12 inch, it would be very, very difficult. She will feel quite not so easy, you see, in negotiating that distance. Similarly, the positioning of the hanging loops, the handrails kind of thing in the buses, how they are positioned. So if all of them are on the same height, then probably women will not have access to them because of the height differential. So many design issues could be there. But all these solutions can only happen once their participation increases into it. The good thing is that I am watching that now gradually their participation is increasing. Of course, it is coming in slow waves. First, they are into, into architecture, the wider area of urban planning, but gradually now they are getting into the hardcore transport stream. So once their participation increases, definitely that will bring about a lot of change. And the good thing is that, we have a representative from Ola here, and they claim that their Ola Future Factory will be women by 10,000 women. So like that will be managed by 10,000 women exclusively, no men. So that is how, and I have gone and seen there also. The assembly line is almost, this is managed by women. So this is something good to see. So that is how, a lot of change would come. So in the disruptions, the global new things that are coming in, that can always be scripted, that can always be embedded, stitched from the beginning itself. That is a big opportunity before us, yes. So women must support electric mobility, right? Okay. So 50% battle is won.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to all the panelists for a wonderful discussion, for setting the context for today. And we look forward to many great conversations today. I request my colleagues to felicitate the speakers, and we can then have a group photograph.
It makes a lot of sense when women are the anchors, you see.
We'll now have a 15 minutes tea break. I request you all to reconvene at 11:45. That's when we'll start with our next panel discussion. Thank you.
I'm just going to get started. Yeah. Can we do this? Yeah, ये 2 minute के बाद करें. Thank you. Hi. Sorry. Can we get seated, please? We'll be starting soon with our next panel discussion. We're going to start our next panel discussion. Can I request everyone to be seated, please? Thank you. So in the previous panel discussion, we spoke about some very important points to consider when we are designing gender inclusive mobility, things like gender budgeting, disaggregated mobility patterns, safety, etc. What we're going to speak about now in the next panel discussion is how do you move towards that? What processes do you follow to move towards that? To begin with this, I'd like to call upon our panelists on stage. Ms. Garima Gupta, MD SRDC and Secretary of Women and Child Development, Social Welfare and CEO of Delhi Urban Shelter Improvement Board. Mr. Manoj Joshi, the Director of Operations at MMOCL. Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath, Co-founder and CEO of Safety Pin. Mr. Ranjit Gadgil, the Program Director of Parisar. Mr. Sudeep Mehti, Associate Program Director for Transport at WRI India. And our moderator, Ms. Sonal Shah, founder of the Urban Catalysts. Great, thank you. Sonal, over to you.
So thank you all of you for joining us today and to WRI India for organizing this session. So a lot has been said in the first 2 sessions, and I'm going to kind of lay out just 10 points for our discussion this afternoon, and hopefully that will kickstart our discussion as well. It's a brief context setting. So part data, part debates. So what do we know about women's mobility? 1, women are a majority of pedestrians on our streets. I think there is enough evidence to show that. And they are not only on our main roads, but they often walk in neighborhoods and streets. So 1, we need to consider that. They emit lower per capita emissions than men in transport. We do have that evidence also. Previous panels have showed us that, unfortunately, we are still using 2011 data, but even so, 83% of women were walking, cycling, and using public transport compared to 70% of men. This is only work trips. In a country like India, where we have low employment participation of women, work trips undercount women's mobility. If we do not account for household and care work, if we don't account for mobility of care, we are undercounting women's travel. In India, women's mobility is constrained, but there is a demand. In some of our work in small towns or medium towns of Bihar, we found about women's trips per capita rate was 37% lower than men's. So while we use global data, it's very, very helpful to understand how we as a country and how different cities differ. Women face sexual harassment in public spaces and transport. I think there's no debate about it. It is there, we know it. I will also include gender minorities. We don't have enough data about men facing sexual harassment, and hopefully this will also come up for us as well. There's enough said about how women and gender minorities are underrepresented in the transport sector, and here we are not only talking about them as drivers and conductors, but also in middle management and leadership positions. You'll find them more concentrated in admin departments, in sales departments, but not necessarily in technical and engineering. In 2018-19, women accounted for 40% of all STEM graduates. Yeah? So this number is not small, but there is clearly a barrier between education to employment. Women want mobility. Currently, they constitute about 7% of all driving licenses in the country, but their compound annual growth rate between 2012 to 2019 increased by 11% compared to 1% for all driving licenses. So clearly, women want mobility. Talking about intersectionality, we have heard that resource-poor women depend more on public transport, but let's remember that the digitalization of public transport is leaving this group behind, and we really need to acknowledge their limited access and use of smartphone technology. It will require significant efforts to do this. Our research in Delhi showed that less than 10% of resource-poor women had access to feature or smartphones. 60% women are a majority of paratransit passengers as well. Infrastructure and services, because we've spoken a lot about that, also need to be accompanied with grievance redressal mechanisms. I think let's not forget that people are infrastructure as well. And how do we engage men and boys in this conversation around sexual harassment, behavior change, etc.? And there are two debates that I think are really, there's a jury out there. One, segregated spaces, right? There's a lot of debate. Where do they work? Where do they not work? We do know that they are often considered what we call as patriarchal accommodation, meaning in countries with restricted and conservative gender norms, they may allow mobility, but we also understand the challenges of where they come from. Fare-free transport. A lot, we are seeing a number of cities initiate this, including states. The jury again is out there in terms of whether transport should be fare-free for women, whether we should have subsidies. There's anecdotal evidence that it is benefiting resource-poor women. We still don't have substantial data to understand how this is moving. So with this, I think I just wanted to lay out 10 major points that will hopefully provide some discussion and food for thought for all of us. But before we start, we've seen a lot of, we've seen the word inclusive being used quite a bit today. I'd love to hear from each of our panelists a word, a short phrase, an image. What does inclusive mean to you?
Well, thank you. Good morning to everyone. The word.
I don't think you can be heard again.
Good morning, everyone. Word inclusive, I feel, if everyone feels respected, valued, and comfortable in that, then we can call it inclusive.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. When we talk about the word inclusive, why do we only think about an environment which is created for men and in which women tend to be included? And why not the other way around? That an environment, a structure, any infrastructure, any facility created for women wherein men should be included. A food for thought.
Good point.
I also feel that over time I'm beginning to feel the word inclusive is a depoliticized word, and it sort of gives an easy way to say, let's do this, like exactly as Garima said, let's also include women, let's also include the elderly, let's also include. I think, the problem, especially why women are not part of so much, is because of patriarchy, so let's call it out.
So just to make sure that I think we touch upon all the aspects of inclusivity from the way I see it is, I think a system that really is catering to the needs of a wide variety of stakeholders. So that includes a system that is inclusive of people of different ages, certainly different gender, different ability, occupational needs. We've seen systems which can exclude, for instance, people carrying baskets and other things, certainly socioeconomic backgrounds, rich, poor, etc. Inclusive geographically, time-wise, people who are out of town, different languages.
Short phrase, Ranjit.
There's a comma in all of this, so it's still just one sentence. So yeah, inclusive means all of this. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. To keep it short, right? If I had to talk about inclusive, I think it's a system that leaves no one behind. I think that's how I'd define it, yeah.
All right, so some questions on the need for the word inclusive, whereas on the other spectrum we say a perspective that leaves no one behind. I'm going to start with another one, safe, and we'll start with Sudeep this time. Yeah.
Safety? Or just safe? All right.
Okay, safety, safe.
Yeah. A situation where there's no perception of threat in any kind.
So actually safe and perceived to be safe. And I think we say safety from physical injury, discomfort, harassment, and anxiety is what I would say.
I think, yeah, I would concur. It's really about fear, but then that fear of the lack of safety, which has implications on every other aspect of our lives.
Well, I'll agree. This is impacting decision making. A safe environment or a safe area would be wherein I don't have to think twice if I have to get up and walk out at whatever time of the day or night. It is irrespective of gender, age, caste, creed, class, etc.
We can consider an environment safe if we can feel that there is not going to be any harm or hurt, physical or emotional, then probably it will give a feeling of safety.
Thank you. So multiple perceptions or perspectives. Perception of safety as well as the experience and the freedom of choice, including impulsive decisions. No, I don't have to prepare and safety from wide variety of gender-based violence. Okay, so I think this helps us start off talking about how do we build these when we talk about public transport infrastructure and services. So I'll first start again with Ms. Garima. We have spoken a lot about gender disaggregated data. You know, its importance is realized. How have you used it in your work? Especially if you could reflect a little bit on the redesign of Chandni Chowk in Delhi. How was this data collected? And how did it inform the design of the street itself? And the third, impact. And of course, all of this in a short time.
Of course.
Yeah.
I would agree to one thing. There was no gender-based data collected while we were planning the redevelopment. But one thing which was very surprising, you know, which I learned during my experience in redevelopment of the stretch of the street, which was 1.3 kilometers, and we have just redeveloped the main stretch from Red Fort to Fatehpuri, and not the arterial roads, is that any kind of an urban mobility redesigning, redevelopment is done for four-wheelers or two-wheelers. Let us not talk about gender-based data here, but we were shocked to learn that we are designing our urban spaces for a population which is less than 3%. Less than 3%, you would agree, are the ones who use four-wheelers. And most of our urban spaces in modern times are designed for people who are using the four-wheelers or two-wheelers. While designing urban spaces, we are never keeping in mind that 75% of our population is still either walking or using public transport. So when we were designing the street, that was the idea in my mind. But let me tell you, we had to face resistance. We are still in the process of facing resistance, because surprisingly, our own people, when they travel abroad, they would not mind walking for kilometers. But on this 1.3 kilometer stretch, wherein we have various places wherein they can park their vehicles, 2 metro stations, also the availability of manual rickshaws, people do not want to walk. My experience is, on a hot sunny day, we went on an inspection of Chandni Chowk when the whole street was being redeveloped, and I could see the cycle rickshaws queuing one after the other, and perfectly healthy young people sitting on the rickshaws. And they would not mind waiting in the rickshaw for 40 minutes, 1 hour, till the time that inspection was going on, and they were like made to stop on the street. They would not get down and walk for even 300 meters. And I agree, women walk more. A, because I think most of the employed women are in the proximity of where they stay. They feel it is safer to walk than to use the public transport in our country. And this is even after when we have a fare-free transportation. I'm talking about Delhi because I have served in the capacity of Managing Director, Delhi Tourism Corporation, and Special Commissioner Transport, so I know that pink slips have their own problem. It has definitely increased the women using public transport, but not made them feel safe.
Okay. So reallocating road space in order for the street to become better for pedestrians. And it seems that perhaps if there are cycle rickshaws and e-rickshaws, it is okay if they are on the road as well, perhaps. Over to you, Kalpana, because I think as far as we're moving, we're talking about streets as an important mode of first and last mile, right? Safety Pin has done extensive work in 30 cities globally, and I think multiple cities in India. Maybe because we are talking about Delhi, we are all here. Can you help us understand the process, because you've done both a before and after study in Delhi and when you were doing the work around rectification of dark spots, process and impact.
Yeah, thank you, Sonal, and thank you to everyone here. I think the point that Garima made is really central to understanding data also. It is that the city is not designed for the person on her feet, you know, and I think that is a serious problem. So the work that we've done actually has been with the Department of WCD and other departments. So I think, so what we did was, the first one was to really do an entire mapping of the city using our different apps, as well as generating crowdsourced data through our My Safety Pin app and getting users of public transport and users of the city to point out where they feel unsafe, where lighting is poor, where walkability is poor. And I think in the earlier panel someone mentioned that public transport and public spaces are interlinked. You cannot fix mobility unless you look at public space as well. So they're not two separate things. In Delhi, what we were able to do in our study was actually, we identified nearly 7,500 dark spots across the city. And really, the department coordinated this with all the other departments of the Delhi government, because as you know, it's a very fragmented architecture. So there are nearly 15 departments who fix lights in the city. So, you know, to just do that coordination required that political will to take it forward. And when we were requested to do an audit again in 2019, we did find that of the original 7,500, more than 5,000 had been fixed. There were some other new dark spots, but that original number had reduced a great amount. Now that is a data point that is very stark and visible. We also went to the ground and spoke to women, spoke to vendors, spoke to others to see has the change made an impact. We weren't able to go all over the city, but to some extent. And we are now looking at doing another audit to see, now after 3 years, I mean, COVID happened in between, we know the things, the city infrastructure changed, now that people are back on the streets, how do we do it? And we must measure impact, you're right, because we need to see, does this impact the woman on the street? You know, because when we, and one of the things I've realized through this work is actually, if you build a city that is walkable, you are building a city that is safe for women. And similarly, if you are looking at safety of women, you will address walkability. They're almost interchangeable because the parameters of both are the same. You need good lighting, you need good space to walk, you need eyes on the street. We don't want deserted streets, we want activity on the streets. We need natural surveillance over and above CCTV cameras. So even around mobility, we've also done work at metro stations to look at last mile connectivity, to look at infrastructure. Because it is true, in the Delhi metro, with the women's compartment, and you know, just to, you didn't ask me, but just to quickly say that, yes, it is a temporary measure, but it is a necessary measure till we come to a more gender-just world, so that women are able to move around. But we do know when you get off the metro, you have to walk back home, you have to take a taxi or someone picks you up. That infrastructure is not yet robust enough for safety, and that is what needs to be addressed. So we're really looking at taking forward some of those.
Fantastic. Really looking towards the findings on impact and how addressing some of the dark spots is also increasing women's, do women spend more time in public spaces? What is their perception of improved safety? So really looking forward to that. I'm going to come to Mr. Manoj, sir. Mumbai is investing in an extensive network of metro rail systems. Could you help us understand, again, how and in what way are you collecting gender disaggregated data and how is it informing your operations?
Well, in the context of Mumbai, first of all, actually we have to understand that commuting is a very big challenge in Mumbai. As we all know, Mumbai has a very efficient suburban train system, but somehow over the years it is overcrowded and it is longitudinally located and doesn't serve many of the adjoining areas. Similarly, Mumbai is having a very good bus network also. But again, it is also overcrowded, and there is so much of traffic on the road that during the peak hours, buses are just crawling. So, metro system is the real answer for Mumbai. Unfortunately, Mumbai has lagged behind in starting the development of metro system. But good thing is that now it is in place, and a very comprehensive network plan is there, and work has started on many lines. So Mumbai can look forward to a very good time ahead after 5-6 years when all these corridors will be functional. So this will be going to be very useful for, and Mumbai, as we all know, both male, female, everyone has to move. There is, and you has to use public transport, because many times you cannot, most of the time you cannot depend on your four-wheelers for covering long distances. Coming to the various studies, etc., a lot of studies have been done while planning for the infrastructure, and those studies which have been done by various reputed organizations, that data has immensely helped in designing the infrastructure. Coming to like first and last mile connectivity, all that data has been extensively used while planning the same. And if you see the new metro stations which are coming up in Mumbai, they have dedicated, just below the at road level, they have dedicated lanes for buses, autos, taxis, and there is especially a department is there with MMRDA, which is coordinating with all transport agencies and other stakeholders to provide the solutions for first and last mile connectivity. Similarly, a lot of details have been gone into while planning entry and exit to the station, so that, and same is with the footpath also, wider footpaths, then smooth entry and exit to the station. If one has to go other side of the road, then FOBs and maybe some nearby places, stations or something, foot over bridges to connect to those places. So that way connectivity also, a lot of care has been taken. And inside the stations, on the platforms, as we all know, we want to make them very safe and secure. So while planning for the stations, the security, and I am happy to share, there has been emphasis on having female staff also on roll. At present, we have some 27% staff, but as the system is going to expand, we hope we will strengthen this number. And also like that safety, security, a lot of CCTV coverage, and almost every nook and corner of the station is covered through the CCTV network. So a lot of things are being done in this respect. And I hope as the metro expands in Mumbai, so it will provide a safe and secure transportation for all women, elderly, and everyone.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think one of the key pieces that you emphasized was that the metro system by itself should not be an island and is connected to the neighborhoods around where you expect your people to come from. Sudeep, over to you on the work that you have done on first and last mile connectivity and, again, data and impact.
Sure. So we have been working around last mile connectivity around metro stations for multiple cities, but along with that we have also been working quite closely with bus agencies and IPT providers. In all the cases, we have been looking at what are the influences and what are the challenges, what are the parameters that influence modal choice and what are the big challenges identified there. And we've been looking at disaggregated data, especially for the last mile studies. And we found that there is a very different approach to what modal choices the women passengers make versus the male passengers make. For shorter distances, women passengers will prefer three-wheelers essentially because there's a safety factor, and also because there's a the way they trip chain. Up to 5 kilometers, that is the characteristic. But when you go beyond 5 kilometers, when auto rickshaws become a lot more expensive, women have to take, there isn't too many other choices, women have to take buses. So there is a uptake on buses. So one thing that does come clear from these studies is that you do essentially need a wide variety of last mile options made available at stations. That's one thing that is a good that's an essential takeaway. The second essential takeaway is that if you are looking to provide a service that is that also addresses the trip patterns of women passengers, then you have to consider a few things, such as when you trip chain and you're breaking your 7-kilometer trips into 3 different trips, there's a huge implication on the cost. Right? There is something called your transfer penalty, or basically paying that base fare again and again. So you do need a system. Where you are able to, where you have a predictable, you have a predictable frequency, you have a predictable quality, but also a predictable cost. So that's something that we're really experimenting with to see if we can get services that are able to run fixed routes, smaller services, not necessarily buses, but smaller services that can run fixed services, that can aggregate travel patterns for the women passengers so that they can share the cost, and you also have some sort of a flat fare system. With the buses, one of the key aspects, and actually for all transit systems, one of the key aspects that emerge is that not knowing when your bus is going to come increases your wait time at the bus stops. Now that's a high anxiety situation. That's a high anxiety situation for many women passengers. How do we make that a little bit more predictable? How is that information made available so that they're able to plan their, trip in a manner that they don't have to have long waits at a bus stop, which may not be safe. There are some bus agencies who have also adopted that after dark, women co-passengers can get off wherever they'd like to get off. It doesn't have to get off at the bus stop. So these are some of the things that are being considered. The access to the metro stations is a huge aspect. The way male passengers look at mapping their route to the metro station might be the most direct way, but it's not even comparable to the way women passengers look at it. It's the safest way, and that safest way may mean that they will take a very roundabout route to get to the station. So these are things that really do need to be addressed, especially when we're looking at these focus areas of transit, where transit markets, etc., where you will expect a lot of women to access.
Are any of these initiatives under implementation right now? Can you just
So we are implementing a model with a electric three-wheeler, where it is essentially a flat fare, and they try and collate the trips before they enter into the rickshaw.
Pre-planning.
Yeah, pre-plan the trips so that you can kind of club women drivers to women passengers, or at least women passengers all traveling together. That cost decreases considerably, and that's a huge factor, right? I mean, how much you can access because of affordable services.
Okay, all right. Look forward to seeing the results of this pilot soon. One thing that we observe when we talk about request to stop service is there are regulatory challenges to implementation. For example, because buses operate on the stage carriage permit, they are not allowed by law to stop between bus stops. So I think when we come to implementation, we realize that there are many more layers that really need to be addressed. Coming to buses, and coming to you, Ranjit, Parisar conducted a study on gender mobility in Pune. You've also been an advocate for increasing attention and ambition towards bus-based public transport. Some key data points and recommendations and impact, if anything, is under implementation.
So nothing under implementation.
Sure.
But what I do want to point out, just having worked, I think, a little bit with public transport service providers and governments in general, local governments, that, and this is a point that I think Madhav made earlier on the panel, that I don't know or I can't say with any level of certainty or confidence that decisions are actually data-driven or evidence-based in any case. And therefore, I just want to caution that our obsession with data is something that needs to be contextualized. I'm not denying that, I agree that we still need the data, we need disaggregated data, but we also have to think about the fact that this data, currently no data is being used by decision-making bodies in any case. Decision-making is largely based on economic, financial perspective and also political and vested interests and aspirational interests, etc. So it's not, and which is why, as Madhav said, the only time that data is actually collected by a city is when you're planning a large infrastructure project. And I don't know what has been happening in Mumbai, but if you look at the DMRC DPRs, they're not doing any gender disaggregated data, partly because in any case that data is not being used in decision making in any case, because the decision to make the metro is already been made, for instance, as an example. And so if you look at public transport service providers, they are not collecting, forget about gender disaggregated data, they're not even collecting general commuter data, which is what Madhav also mentioned. You know, it's not as if BEST or PMPML are sort of doing, forget annual, but maybe even every 2 years or 3 years, they're just interested in knowing what their commuters are doing, how are they traveling, where are they going. Because they're not, I think, I'm not very sure about this, but I think because they're not using data, they're not very good at collecting data. And they don't know what to do with data, so there is a very little translation of data into intelligent decision making, because data is one thing, then I have to make sense of that data and then translate that into decision making. And all of that is rather, it's all fuzzy. So which is why you will notice that a lot of data is being gathered by entities that are not actually the service providers themselves. And so we also need to think about the decision-making process, whether it is data-driven, evidence-based, and how we can push those decisions to be more data-driven and evidence-based. And which is why you often find public transport companies taking up safety issues or measures that are, say, women-friendly, which are done in a very ad hoc manner, because that's exactly how they do all decision-making. It's not just the gender decision-making. All decision-making is ad hoc, largely ad hoc. And so therefore you will have things like cameras in buses, or you will have women-only buses, but you'll do women-only buses without even doing a quick survey to find out when are women traveling, how are they traveling, when do they want to travel, is this really something that... And then you introduce a women's-only bus, and then it doesn't work. And so then either it's made open to men, or that it is scrapped, or the narrative becomes, oh, there was a women-only bus, but there was no uptake of that service by women. And largely it's because I think data-driven and evidence-based decision-making is not the way that our public transport, but quite frankly, if I elevate that, then even larger transport planning is also not being driven largely by data. So I'll just end there. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Very, very controversial ones, but did you want to talk a little bit about your study, which did collect data in Pune? I think it will be useful to get some geographic diversity as well.
So, I mean, quite frankly, the larger themes that emerge everywhere were also found reflected in our study. So, of course, we found that women are resource constrained both in terms of affordability, in terms of time. We also found that trip chaining happens. They are walking more, they're using public transport more. Actually, a more recent study, because Parisar is also working with WRI on infant, toddler, and caregiver-based project, and actually that data is much more recent, and which also shows that, because the caregiver category is not entirely women, but largely constitutes women, and of course the data that, again, it showed that women or caregivers, along with their small children, very small children, are largely walking, are largely using public transport. There was also a slightly more geographical information in that study, which showed that as a caregiver, you're often accessing public health centers, Anganwadis, parks. So these are the preferred locations where they are traveling. And I think, as one of the earlier speakers said, having compact and walkable neighborhoods and access to these preferred destinations, if that's within a shorter scope of walking, then that definitely helps this particular group of people who are commuting.
Sure. Okay. So I think we're clearly seeing that we're still probably to a large extent at the data stage, and moving from data or ideas to action is still taking time. Coming to perhaps, I think, sir, like you mentioned about, you said that the Mumbai Metro has 27% of women in its workforce. Are you aiming to increase that ambition, and what are these initiatives to increase that share?
Okay. First of all, I would like to share, we have women in all the roles. We have station controllers, train operators, ticket selling and customer care officers, rolling stock maintainers, and even power supply and overhead equipment maintainers, and security, housekeeping, as well as, of course, finance and HR. So women we have got in all the roles, and as we feel that station will be, ladies, women will feel more comfortable if we have more and more numbers of our own staff who are manning the stations. So in this regard, I'm happy to inform you that we have 2 stations in Mumbai Metro now, which are completely manned by women in all the 3 shifts. So our women staff is present in all the 3 shifts, so that the women can feel comfortable in our station premises. So that way, I think with the expansion of Mumbai Metro, which is going to take place in next few years, we are going to have even more women workforce in our team.
So for the benefit of those who don't know which stations these are, could you tell us?
These stations are, one is Exer and one is Akurli. Exer is in line 2A. Recently, this line was opened and then further extended. And there is another line which was opened and extended, that is line 7, and Akurli is located in line 7.
So we really, really look forward to seeing a lot more stations being operated completely by women, also hopefully gender minorities as well. I think it would be a good time to probably open up the panel for Q&A. Please give your name, organization, and question in brief. And who is it addressed to? That would be great. Wait, let me see. Can I see? No? Sure? A comment? Question, please. Question. Yeah, okay.
I am Vandana. Question to Sudeep. So you've done this big study on last mile and first mile connectivity. There are a lot of recommendations saying, can metro corporations tie up with ride-sharing companies to address this, because they are in a great position to address this gap, because if you have like a row of Rapido autos or Ola cabs, then it's an easy thing for women to quickly hail one and move on. So I keep seeing this recommendation. Do you know if this has been implemented, or somebody's thinking of in this direction?
Right. So the program that we are talking about, that we've been doing, is essentially looking at how we can get these startup solutions and integrate them with the metro services. So we have been creating this, we have been doing this over cities where we've asked the agencies to try out some of these solutions, because they address very specific sort of requirements of their passengers. Some of them have shown excellent they've shown excellent popularity amongst the commuters, and they've grown considerably. Some of them not so much. For example, we had a solution that looked at carpooling, where they rerouted the carpool route so that it could pick up at a station and pick up a passenger at a station and take it to the destination. But because of the unpredictability of when that vehicle may arrive, it wasn't so popular. But there were other solutions which, when available right at the station, was a lot more, especially in the morning peak when people have to get to the workplace at a particular time, it is hugely popular. So those are some of the things, the partnerships that we have been trying to enable, and it has actually caught on across a lot of metro networks across the country.
Any others?
Yeah, my first question to Mr. Manoj.
Name, please.
Okay, I'm Sarika and I'm from Nagaro. It's for all the metro developer or the metro organization actually. So when we talk about public transport, either it is metro or a bus route, we never thought of doing an area level planning about this last mile connectivity. Has any of your design along the metro station, 1 kilometer radius, people generally walk 1 kilometer, right? Have you done any kind of design, or it's always afterthought that how people are going to get into a metro station, how people are going to walk, or how we are ensuring safety of any gender along the transit corridor. So any thought on, planning this in the beginning only itself, a land use planning for this?
Definitely, ma'am, there has been an attempt to address these issues. As I mentioned, there is one department created specifically for this purpose, MMI, Multimodal Integration Department. So they are, while that road level planning is being considered along with the development of the metro station, and there is an effort to develop the footpaths also along with the development of the metro station, and also like a lot of road level facilities are being relocated, like bus stops. A lot of bus stops have been relocated to facilitate access to the metro stations. So, well, there has been effort, and there may be much more required to be done, but this issue was there in mind.
Good to know, but again, again, as Ranjit said that, in the design stage only, that is where we are lacking, that is the gap. So why, when we are designing a metro corridor or a bus route, why we are not looking into this? That is the main problem, right? That's why metro has been built, fancy station has been built, lot of shops has been there in the metro station, but the basic thing where we can walk to a metro station is not there. So that's the main question. It is not in our master planning of metro for sure. So how
well, I can say in Mumbai Metro that the network which is planned, this is an integral part of it. So at least this I mean, issue is being addressed along with the development of a metro. And like as I said, metro has started late in Mumbai, but the planning is quite comprehensive, and this issue is definitely an integral part of the planning.
I believe in the first phase, the first and the improvement of the footpaths was probably 100 meters. We hope so that radius has increased a little bit as well. Because I think people in Mumbai walk very, very long distances in order to access public transport. Yeah.
Okay. Hi everybody, I'm Aishwarya from OMI Foundation. I have two questions, one to the entire panel and one to Ms. Gupta. Ma'am, the specific question to you is, Delhi has successfully implemented gender sensitization programs for transport workers in the state, be they auto drivers, truck drivers, taxi drivers, etc. Ma'am, are there any learnings in your capacity as a policymaker? Have you learned something that we can transfer to other states? How can we mainstream that? And the second question to the entire panel, any expert, if you could answer this, how do we get more public toilets, usable public toilets for women in the country? Can you as experts tell us if the Swachh Bharat mission is now going to have an urban focus? How can cities themselves do something about it? So if the experts could offer any thoughts on this.
Thank you. When you talk about the gender sensitization training, Delhi has taken up the work in collaboration with an NGO, Manas. And Manas has been providing this training to all the auto rickshaw and cab drivers. And the certification by Manas had been mandated before they could get their fitness certificate. That is one thing which can be replicated all across other states. This is in addition to the CCTVs and panic buttons, which have been already placed in the transport buses and cluster buses. We have a centralized command control center for it. And now we are thinking of planning. Most of the taxis also now have panic buttons in place, although the integration with 112 is to take place. It has not taken place in a full-blown manner, but it is on its way. So gender sensitization training by involving expertise from the groups or agencies who have been involved in this and treating it as a mandatory component to provide annual fitness certification can be one thing which can be replicated by other states. Also, in addition to that, we have had women drivers for the DTC and cluster buses. And as Sudeep said, that we are also doing the pilot project of training women drivers for the EVs and e-auto rickshaws to provide the last mile connectivity to women. So those are the two things which have happened in Delhi and which can be like a takeaway for the other states. Yeah.
Public toilet.
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean, thanks for the question. I think it's, and this was something for the past 15 years. I mean, when I was working with Jagori, which is an NGO in Delhi, we raised this issue at that time, that actually public toilets is a feminist issue. It actually, and I think the first panel also brought it up. I think we need a campaign mode to do this. I don't think it's just a matter of infrastructure. I think there is there's a problem in the way our toilets are maintained by people themselves, number one. So I think there's a campaign that is needed to be done to change the fact, how do we use toilets? Secondly, a lot of these are done in this, I think this PPP model. Now, it doesn't work everywhere. In some places it's worked, in some places we know it's really not worked. So I think there needs to be more oversight of the first P on the second P in order to make sure that this works. Number three, I think the location and the design of public toilets is something we haven't looked at all. The access to the public toilet, like we're talking about access to a metro station, where is the public toilet located? Can I walk there at 7 o'clock in the evening if it's a road where there is, you know, there's a liquor shop right outside, there are groups of men, you know, sort of loitering. I mean, really, I don't think I have any problem with men loitering. It's just that I don't want it to come across that, you know, I think every time we talk about loitering, it's just that it becomes a threat perception to women. And I think that's the problem. Then I think the maintenance of toilets, the access to the toilets, and the design of the toilets. One of the things we have been saying for a while is that the entrance to the male and female toilet cannot be actually right next to each other, because you can look in. And that has also become a problem. You know, I think that's something we need to, and there are global standards, global kind of examples of better practices on building toilets. So I think there's a lot of change and real sort of an entire sort of campaign mode we need to get into to say that public toilets is an issue that we need to deal with as a country, as a community. And in this country, we know that money has been spent on campaigns. I think we need a campaign on women's safety, we need a campaign on public toilets. Let's have campaigns on things that really impact our lives. Thank you.
Can I add? Because, you know, I would totally agree with what Kalpana is saying, because that is my experience in public toilets from two sectors. That is, I have worked as Deputy Commissioner in the Municipal Corporation, and now as CEO of the Delhi Urban Shelter Improvement Board. We are responsible for providing the toilet facilities to the JJ clusters and the slum clusters. So when you talk about accessibility and design, most of the places in Delhi are not connected. I'm talking about Delhi in particular. We do not have a sewerage system in place. So most of the time we have cubicles which are installed across the roadside, on the roadside, especially around the ring road. The designing is pathetic, and we have given it to the agencies to maintain. The agency will put a person who will lock the toilet and go away at 11 p.m. in the night and will not come till 8 a.m. in the morning, wherein in the terms and conditions we specifically add that one toilet for men and one toilet for females have to be open throughout the night. But to ensure, you know, we cater to 25% of the homeless population of the country, and most of the people are living in tenements, wherein the toilet facility for women in night is a big problem. And imagine a lot of pregnant women and the women who are undergoing menstruation cycle, they have no access to toilet from 11 to 8, and the problem is real. And I'm looking for ways to ensure that it is available to them. Thank you.
No, I think I just wanted to add, it seems that there are public toilets. Is it about new ones or ensuring that the existing ones work in the first place as well? So I'm going to take this moment to now move to the next piece, which is, we've talked about individual, we are very close to time. If Harshita permits me, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, then I'm really short. I left the panel, the whole workshop, but when we're talking about inclusivity, we should also mention one group of people, and that's people who are physically challenged, and we have not properly mentioned that. So I think we should include them in the whole planning process. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think all of us would agree certainly on this. Moving from single interventions to ensuring that gender is an integral part of urban transport decision making. How can we get there? So maybe I'll start with you, Ranjit, first. Yeah.
I'm going to take a slightly different tack on this, and which is this, and I just wanted to mention this because it's sort of something that's really bothering me. I think that we will have more gender inclusive transport systems when overall the transport system is much better than what it is now. And that's the point that I want to make, is that women are going to suffer terribly and continue to suffer terribly because they're mainly walking, using public transport, and somebody said also using a lot of paratransit. And these are in fact the three most neglected modes in any city. And so they are budget constrained, there is very little quantity of public transport, footpaths are terrible, paratransit is unregulated. And so when you have this situation, the brunt of that is going to be borne by, in fact, women who will suffer the most. So if there's a congested bus, because there aren't enough buses, and buses are infrequent, they're unreliable, then as we learned, because of the way women travel and because of certain other circumstances, they will suffer the most and they will get most horribly pushed out of the system. Same thing is going to happen with people with disabilities. They're the ones who are going to suffer most terribly because the buses are crowded, you can't get into them, and so on and so forth. Same thing with senior citizens, and same thing with women traveling with, let's say, small children. And so, while, and I know this point was raised, while we could have interventions such as segregated transport for women, which are, as Kalpana rightly said, could be intermediate steps because we don't have that larger system. Similarly, one can talk about more gender inclusive systems in the intermediate, but unless we really move away, and we're saying this now, what, after, Sonal, after 2005 or 6 when NUTP came out and we thought, oh, now this country is going to move towards a regime of more public transport, more walkability, moving people, not vehicles. And today where we are, I think we're not seeing that sort of really work out the way we thought it was. And so we still have too many cities with no public transport. We're still focusing maybe sometimes when you're thinking Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, etc. But I come from Maharashtra. There are 27 municipal corporations. Only 5 cities have any formal public transport at all inadequate. Cities like Solapur, 1 million population, not a single bus. I mean, how are women going to travel in a city like this? There is no public transport whatsoever. So there are no state mandates that public transport has to be provided. It has to be of a certain quantity. Budgetary allocations are being made. And until then, we are trying to squeeze out something for women, something for persons with disability, in a system which is already extremely stressed and extremely overloaded. And Mr. Joshi also talked about the fact that how Mumbai, any system in Mumbai, is already stressed to its breaking point. And therefore, to provide something for women, for people with disabilities, anybody who is not an able-bodied man, becomes a real challenge because the system just can't cater to anybody outside of that and they're barely catering to the needs of an able-bodied young man. So it becomes, I think, very, very challenging. Even when you have a sensitive administrator, even when you have a sensitive champion, a political champion, and they're willing to do something, I think the system itself is just so starved right now of political attention, of funds. And sorry to say, we're still investing far too much money on roads and flyovers and coastal roads and what have you. And that is where all the attention is. And so in the short term, I really despair for how do we make our systems, as you started off with, more inclusive and safer if we don't have this paradigm shift towards public transport, walking, and cycling, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Focus on improving the system first. I think there might be some questions around what does quality mean when you say high quality and from whose perspective, and therefore maybe that also comes in. Over to you, Sudeep.
Just to build off your point, I think there is an opportunity. As we how do I frame this? Okay, as we are looking to improve transit services, which we are in some ways in India, and as we plan for the budgets, etc., I think there is a huge opportunity to build some of these factors in. To essentially earmark certain amount of budgets to be utilized, to make sure that there is a sensitization process, there is a certain amount of employee percentage that is also, representative in some manner. I think there is a huge opportunity there for some sort of a reform in the sector. The reason that we are in this kind of a situation is that I think Sudhendu sir had mentioned it in the earlier panel, that it's men designing spaces for men, and there's absolute blindness on what are the different other lenses that need to be looked at. And I think that is something that needs to change considerably. So that incentivizing of change and just general sensitization are two key factors that I think needs happening.
Yeah, change in who is planning, and then sensitization, capacity development is what I'm hearing as well. To you, Mr. Manoj.
Here I tend to agree with Mr. Ranjit, actually, that availability of alternate modes is very important. If these modes are not available, then I mean there will be no space for people to travel. So availability of good modes of transportation, adequate capacity, and of course planning for requirement of all stakeholders, these will be important, and this issue can be addressed comprehensively only when we are able to put in all these things in place.
Over to you, Ms. Gupta. What is the question? How do we institutionalize gender in urban transport decision making that moves away from singular initiatives, you know, singular projects, singular initiatives?
First of all, why do we need to always bring in that gender sensitization has to happen? I already feel that, you know, we are, as I have heard other panelists say, that it is a stress system. We are trying to create facilities. First of all, we have to move away from creation of facilities for a lesser segment of people. We have no database decision making, which is absolutely correct. So as a policy maker, I would say that we have to be changing with the situation which we have at hand and then decide. We have various policy initiatives, but they are very niche, they are very small, and they are at very pilot level. And we are not having enough amount of, they are not budgeted properly. If I may say, we are using a major part of our budget for either advertisement or capital creation into infrastructure, which does not cater to the lesser, the segment of the society which needs it more. I mean, I don't have a word to, you know, say, a specific word to say that. I would not like to say women. I would not like to say senior citizens. But then there are certain segments of the society who need to be kept in mind while we are allotting budget, allocating budget. Now, gender sensitive budget has not, you know, we have all kind of fund available. We have all kind of, post the Nirbhaya, we had the Nirbhaya fund. But what was the utilization of the Nirbhaya fund? Because I am Secretary WCD. The entire fund with the Nirbhaya fund was, which was with the Delhi, was given to Delhi police. Now, if you see the utilization of the Nirbhaya fund, in what way have we utilized that fund for creation of safe spaces? I've worked with the safety pin for creation of illumination of dark spots, and whatever Ms. Kalpana has done, we are taking it forward when Honorable Lieutenant Governor reviews it in the Women's Safety meeting. There are issues. There are various agencies for installation of these street lights. Most of the places cannot be illuminated because they are private walls and there is no public space for putting the street light on. Whereas we may go for an audit of how impactful those 7,500 or 5,000 spots out of 7,500 have been illuminated. But when we go to the farmhouse areas in South Delhi, you would see that whatever is illuminated is inside the farmhouse. On the street, there is no illumination. And also I would like to question, why do we look for only illumination of dark spots? Which means that wherever there is a dark spot, there is a vulnerability. There is no change in the mindset. So how much will you illuminate? Where is that civic sense that even if there is a dark spot, the women will not be attacked? Or anybody who's weak for that matter will not be attacked. So these are the things which come to my mind as a policy maker. In whatever limited capacity and budget which is available to me. I mean, these are the core areas which trigger thoughts in my mind. So I would like you all to think about that aspect.
And I think I agree with Ranjit that the paradigm shift is needed. And that big paradigm shift is to move away from the automobile. But it is so deeply ingrained in the way that our cities are designed that it looks a bit hopeless sometimes. But having been working for many years, I do think social change is slow. It doesn't happen. So this paradigm shift is not going to happen in a sort of a very magical, transformative manner. It is going to be step by step. And for that step-by-step change, we do need data. I do agree with Ranjit, and I think others have also agreed that currently we are not doing data-driven decision-making. But when I look at this today, the whole day so far, how many people have spoken about women's safety and women's right to mobility? This was very different 10 years ago. There was just a few of us who were talking about this. So the data generated by many of us through surveys in city after city after city with very little money, but just our commitment has brought to light today that this is a problem. And I think that is what the role data can also play in addition to the thing. It can unravel an existing paradigm. It can unveil silences. And it can add to claims to the city. And beyond that, I think you're right, the Nirbhaya Fund has been there, but the Nirbhaya Fund has been a deep disappointment to women. Honestly, it has been given to police to put CCTV cameras. We are not asking for CCTV cameras. I'm sorry, as a woman, I'm going to sit here and say, we are not saying we want more CCTV cameras. Why do the police want CCTV cameras? They want it to solve crimes. Why is it coming from the Nirbhaya Fund? There's so many other funds to do that. But we must use it for improving public transport, for public spaces, for response to gender-based violence. That was what the Nirbhaya case was. At the end of the day, a very deeply disturbing case of gender-based violence. We're not mentioning those words. We're just, going over it. So I think we do need resources. It's not that resources are there and being used correctly, but we also need resources to go beyond pilots. Everyone is willing to do a pilot. I think we've had enough pilots. We know what works and doesn't. WRI has done it, ITDP has done it, you've done it, we've done it, everybody's done pilots. Now let's really expand that, Ragiri's done it. Let's put money to say, let's expand those pilots which we think will work, but really put resources and our commitment to make it work.
Super, fantastic. I think a very good way to probably wrap up this discussion. One, need for a paradigm shift towards away from automobiles. That is the first one. Two, really hearing two key pieces, the need for resources and for capacity to ensure that these resources are effectively utilized and therefore measured. I think data is going to keep coming ahead, is going to keep coming again and again, precisely because we just don't have sufficient data. I'm going to pick up on something that Madhav also mentioned earlier, is we do have tools. We did have the comprehensive mobility plans. There were so many opportunities to institutionalize gender, age, income disaggregated data and also report it. So no easy answers, still in ideas, need to move to scalable action. So with this, I'd like to thank all our panelists and look forward to the next session. And before you leave, may we take a photograph together? Correct. Yeah.
Just a quick token of appreciation for all the speakers.
Delhi mein ho. You pass on? Yeah. Oh.
Acha, one with that. Huh?
Maybe we can pass it. That might be probably easier. Done? Yeah, for Sonal. Yeah. Thank you. Sure. Do we need one with this? Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Great. It was a very interesting session, a lot of food for thought, and very good articulation of problems and challenges and the importance of data to address some of these challenges. What we have next is also very interesting. There is a lot of interesting initiatives, a lot of interesting work that is being done in different quarters that is trying or attempting to make gender inclusive mobility. What we're going to do now is we are going to look at some of these examples. Over the next 30 minutes, we're going to have 3 presentations, but with very interesting content. I'd like to invite the speakers on stage for this. Can I request Krishna Desai, the technical expert of GIZ, Sonal Shah again from Urban Catalysts, and Harshita Jamba, Program Manager of Integrated Transport at WRI India, to be on stage.
डन कुछ करना है इसमें और कुछ नहीं करना बस ओपन करना या फिर इसको फुल स्क्रीन करना है बस ये आप कर लीजिए यहाँ से अच्छा नहीं एक सेकेंड ना व्यू फुल स्क्रीन यस डिस्प्ले करानी है यहाँ पर एक बार करनी नहीं है एक्सटेंड करा दे यही है ना वही है ये डिस्कनेक्ट कर दीजिए ये वो पेस्ट कर लिया सीमेंट चल रहा है नहीं उससे चल रहा है अभी है वो
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Krishna Desai, a technical expert from the Sustainable Urban Mobility Project, GIZ. So today I'm here to present a few initiatives that we have taken up in our previous project, which is the Integrated Sustainable Urban Transport for Smart Cities in India.
Can I request people to seat themselves, please?
Got half an hour and then we are going for lunch.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes and then there's lunch.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm having. Can you tell him I'm having no control at all? Not able to control. We want this out.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Krishna Desai, technical expert from the Sustainable Urban Mobility Project of GIZ India. Today, I'm here to present a few initiatives that we have implemented in our partner cities under the Integrated Sustainable Urban Transport Projects, which was there from 2017 to 2022. So I think in the previous sessions, we have talked about the issues with regard to gender and mobility, the issues regarding women's safety in public transport, how very few women are there in the transport sector, the issues of gender inclusion in transport sector, and of course the issue of data related to gender disaggregated data in transport sector. I think we'll be able to showcase few of the initiatives that we have taken. So the Smart SUT project, or the Integrated Sustainable Urban Transport project, is a technical cooperation project which was commissioned by BMZ as part of the Green Urban Mobility Partnership between India and Germany. The objective of the project was to improve the planning and implementation of sustainable urban projects in select cities of India, and was implemented by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and GIZ. So under the Smart SUT project, we have had initiatives under different thematic areas, which includes training and capacity building, road safety, big data, non-motorized transport, reducing GHG emissions, public transport improvements, multimodal integration, and inclusive mobility. So across all these areas, we have tried to have the aspects of gender inclusion and social aspects in some way or the other. With an aim to mainstream gender in the transport sector, we have tried to work towards gender inclusion in transport sector, training and capacity building, and data collection. So the first initiative, I think, which you must have heard about, is the gender inclusion in the first and last mile connectivity in the capital region urban transport Bhubaneswar, the Mo E-Ride. So under this initiative, we had supported the capital region urban transport in procuring around 80 autos. As part of this initiative, 120 women and transgender were hired and trained to drive the electric rickshaws in Bhubaneswar. The beneficiaries identified were also provided training with respect to driver training, emergency handling, public relations, operations and maintenance, passenger management, and the organization rules and training. With an aim of acceptance of this initiative, campaigns have also been undertaken so that there is no issue with regard to acceptance of women and transgender as drivers for this electric rickshaws. The second initiative is the cycle training for women in Kochi, where more than 700 high school girls and women from low-income families were provided with cycle training with an idea to give them an affordable and sustainable mode of independent commute. We also undertook a survey in which we came to know that 34% of the trained women have shifted to cycles for their commute, and 1 out of 4 unemployed women of the trained women under the program had found a job after the training. We have also come across a similar initiative that DALT has taken up in the recent days, where they are inviting women and girls in Bangalore for cycle training. Another initiative is the gender-sensitive training, where around 1,200 members from the bus crew of CROT and Orissa State Road Transportation were trained on passenger-friendly approaches and gender sensitization. During the COVID times, we had started a training program called Bus Pathshala, in which around 14 days of training was provided to the crew members. Under this 14 days of training, we had also included a gender sensitization training. In Kerala, with an objective to identify the issues that women face while traveling in public transport, we had undertook focus group discussions and perception surveys of around 1,600 women in 3 cities of Kerala. Based on the responses of these interviews and perception surveys, we formulated these 5 reforms which can help in improving the safety of women in public transportation system. The first one is setting up a nodal agency with an objective to coordinate and monitor between the different public transport agencies, and can help in collection of data, maintaining data records, analyzing those data to move towards action plans, strategizing way towards women inclusion, and also preparation of statutory plans which can include gender aspects. The second reform is the women inclusion in transport sector. The current qualification criteria which are there for hiring of manpower, a review of these criteria needs to be undertaken so as to encourage inclusion of women in transport sector. Training and awareness campaigns towards zero harassment in public transport, and gender sensitization training of first-line staff, collection of gender disaggregated data. There needs to be collection of data with regard to various parameters, which includes ticketing data, harassment incidents, data on women employment, and the data collected under comprehensive mobility plans. While the data is being collected, we need to analyze it on a disaggregated basis so that we can generate parameters such as trip rates, trip lengths, modal share in a disaggregated manner. And developing gender-responsive infrastructure. We already have the urban bus specifications ready. However, most of the buses procured do not follow the urban bus specifications. So these are some of the infrastructure systems that can be developed in a gender-responsive way. Coming to the problem of data, which Sonal says. So we have in Bhubaneswar and in the Kerala State Transport Corporation, they have initiated the gender ticketing, under which the electronic ticketing systems have been programmed so as to categorize the tickets as male and female. With this, the data that is generated, we can get gendered data on the female ridership, hourly distribution of ridership, and the stopwise boarding and alighting. With this data, you can plan the services based on the female ridership. You can deploy drivers, conductors, marshals based on the riderships that you see across the hour. You can even schedule early on late services and prioritize infrastructure development. Thank you.
If you have any questions for Krishna, do you want to set up the next presentation? If you have any questions for Krishna, please make a note and we can take all of them together. So I'll be quickly talking about the work that WRI has done in Mumbai. This is very closely with the MMRDA. What we had done was, when the first line this is with the first line of the Mumbai Metro, the line that connects Ghatkopar to Versova, a very crucial link connecting the east and the west of the city. Thank you. So just to give you a very quick context of of the line 1. This was done in 2021. This is the blue colored line is where we had collected data. So from our discussions today, we do realize that, you know, the version of safety which has been discussed throughout, I mean, the version of safety or the version of gender and mobility which has been discussed over like almost a decade now is very templatized, right? We talk about segregating women in a particular carriage or just allocating a few seats for them. We have CCTV cameras and we focus on a few other initiatives that everyone really does. So it's a templatized version of safety which people and agencies adopt likewise. So what we did was fairly simple. We did 3 things. The first thing we did was we counted women. What we did was we had people collecting data of men and women entering and exiting stations every 15 minutes. So we just started with that. We figured that at any given point in time, the Mumbai Metro 1 sees 30% of ridership as women, 31%. Now, there's a lot of interesting things that you can do with this data, right? If there are, now you can distribute it throughout the day. You can figure at peak how many women are using it. You can figure off peak how many men and women are using the metro line. And that is what we did. So the metro share, the ridership through the day, it peaked at 36% in the evening from 5:30 to 7:30. Now, we'll also show you along the presentation how is it when you collect traditional commuter data versus gender disaggregated data. So all of these entrances that you see are data entries and exits. So there are 5 entries and exits to this particular metro station, and those are the numbers of people entering throughout the day, right? If you do a gender disaggregated commuter data, you also know how many men and women are entering from which particular gate, using the elevator or using the not the staircase, the escalator. Thank you. The escalator, right? So you will also figure later that, you know, they also have a preference for the infrastructure type that they want to use and get into the station. The second thing we did was basically just ask women who were not using the metro, why is it that you're not using it? Okay, so these are trips along the Metro Line 1 that were done by women. 61% of the women, non-users of the metro, said that we can take the metro. So for the agency, it is great to know that, you know, there are a lot of riders that we haven't reached out to, but we can if we have all of these things sorted, which we'll figure. The third is we also figured who is using the metro. Now, in a traditional way of collecting data, you'd say, okay, metro is used for work trips, student trips, and non-workers. But if you collect gender disaggregated data, you actually know how many men and women are using it for work, students, and most of the non-workers are actually homemakers using the metro. So only if you know all of this is when you design inclusively, you design for the most vulnerable. And obviously, there were a lot of differences in the way men and women travel. This has been covered extensively, but women do a lot less social trips. They do a lot of medical visits or shopping, which is also called as caregiving. They go around with bags, ensure that they are assisting elderly or students. And this is something very interesting. In the traditional data collection, if we were to identify the purpose of travel in the metro, you have work, the second is visiting friends or family, and the third is education. But if you actually calculate all the mobility of work trips that are being made by women, it looks like that's the third reason, the third top reason why women are using it. But if we don't account for this data, then we don't account for trips which are being done for mobility of care. Again, preferred access infrastructure is something we covered. Access, the mode to access the metro. Perception of safety. So we also asked them, this was done the third wave of COVID. So when, women associated crowding with 35% of women associated crowding with harassment and inconvenience, while a lot of the men said, they're more concerned about COVID-19. The pink tax is something that a lot of the commuters have to pay. Now, as we've learned, most metro systems and other systems in transit are designed for an able-bodied man going from work A to B. Here we look at homemakers using the Mumbai Metro. So a 40-minute trip, 10 kilometers travel would cost someone, a able-bodied man or a woman using the metro for work, 100 rupees. What it does for homemakers, they don't travel as much and their work patterns are usually, they don't have established work patterns, because for every other day they can go today to pick up someone or to drop someone else. But for the same price and money, they have to pay an additional cost in terms of money and in terms of time. So that is what is called the pink tax. Now this is because that they use modes which are more expensive, because that gives them a perception of better safety, and they are usually, the time is because they usually travel off peak, and that is when your services are not as regular as otherwise. Okay. So when we ask them what are the improvements that you want to see, we again, if you look at it in a gender disaggregated way, you see that a lot of women said we want the metro to be safer, convenience, and then service quality, whereas for men, they 53% said convenience, service quality, and then safety. The third thing we did was we audited metro stations. So 10 metro stations over 200-meter catchment. These are from the Mumbai Metro, pictures from there. So what women perceived as safe were well-illuminated streets, active public places, and the presence of police. And unsafe were, of course, poor lighting, on-street parking, and all of these. What was convenient is multimodal integration, pedestrian infrastructure and activity zones, and inconvenient, of course, poor walking, no signage, etc. So what we did was we quickly mapped 200 meters of the metro station. We mapped elements of lighting and visibility, road safety, active edges on the street, and in terms of convenience, we mapped walking, cleanliness, multimodal integration, and access to activities. We have captured all of these locations on GPS and put them onto a sort of spatial dashboard. So if the agency wants to tomorrow say that near this metro station, I want to ensure that all my lights are working, then there is a tool device for this. Sorry, yes, that is about the project. The way forward, of course, is to use a lot of this data to scale it up, to address gaps in convenience, or addressing gaps to ensure safety and convenience for women, to make public transport more attractive for women, and ensuring that, we've got a platform for also intermodal and interdepartmental coordination, because a lot of the access of the metro and the agency who is running the metro is not the same. So, yeah. That is the GIFT project in Mumbai by WRI. Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise, if you have any questions, then we can take these questions towards the end. So now, sorry.
Would you like it from the PPT or the presentation? Presentation. There were two. This is the one that's it. The other one. No. We're good with this. Oh gosh. This is the one? Mm-hmm.
That happens. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I think what I'll do is share some of our work, which is one related to transport, but not directly. And we'll also talk about what we are doing outside India, and I'm hoping to emphasize the process a little bit more. So here, this is the work that we did in supporting Tbilisi City Hall, a city that has a gender working group, and what they wanted to do was really see how was the city for women. So it was, unfortunately, they were only looking at women, and they have a gender specialist in every department. So what we had to do was create a set of urban planning indicators that the city could use over a period of time to assess where they are and where they should go. we did about, because this was around COVID-19 and a little after, we were not able to travel, but have been fortunate to go to the city. What we found, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this process, is that this was a scenario where the city wants to understand how the city as a whole is working for women, but it was unclear how each sector could actually respond to the needs of women. So we used these online workshops to also build capacity of the gender specialists within the gender working group as well. And here I want to show we identified 12 sectors with 70 indicators. And there were big findings, because when we talk about compact cities, mixed-use development, one of the things that we also need to emphasize is, do we have infrastructure and amenities, for example, that address violence against women? Traditional transit-oriented development models do not factor that. Our urban planning standards may not have an understanding of how you provide for these. And I think this is something that brought our own attention as well, in order of what do you see, how does a city become responsive to women? So we had over about 70 indicators. The next step for the city is to identify, we had them create a survey, which they will now undertake in order to assess the perception of many of these facilities. The second one that I'm going to talk about is in Bangladesh, where we are working with the national government on creating a guideline for climate resilient, gender and socially inclusive public spaces. Now, we typically talk about public spaces, we focus on the design, we focus on what needs to be done, but in our conversations with the national government and secondary or smaller towns, so this is not your mega cities, these are towns that have a population from 11,000 to about a couple of lakhs or so, that the issue of how do you select a public open space? Does it depend on, does it depend on the mayor and his or her thought on what needs to be done, all the way to assessing it, and we identified the process, both for assessment and creation of a concept plan and a detailed plan, but also exploring implementation and maintenance models. I think maintenance is an often underexplored aspect. So this is just some of the assessments that we did. One, we went to a public open space and conducted an on-site exhibition and really invited people to prioritize what they would want. Conducted both participatory safety and accessibility audits that allowed people to have a conversation. In many of these towns, people may not have wheelchairs, right? They have other modes by which they are commuting because these are unaffordable. And then we use these to organize visioning workshops. Again, these were all convened by the cities, and here we use them, the on-site findings, the participatory audits to create to identify strategies and created concept plans, and then went back to get feedback on these plans as well. I've not shown you the design because to me, I think the process is more important rather than the design per se. And finally, we are here with the national government. These are senior decision makers in the national government in Bangladesh, where we actually discuss this entire process and use the guideline, one, to seek their feedback, but also to internalize it for them. This will now be used for public open space projects across 50 cities in the country. Lastly, I think while we try and work directly with decision makers, this is research that we did around COVID-19 using the city of Delhi, where we found there was not enough research being done on how COVID-19 had impacted resource-poor women's mobility. Very quickly, a diagram that shows how workforce participation is linked to public transport connectivity. And what we did is we found, we did phone surveys with resource-poor women, and we also had online surveys. And immediately see the difference. RPW is resource poor women, OSR is online survey respondents. And here we wanted to highlight the difference in the way that different groups of women travel as well, based on their travel patterns, based on the share of buses that they take, their mode of first and last mile, access to a vehicle, and what were they using to make payments. I won't get into the details, and I think this is probably the most important diagram for us. We have spoken about how we found that while resource poor women were using buses, their peak hour trips, 60% of their peak hour trips was actually by paratransit. Right? And I think this is the point that we are trying to make, is that do our public transport services cater to the peak travel for working women? And these are working women as well. I think lastly, we have some infographics for all of you. They are on our website. These are for anyone to use. I think we have a series of infographics that talk about how do you understand women's mobility, what are the key issues and recommendations for walking and cycling, bus-based transport, as well as paratransit and electric mobility. Thank you.
Great. So I'm now going to keep this too long. We have an opportunity to interact with everyone, but we'd like to take a few questions now, a couple of questions, should anyone have. Can someone hand the gentleman the mic, please? Your name and organization, please.
Hi, very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahul Banerjee, and I'm from Rise in the House, and good to see you, Krishna, again. If you remember, we met at the Norwegian embassy. So, Krishna, I remember one of your projects, Laghu, focused on how Indian policies, they do not allow women to access workforce participation, especially in the transportation sector. Can you please share that with us? What are your findings and how it has been changing since the last year we discussed it?
Hello. Yeah. So basically, when you look at the Motor Vehicles Act, what it says, it gives the requirement for conductors and drivers, the qualification requirements for conductors and drivers. So all these states have their own Motor Vehicles Act. Most of the states, if you read through the qualification requirement, it says he, and there is no mention of she, while the government is now saying that all the he will, wherever it is written he in the laws and legislations, it means he or she. But this is only a recent development. Previously, when we look at, basically these type of representation, they exclude women from even applying for these jobs. The second is the driver qualification requirement. So if you look at the height requirement which is there, if you will look at the number of years of experience, they generally require 3 years of experience to apply for a bus driver. So if you see these qualification criteria, you do not see women having such kind of qualification. And now you will see that many of the states have relaxed these qualification criteria. The Delhi Transport Corporation, the Karnataka, the transit agencies in Karnataka, they have reduced these qualification. They have reduced the height requirement. They are now introducing training programs for women to enter the workforce as bus drivers. So these are few of the initiatives that few of the state government has taken to include more women in the transport workforce. Yeah. So even if you look at the infrastructure systems, when you look at the bus, the steering, the driving, so these are not equipped. It is not very easy for women to drive these kind of bus which were used traditionally. Now that we are moving on to the electric buses are more easier to drive. So I think this also, the whole transition to electric mobility can also be seen as an opportunity to include more women into the transport workforce.
Just add to what she has to say. I think in the context of Delhi, earlier they had a criteria of 5 feet 5 inches for bus drivers, which was reduced because when you have, this is entry barrier, right, that you cannot apply because, and height has, and really in this time and age, why should height be a criteria? So they relaxed that. The second thing that they also did is, once you get a heavy commercial license, DTC will we'll train you for a period of a month or so, I think one month or more, so that you can train on their buses. And then you can also become a driver if everything is fine. So they go through the medical checks, etc. Earlier, if I'm not mistaken, the criteria was a heavy commercial license plus a certain number of years of experience. 3 years, right? Yeah, I wasn't sure. So these were some of the tangible changes. I'm forgetting what the number is now, but I believe that they have a target of 100 in the next few months. And I think, yeah, about so much. And I think a much more ambitious target, especially with the electric buses.
Hi, my question is to
Sorry, can you name and all?
This is Aishwarya Agrawal from OMI Foundation. My question is to you, Sonal, and it stems from all the previous sessions that we had and the importance of data that we are highlighting. As per my experience working with city authorities and municipal corporations, the main challenge that I have faced is they are not even aware what data to collect. That's first. Second is which department is responsible to collect what data, and thirdly, the lack of interdepartmental coordination when it comes to event data. So your thoughts on how we can address these three main, on-ground challenges.
Which is just to say that when you're collecting gender disaggregated data, is it useful to also have age and other parameters, or just male and female? And I don't know in Kochi if that's been done, but if you could also address that.
I think there is a lot of data already available in different ways and forms. We have we have time use data, which is telling us, for example, the share of women who step out at least once a day. We have NFHS data, which is telling you whether women are allowed to step out by themselves, and we can compare that over a period of time. I'm actually highlighting number of data sources that already exist. They may or may not always be at the city level. They may be at a district level as well. Now, coming to mobility data per se is, we do have, there was a time during the JNNURM reforms where we were preparing comprehensive mobility plans. It has also become a requirement for approval of any metro rail project. This is already being done. Now it can depend on who is doing in which city. In Bangalore, I believe that, I think this was BMRCL, which was responsible for preparing the CMP. There may be challenges, many challenges in this, but household level data is being collected. So this is an opportunity that can be leveraged, right? So that is one. I think, what else did you say? I'm sorry. Yeah. For implementation or for what?
For data collection.
Yeah. And I think that this is that challenge. I'm hoping that once we do have, because if you look at a public transport agency, they will look at public transport, they may not look at overall mobility data. To me, the comprehensive mobility plan is really that entry point where you can get comprehensive data on travel. Otherwise, it will get fragmented by mode. Another opportunity is, especially in cities that have effective UMTAs, they can become that agency that can commission household level data collection. But again, that happens through the process of preparation of a comprehensive mobility plan.
Thanks. Just to add, I think this study that we had done in Bombay, we had worked very closely with the agency. So at every given point of time, we wanted to understand how the agency can use this data. So we started with actually interviewing the Director Operations, Safety, etc. of MMOPL, the agency responsible for line 1, and also ticketing, right? So when we had this data, we analyzed it specifically for each of their departments to sensitize them and to make them understand how is this data can be institutionalized. For instance, in terms of security, they have a lot of these complaints that are very common. For instance, harassment outside this station, lighting's not great here. So one thing that we said, that if you can actually start keeping a record of that, and then gender disaggregated or not, you already know at 7:30 at this particular exit of the metro station doesn't look very safe. You can have actions that can, also for instance, the slide where we highlighted how homemakers travel so differently than your regular people who use the metro for work. Are you designing fair products which of course at peak it'll take care of your of peak hour, and it'll of course ensure mobility of women, and they will not have to no increased wait time for them as well. So this was a process which was done very hand in hand with the department, and the disaggregated data was we made sure that they could see value in how they can use it. So that is something that we did.
To answer Ranjit's question, age, income, and ability are very important. But for example, in the case of collecting data, ticket data in a public transport mode, I think when you work with decision makers, they're not even doing that. So to say, do gender, do age, is challenging. So at least I think let's start with the first step and emphasize gender while recognizing that these three key parameters are also important. So acknowledged.
Great. Very quick token of appreciation and very quick photo. But if anyone else has any other questions, feel free to interact with our speakers over lunch. We reconvene at 2:45 for a next roundtable session. Yeah, take a photo. You want the hashtag? No, forget it. Thank you. We reconvene at 2:45. Yeah.
sessions. We'll now be getting started with a roundtable discussion on ensuring a just and inclusive transition to e-mobility. I request all the speakers to please take their places. Now, while the speakers are taking their places, I just wanted to quickly introduce our moderators. For moderating this session, we have Aishwarya Raman, Executive Director, OMI Foundation, and Aparna Vijaykumar, Program Manager, Integrated Transport, WRI India. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Azra. Good afternoon to you all. It is a tough task to get everyone's attention after lunch, but we have a very powerful panel today and a great guest list as well. So I hope you enjoy this conversation and have good takeaways from it. Right. So today, I mean, we have had some great conversations in the morning with respect to designing better infrastructure for, I mean, bringing more gender inclusivity into mobility in India. We have also heard, we have also heard the Honorable Sherpa of India's and Nepal's G20 presidencies talking about women empowerment. So as we move through the day, we've looked at the design aspects. We will be looking at the project design aspect. And today, along with Aishwarya, we are presenting you with a roundtable on ensuring a just and inclusive transition to electric mobility, where the focus is on how do we leverage this transition to electric mobility that we are seeing in India as an opportunity to have more and more women participate in the workforce. So with that, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists for today who have joined us in person as well as online. We have Urda Erkhorst, Senior Project Director, GIZ. We have IB Rao, Distinguished Fellow, TERI. Archana Chauhan, Head National Electric Bus Program, CESL. Pramoda Gode, Senior Advisor, World Economic Forum. Akshima Ghate, Managing Director, RMI India. Swati Ganeshan, Rice Fellow, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Jay Bharati Adepalli, Founder and CEO, Movo Social Initiatives Foundation. Swati D'Souza, India Lead Analyst and Coordinator, International Energy Agency. Yogesh Kumar, Founder and CEO, Even Cargo. Himani Jain, Senior Program Lead, CEEW. Shikha Rokadia, Senior Researcher, ICCT. And my co-moderator, Aishwarya Raman, Executive Director, OMI Foundation. Yeah, and we have Shahana Chatraj, Director, Research Data and Innovation, WRI India. So we have a few of our panelists, Shahana, Jay Bharati, Akshima, and Urda joining us online. So just setting context to this conversation, you would have seen our concept note. We are looking at, we are at this turnstile of, decarbonization in India through electric mobility. And we are looking at this as an opportunity to improve women participation in the workforce. And our target is around 25% by 2025. And this essentially is, what the G20 presidency has been, is focusing on. So with that, we have a set of speakers who are with the government, who are enablers who are in the financing, industry, ecosystem sectors. And we also have esteemed speakers from the research, bringing in the research perspective as well. And we have a lot of our, we have participants from varied sectors, from grassroots organizations to policy, to very highly technical personnel who are part of us, part of our audience. So. With this kind of varied representation here, we would like to deep dive into how, what are some of the, key challenges, barriers in bringing women into the workforce, and also what are the potentials that electric mobility brings us. So to set the context, I would like to invite Aishwarya to present here.
Presentation for me.
Just give us a second. Sorry. Can Arvinda from the WRI team please come ahead? Sorry, this might just take 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry, while that happens, should we have a few questions? Yeah.
The presentation stays here.
So while we figure out the presentation part, perhaps Aparna, you want to start with the questions for panelists? Yeah, sure.
So, we initially had, we were expecting Mr. Lokesh Chandra, IAS, who is the General Manager of Best Undertaking, to join us. But just about 15 minutes, he said he wouldn't be able to join because, of course, it's a holiday in Maharashtra. So just wanted to bring in a perspective on some of the initiatives that, we are seeing in India in ensuring a just transition. So, for instance, the bigger picture is that CSL, through CSL, we are looking at 50,000 electric buses hitting Indian roads by 2030, procurement by 2030, most probably by 2032-35, we will have all of these buses on the road. So, with that, there is also this whole transition in business model in terms of bus agencies owning and operating buses to just regulating them. So bus agencies becoming more leaner and outsourcing most of the operations to operators, manufacturers, or even other aggregators. So we are seeing this whole change in business model as well. So how do you make sure that this kind of a change is handled in a just manner? Because bus agencies has always been mostly resource heavy. We've seen, they have a huge workforce in terms of drivers, conductors, and other maintenance staff who will now be rendered surplus when we are looking at this whole transition to an OPEX model. So what the Best Undertaking has done is to prepare an entire business development plan which looks at this whole change, which looks at this whole transition from being an operator to a regulator from a very human resource perspective. So essentially looking at, what are those aspects, how can the skilling or rehabilitation be ensured so that this this transition does not affect the workforce in any way. So that is something that BEST has done in terms of long-term visioning. Apart from that, we have seen bus agencies looking at bringing in more women drivers as part of, the whole transition to electric buses. We've seen Transport Department of Delhi looking at more, skilling three-wheeler drivers, women three-wheeler drivers. So, in order to, so these are some of the very, few examples on ensuring a just transition. So at this point, where we are looking at 50,000 electric buses, I would like to, I'd like to first turn to Archana from CSL. First of all, congratulating Archana on the grand challenge and the National Electric Bus Program. And we have seen some very innovative measures that you've brought in your tenders. We've seen that you're looking at 25% women participation in the workforce that is mandated in the tender, where all the bidders to ensure that there is women participation in the workforce. And we have also seen, with your experience at EESL, what are some of the initiatives that you are looking at through procurement, being the biggest procurers in India? What are some of those initiatives that you're thinking of? What was the thought process, first of all, behind this whole workforce clause in the CSL tender? And what are some of the initiatives that you are looking at to ensure this and scale it up as well? Yeah, over to you, Archana.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting, and very good afternoon to everyone. Such a wonderful panel with like very wonderful ladies out there. So, so I would not only restrict to our 50,000 bus tender, so I'll just touch upon the topic basically. So the topic itself says just and inclusive transition to e-mobility. So it has like several factors. So one of the major factor, if you want to have an inclusive transition towards like e-mobility and any upcoming agenda, so one thing is affordability. So whatever we are proposing out there for the public, it has to be affordable. So as an organization CSL and our parent organization also ESL, so our major forte was always for aggregation. So we did aggregation for bulbs, and then the prices for bulbs has reduced tremendously from 350 rupees to 49 rupees. So that was the drop we got in bulbs. From bulbs to buses, we have come a long way. So for buses also, the aggregation was one of the factor where like affordability problem we were able to solve slightly. Like we got the prices which were like 31% lesser than diesel, and then it was 26% lesser than CNG. So the affordability problem, we somehow try to address that. And with like government initiative, FAME and everything, so it also supported. For the first tender that got out and it was really successful, because of the affordability issue, all the OEMs which participated and tried and gave us the very competitive number was because of the affordability, issues from subsidy and as well as the aggregation. And then it comes the infrastructure. So if we are transitioning to e-mobility, so we have to create an infrastructure, and then we have to include everything in that. So whether it is a geographical constraint and whether it is like a societal issue, we have to address that also. And even the gender inclusivity. So we created the charging infrastructure. We tried to create charging infrastructure for public, and we are one of the largest for that also. And then awareness and education. So we were one of the very pioneer organization in e-mobility where we floated a tender for 10,000. That was first of the kind in country where electric vehicle, the name itself was not there in India. And now the buses, we are the big one. So as far as our tenders are concerned, so we consciously made a decision. Our ex-MD itself, she was a very brilliant lady. So she also took an initiative that if we mandate something in our tender itself, then it adds value. We will not say that it'll be implemented by like day one, but we have given a mandate that over the period of time you have to make sure that this mandate of 25% of workforce, women workforce particularly, even for when it is in the factory itself, and then implementation, and then also the maintenance of the charging infra, whether for buses. So you have to train that manpower also, and it should include women for 25%. So that we try to mandate in our tenders. And it has, like earlier, it was only for the manufacturing segment. Then we moved a little bit, that we tried it for women drivers also. So we pushed that in our second tender, which was like National Electric Bus Program. For that tender, we tried and pushed it for, we made the mandate for women drivers as well. But for the third tender, we were not able to do that because the tender was on dry lease, and the workforce, the drivers, which has to be utilized, that are from STU's side. So STU's currently doesn't have like majority. I would say that sadly no women drivers. So we had mandated that they have to provide trainings also, because training is also very important. E-mobility is a new sector, so creating an awareness and providing training to all the not only women, it requires for everyone for that matter. And apart from buses, we also tried, we had a collaboration with Delhi government, so we gave some three-wheelers. We had like aggregation of three-wheeler program as well, and then we gave three-wheelers also, and then out of like 100%, there were like 33% was dedicated for women drivers. And sadly, there are not women out there who are really willing to take it up. So we got a lot of registration, but that was not up to the expectation. And I hope like going forward, there are so many women out there like who really want to. A lot of women are driving four-wheelers. Cars has become like normal these days. So why not buses, and why not public mobility? So we should really push it, and OEMs should take conscious decision. Hiring, and all the tenders are GCC model, so most of the tenders in the country will be GCC. So OEMs and manufacturers has to make sure that they should include women, and I believe they'll be like better, like they'll compete with nicely. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Archana. I think, it is interesting to note, how a strong women leadership has actually led to such inclusive mandates or policy initiatives from your end. With that, I would like to turn to Aishwarya for the context presentation, and then we will we'll move on to our next speaker, Urda Eichhorst.
Thanks, Aparna, and thank you everybody for your patience. I have the privilege of talking about feminizing the EV revolution in India. We all know that the promise of electric mobility is hugely it's massive, it's immense in the country. Mobility is the new economic revolution the world is witnessing, and India is the new frontier. India is uniquely positioned, as we all know, to ride the wave of both shared and electric mobility. We've seen highlights of shared mobility, specifically public transport, intermediate public transport, and the manner in which women and other users consume these services in the forenoon sessions today. And I have the opportunity now to discuss India's EV journey and the promise of EVs for a young and diverse nation such as ours. Electric mobility is efficient, sustainable, decarbonizing, and holds tremendous potential for India. By reducing reliance on import-dependent fossil fuel, it promotes national energy security, of course. E-mobility curbs pollution and makes cities more livable by increasing clean kilometers. The demand for EVs will bolster the demand for renewable energy as well, as some of our speakers today are also going to share. E-mobility will spur innovation in the manufacturing of EVs and their components, including batteries, and will boost Make in India endeavor this economy will thrive as reskilling and upskilling of labor force will be encouraged. Jobs are already getting created. They're further going to get augmented as this energy and e-mobility transition unfolds. Several more livelihood opportunities are expected to be created in the dawn of the electric mobility phase in India. EV creates a diverse set of entrepreneurial opportunities as well, and I hope that through today's discussion we are able to touch upon some of those and the role that women have to play in those opportunities. For instance, today mom and pop stores could be providing battery swapping services. Dedicated EV charging stations of small to large sizes would be set up by entrepreneurs. Micro entrepreneurs would have their livelihoods depend on driving electric rickshaws, electric buses, e-bikes, e-cars, and more. Overall, EVs present India with the opportunity to change the global automobile and energy landscape. Against this backdrop, the pertinent question for us is how do we feminize India's transition to an electric mobility future? What needs to be done? So where exactly are these EV jobs? The EV industry will create 1 crore direct jobs by 2030. This in turn will give rise to approximately 5 crore indirect jobs in the sector. These are jobs getting unlocked across the value chain, from raw material sourcing and transportation to manufacturing, hardware, software, battery technology, charging infrastructure creation, sales, service, driving, recycling, end-of-life management, collection, disposal, etc. But where are our women? Traditional auto industry has had a higher share of women in electrical equipment and components manufacturing. But in the 21st century, thankfully, we are seeing women break barriers. We see women on the factory floor as well as in leadership positions. Ola Future Factory is an example where, as the world's largest electric two-wheeler manufacturing plant, we see it fully powered by women. It currently employs 2,000 women, and the company is strategically investing in training and upskilling over 10,000 women in core manufacturing expertise. Likewise, we have Ampere EV by Greaves, started by Hemalata, started by a remarkable woman in mobility, and this organization has 30% of its workforce as women. Tata Motors, Mahindra & Mahindra, Hero MotoCorp, Bajaj, they all have introduced women-only assembly lines. Increasingly, such companies, including Mahindra Electric, Kinetic Green, CESL, are placing women in leadership positions. Where else are our women? Entrepreneurial opportunities are plenty. Cellerite Systems is a woman-led startup which supplies affordable portable chargers for EVs in Telangana. Lilac e-autos for women. Delhi government has reserved 33% of its permits, which turns to 1,406 permits for the women drivers of the state. There's immense opportunity to feminize the entire EV ecosystem. For example, Bharat Petroleum has an all-women fuel station in Delhi. And we don't have to waste any time in replicating this across charging stations as well. Overall, while India has traditionally seen a jobs-led growth, especially in the last couple of decades, with the advent of the platform economy, which is digitalization of livelihoods, and now electric mobility, we can see an entrepreneurship-led growth as well. Clearly, EVs afford an opportunity to increase women in the economy, and this is much needed. For every 10 women in the working age group, only 2 women work in the country. To increase women's participation in the workforce, education matters, but skill development matters even more. Studies find women who have attended skills training, both formal and informal, are more likely to be in the workforce regardless of their educational levels. The National Skill Development Mission notes that skilling could be a game changer for women. But how many of us in India are skilled? Less than 10% of India's total workforce is skilled today, has had any form of formal skills training. In comparison, the proportion of skilled workforce is much higher in nations such as the UK, etc. So we find 68% of the workforce in the UK to be skilled, 75% in Germany, 52% in the US, 80% in Japan, and 96% in South Korea. Equipping women with employable skills is a far greater challenge than skilling men, as most women in India work low skill and low paying jobs in the informal economy. In India, around 94% of women workers are in the informal sectors, working as daily wage agricultural laborers, at construction sites, as self-employed micro-entrepreneurs, engaged in home-based work, or belonging to the MSME space of the manufacturing economy as well. Therefore, it isn't hard to believe that in the workforce, only 4.8% of urban women, as against 11.3% of men, and 3.4% of rural women, as against 8.5% of men, have received any form of vocational training. Therefore, there is an urgent need to adopt a new strategy towards improving women's economic mobility through skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, especially in the electric mobility domain. So how do we see EV skilling as a game changer? With the EV revolution and a plethora of new green jobs being unlocked, new infrastructure and strategies are being created from scratch. We also had some of the speakers in the forenoon sessions speak to this. This is therefore our chance to ensure gender parity is accounted for right from the beginning, instead of taking retrofitting measures years later. The key would be to ensure dedicated skilling efforts targeting women at all levels are undertaken, from grassroots to macro level, from formal education to vocational skilling. 30% of seats in industrial training institutes are reserved for women. At present, sorry, I'm on a... so I'll just quickly read these out for you. 30% of the seats in ITI. So this is a positive development for us. 30% of the seats in industrial training institutes are reserved for women. And at present, there are 14,593 ITIs in the country. Under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, over the last 5 years, over 5,47,000 individuals have been trained. Of these, 35% form women. The Skills Acquisition and Knowledge Awareness for Livelihoods program called Sankalp, implemented both by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in collaboration with the World Bank, has targets to increase the participation of women in short-term vocational training. In 2018, the Government of India signed a loan with the Asian Development Bank to boost technical and vocational educational training, again focusing on women. So the project will see establishment of polytechnic centers for women, rural livelihood centers getting created, again prioritizing women, upgrading the existing model career centers, and also involving the private sector in this endeavor. So as we focus on skill development and just transition from the internal combustion engines industry to the EV industry, here are a few pointers for consideration. The approach to facilitate this transition can be twofold, targeting those skills that are transferable and those that are entirely new. ICE vehicles and EVs have some overlapping components in terms of R&D, manufacturing, and service. For instance, in design, vehicle system engineering, which is simulation and modeling, would also be modeling required for ICE, will also be needed for electric vehicle designing. And this can be transferred, and such workforce can also be transitioned to the EV ecosystem. Similarly, in software, computers, and machine learning for connectivity, vehicle performance monitoring, etc., can be seen in both the ecosystems. On the service front, likewise, there is an overlap in service requirements for brake system, vehicle body, and components. Again, end-of-life management too is a common feature between the ICE and the EV ecosystems. Therefore, such skills can be targeted for upskilling or direct transfers to ensure a smooth transition of the workforce between ICE and EVs. A crucial step would also be to have individuals in the ICE vehicles take a preliminary training in handling high voltage power systems, acquainted with the requisite mechanisms to ensure safety and orderly battery discharge. Like I also mentioned, we also have new jobs that are getting created, identification of these roles, and seeing how new skilling opportunities can focus on women must be prioritized in the country. We it's high time that we prioritize the early victories we are achieving in the e-mobility domain and the larger green mobility sector. So compared to manufacturing of ICE vehicles, which relies on heavy machinery, EV companies are focusing on electronics assembly, software, and design. These skill sets are already more readily available among women. For every 10 new hires in the EV sector, a study finds 6 tend to be women skilled in business modeling, design redevelopment, e-mobility, and renewable energy management. On that note, I'm just going to leave this slide on the screen. This talks about the various measures that multiple actors within the EV ecosystem can undertake, from your manufacturers to policymakers. And I hope that through today's conversation, many of these points are brought out by our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for that context setting. I mean, I think some of those numbers look quite alarming, I would say. And I mean, let's through the course of this discussion, I think, I mean, let's try to find some answers to this. With that, I would like to move on to, can we have the Zoom screen on this screen, please? Yeah. With that, I'd like to move on to the next speaker of the day, Ms. Urda Eichhorst. Urda is Senior Project Director at GIZ, and she leads the NDC-TIA program for Asia. And Urda is the lead on Women Mobilize Women, and we have, I mean, we have quite a few champions of Women Mobilize Women in the room today as well. So with the, I mean, with NDC-TIA in India, China, and Vietnam, we essentially are looking at developing regulatory frameworks and strengthening policies to mainstream electric mobility and essentially ensure that NDCs are, are taken forward in a systematic manner. And as part of the various work initiatives under the NDC-TIA itself, I mean, we ourselves in India have around 2 papers in the work on. First one is on looking at women in the workforce in electric mobility, and also looking at free transport for women and the ramifications of the same. So with this background, and of course with the background of leading powerful women change makers across the globe through Women Mobilize Women. Urda, please share your thoughts on on a just and inclusive transition to electric mobility, and how programs like NDC-TIA can help us, can help form a framework for the same.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me all right. I have to excuse due to some technical glitch. I need to be on this call on my phone, so I hope everything is working now. And thank you very much for the introduction. Let me just say that I'm actually not leading Women Mobilize Women. It's being run by another team in GIZ, but I would like to highlight that we have, under the NDC Transport Initiative, set up, so to speak, an Asian women network called Women on the Move, and we are bringing these networks together and are also looking into other and new additional ways of collaborating under the roof of Women Mobilize Women. We see all ourselves as sisters in this endeavor, and I think this is something where we are also going to put more work on the table. One of our activities for which we've just received new funding is that we will set up a women expert database for women experts in the transport, energy, environment, and water sectors in Asia. And I hope that many women that are joining this meeting here today will also be interested in signing up for this, because we think that this visibility will also be a first step towards more equal representation in the discourse on a just energy and transport transition in Asia. But that being said, I had wanted to talk about 3 points: reskilling, awareness and sensitization, and care work as well. And a lot has already been said regarding the topic of reskilling by the previous speakers, so I don't want to dwell too much on it, but I think it's very obvious. Around 7% of GDP in India are generated through the automobile industry, so it's a huge employment market. But as we have seen, is still the women participation is still low, and even though repetition, I think it cannot be said often enough. I think there are very promising signs with what was just presented, with the 6 out of 10 jobs in the EV market being taken up by women, according to this one study. And yet I think there's a really large need for upscaling all these initiatives that are currently happening, which many of which are still relatively spot activities, but not large-scale activities yet. So I think bringing really these initiatives to another scale to really face the scale of the challenge that we have in transforming the automobile and the transport industry in India, and really making use of the full potential of India's society, with really less than 10% of women being in the transport job market at the moment. I think this is definitely one focus area that we need to look into. And as Tia said, we have also developed with the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay vocational course syllabus for EV to train students and future job holders. So these initiatives are there. That in another project, we're going to create also a driver training for e-buses that will be gender inclusive. So I think a lot of institutions are currently bringing forth these initiatives, but really we also need the government, I think, to come in and scale up, help us scale up these initiatives to really mainstream gender inclusiveness in the sector. And so for that, I believe that more academia industry partnerships are needed, and also awareness raising to establish electric mobility as a career option, especially for women, for which it might not yet be the first and obvious choice. So I think, as also the first speaker mentioned, for the bus drivers, there's hardly any demand. Let's say that it's probably not a job that's on the top 3 list of women at the moment. So I think here we also need a much more communication campaigns, sensitization campaigns to ensure that these are also seen as opportunities for women in the job market. And this also means, of course, creating an environment in the bus industries that will make women feel comfortable having those jobs, including proper facilities, etc. And lastly, I would like to really come to my third point, because I think another key barrier that we have to overcome when we talk about equal opportunities of women in the job market is the gender care gap. We talk a lot about the gender pay gap, but really what the gender pay gap also comes back to is that still women carry the majority of the load of the unpaid care work for children, family members, and the household, all of which are essential for our society. And without really addressing the structures to fairly distribute that unpaid work, we will not be able to meet the existing demand in female workers, because this is still limiting a large part of our workforce to really come also back into work. There's a lot of bias if women have been out of work for a couple of years, and re-entering the job market is difficult. Doing this at a well-paid salary is even more difficult. So I think here we also need much more sensitization and awareness campaigns for a more equal distribution of care work and making this re-entry into the workforce possible for women. And so I wonder, if I may, if the Indian concept of life could not only stand for lifestyle for the environment, but could be expanded to also encompass lifestyle for equal opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Urdha. I think you took it away with lifestyle for equal opportunities. With that, I will give it to you, Aishwarya, for the next question.
Thanks, Aparna. We now turn to Jai Bharati on the screen. Bharati, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us more about your organization and the learnings you have in mainstreaming gender both at your organization and through your work across India. Over to you.
Thank you, Aishwarya and Anya. Sorry, I was not in the country, so I had to just. I mean, I would have loved to. Like, this was one of the discussions I was really looking forward to from maybe 3 to 4 years, when a lot of women take charge of the table and discuss about how we can get more women into the transport sector, be it in manufacturing or driving as such, and then the end of life management. But it's really good to see this panel come together. And we run more social initiatives. It's been 4 years now, where our single focus is to empower women with the tool called mobility. Because when it comes to women empowerment, thankfully in our country over the decades, we have the fortune to see many organizations which came up to help women in skilling, reskilling, and then getting into the workforce as well. But unfortunately, this were limited to very traditional livelihoods, be it tailoring or saloon services. Like, a lot of skill development is still going on, but there was no single focus on giving driving as an opportunity or driving as a skill for many women. So while there is a lot of development going on in infrastructure development, when it comes to e-mobility more specifically, I think that there is a lack of awareness to begin with, because most of the women, as we see in a country like India, when it comes to auto sector, be it from manufacturing to using or even relating to driving as just a normal day-to-day skill, is somehow being curtailed for women. And thankfully, I think we are in a better situation now, because through our work, we realized that more women are comfortable to learn on EV vehicles faster and easier compared to an ICE vehicle. So typically, our focus is also taking baby steps. If we want women to get into the transport segments, we have to first teach them how to ride two-wheelers, then progress to three-wheelers, cars, and then buses. And one day I would want to see the country filled with many truck drivers as women as well. But that has to be a slow transition. And when we want more numbers or the percentage to increase, today, if we see in the country, the women who own driver's licenses, including women like you and me in the country, is less than 10%. Is anybody looking at that data? And how can we increase that? With every state government, we are very fortunate that in the state of Telangana, where we are from, the Women and Child Welfare Department has come forward to accept our proposal, and we built India's first motor training center exclusive for women. When centers like that are built, it gives a very good opportunity for the women to walk in. Like, we don't have to promote that we are doing the trainings. Every month, we have 100 to 200 women walking in and signing up for these courses. They may not want to become drivers. Even if 10% of them become drivers, the skilling is given to them. Tomorrow, after 2 years, if they want to become a driver, they already know the skilling. They don't have to take a back seat. So driving and women is something which needs to be normalized, and awareness and skilling is something which helps a lot. That's what we realized in our journey of 4 years. And while we, at the Motor Training Center, though we are just an year old as a training center in itself, we are happy to share that 50% of our vehicles are electric vehicles when it comes to two-wheelers. And three-wheelers, we are only training purely on electric auto rickshaws. We have done it in Hyderabad, we have done it in Delhi, and we are looking at other places as well. So I think consciously, many NGOs should come forward and offer mobility as a skilling for women, and more specifically, the electric mobility, because it is easy to learn, and then there are a lot of opportunities for the women to own these two-wheelers, not just for their own personal commute or use, but also to pick up livelihoods in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bharati. I think the clarion call to have more organizations come forward to encourage women to take up the unconventional skill of driving and then associated mobility jobs is well received here, and I hope we're able to take this message forward. On that note, I'm going to turn to Yogesh Kumar in the room. Yogesh, we hear we hear about the incredible work that your organization is doing. Tell us how you're mainstreaming gender and any other inclusion-based learnings that you may have for other organizations such as yours.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure sharing this space with all of you. So I represent Evin Cargo. Evin Cargo, as we say, India's first India's first last mile logistics organization, totally driven by women. So when we started in 2016, the concept of delivery was very much synonymous with boys. So you would always say delivery boy and all those. And recently, Swiggy has also come up with a meme which really got popular. So we thought that why not women? So the idea was never to build a logistics organization per se. The idea was how do you make Delhi a safer place? And I felt the access to public space that I have as a male is very different than access to public space that a woman has. So there are restrictions on the places that they can go to. There is a restriction on the timings that they can go to certain places. So I thought that if I really want to make my home city, which is infamous for a lot of things when it comes to women's safety, safer place for women, how do I do that? And that's where the idea of making public spaces more equitable or accessible to women came up. I tried to start with the cab service by women for women cab service, but it failed badly. Then we thought that what else can be done to say achieve three objectives. One is to have women to have equal access to public space. Second, to challenge gender norms by bringing women into professions that have been traditionally inaccessible to them. So when we talk about gender equity or women empowerment, a lot of things are being done in theory, and a lot of research is also being carried out. But unfortunately, majority of those ideas don't see the day of the light. So how do you take these discussions to the ground where, say, a thela wala or perhaps a rickshaw wala also become a stakeholder in that process? So that's how we started Evin Cargo, and we thought that we would sort of be able to make a dent in the space which is largely dominated by men, which is logistics. And we are happy that we could prove through hard data that having women in logistics is not a good to have feature, but a must to have feature. So it also helps in productivity and all other stuff. So that's what corporate understand, and that's why we sort of had to use that language. But nonetheless, we have 25% EV fleet as of now, and by 2025 we are planning to convert to 100% EV fleet. We were fortunate last year we signed a MOU with Hero Motocorp to deploy 10,000 women on electric vehicles. We're also fortunate we have also taken vehicles from Ampere and also have kinetic energy. So perhaps the future of women in the EV is as bright as EV's future in India.
Thank you so much, Yogesh. You underscored an important point on having women play these more visible roles. Seeing them perform the role of delivery, highly visible platform job is very important, has a ripple effect as well. On that note, we're all going to turn to Swati. Swati, the question to you is, countries around the world are on this decarbonizing journey. This energy transition has huge socioeconomic impacts. Walk us through that, from the perspective of a country and what it means for the demography associated. Thank you.
Thanks, Aishwarya. I think your presentation highlighted a lot of points that I wanted to make. So I think this is a great topic, and I'm glad to see men both on the panel and in the audience, because generally gender panels are women talking to other women. We know our problems, other women know our problems, and we're just in an echo chamber. So I'm glad to see men on the panel and men in the audience, so that messaging goes up the chain. Anyway, so let's look at a couple of factors. We all know that the labor force, women labor force participation in the country is declining. If we go in a little granular, what we realize is the urban areas have remained more or less stagnant, women in urban areas, as the rural area is where the actual decline is starting to happen. if we employ another lens to it, and if we look at it from an income perspective, or rather if we correlate income versus education, what we figure is highly skilled women are actually moving towards salaried jobs. Your very low, highly skilled women with diploma or vocation or technical training are actually moving towards salaried jobs. And then you have the other end of the spectrum, which is illiterate women who need to be in the workforce, who are also and their participation is increasing. So where is the participation actually decreasing? It's the middle level. PLFS looks at it, periodic labor force survey data, which is the only national level data that we have on employment or, sectorally as well as across the country. Your middle graduate, secondary education, all of these women are actually not participating in the labor force. The reason I'm throwing out these statistics is because feminizing the EV revolution is just one aspect of the larger gender policy in the clean energy transition space that we will need to deal with as we decarbonize our economies. This is not uniquely an India problem. This is more a global South problem, because there are similar such problems in Indonesia, in Vietnam, in regions in Africa, and there are different ways in which countries are tackling this. In India in particular, I go back to the presentation Aishwarya showed. There are two segments over here. You have the rural part and you have the urban counterpart. The urban counterpart that works in possibly STEM, come from highly educated background, actually see an opportunity opening for them in the clean energy space. Because this is a space where we will need our labor to transition, our women to transition into. The rural counterparts are not seeing that kind of transition for a number of reasons. Most of the energy policies in the country are gender blind. Forget being gender neutral. The only gender basis of a policy was the Ujjwala scheme. I can't think of any other scheme, and I'm happy to be corrected if anybody in the audience or on the panel thinks that there are. Kusum is, of course, another scheme that targets women in the agriculture sector, but it's not from a gender lens. It's still not a gender neutral policy. It's, or rather, there are shades of gender neutrality to it, but it's more, but largely a lot of policies are gender blind in the country. One example, when training programs are held in rural India, they are all-day training programs. Which of us can devote, people in this room can devote an entire day to a training program? Can rural women devote an entire day to a training program while they are also collecting firewood, while they are also dealing with taking care of the house, agriculture? No, they can't. So when we design training programs and reskilling programs, are these factors accounted for? And this is where I think the targeted approach that Aishwarya spoke about, that, sorry, I can't see your name, Urda from GIZ spoke about. This is what we need to start thinking about. And if we then put the EV lens to it, the CSL policy is great because it actually incentivizes women, incentivizes employers to go beyond having meeting your diversity quota. Let's just put it that way. There is a diversity quota in all institutions. We know this. But this policy, which actually makes it to a tender document, opens the door for other women to come. What Yogesh spoke about, again, takes women in some of the, into sectors where women have traditionally not been a part of it. But then if you think about socioeconomic characteristics and background, right? We only have 11% graduates in the country, of which women are about 3 or 4%. What do we do about the rest of them? How do we get the rest of our community to transition to clean industries, and within clean industries to EVs? Do we have to look at it from a skilling lens? Do we have to look at it from an educational lens? Do we need women in unions? how many of us know women who are part of unions in traditional industries, in the automobile sector or in mining? I have done research on the mining side of it and the mining supply chain, and I can tell you women are generally not part of this because they are part of the informal labor economy, and the informal labor economy does not always become a part of unions where there is job security, where there are contracts, where everything that is related to formal sector employment comes into play. In this lens, now, if you add the MSME component, the auto component side, because when we are transitioning from ICE to EVs, and this is my last point, I'm sorry if I've taken too long, when we are transitioning from ICE to EVs, there are going to be automobile clusters where there is a large informal labor force that's part of these clusters that don't often get counted in statistics. A lot of the labor force actually doesn't get counted in official statistics. They are going to lose their jobs. Now, if they are going to lose their jobs and we don't have statistics on them, how do we have targeted training programs and reskilling and upskilling programs? So these are, I think, some of the questions us in the academic space, in the industry space, need to think about as we think about decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swati, for underscoring the need to take this debate beyond Delhi. And to also take it to rural India, to take it to places where the middle women and medium skilled roles also play a major part. We turn to you, Pramoda. At the forum, you work with companies around the world. How is the forum catalyzing inclusive and inclusion-based change in these companies, and what has your experience been so far?
Thanks, Aishwarya. First of all, a very happy Ugadi and Gudi Padwa to everybody it has relevance to. And thank you, WRI and the NDC-TIA initiative for kickstarting this year with a conversation surrounding gender. I hope it's not just curtailed to March, but that this conversation goes on throughout the year. First of all, I think as a country, aiming for 25% in the labor workforce is, I feel, frankly, too low. If what Aishwarya presented that we're already at 20%, 25% is really not ambitious. And just taking an example from the electric mobility revolution, I think 3 years ago we were talking about 30 at 30. So 30% transition in 2- and 3-wheelers. Our G20 Sherpa just set the mandate for us to go 100% in the next 5 years, right? So I think we need to have an incremental ambition. And, just related to our kids, right? If you say 80% la ke dikhao, you'll get 65 ghar pe. So I think we need to be more ambitious in everything that we do so that we can get to that in a reasonable time frame. There is 2 aspects of electric mobility. One is on the electric part of it and the automotive part of it, and one is on the mobility part of it. And, with stalwarts like JB and others here who are handling the mobility part of it, I'd like to talk a little bit about the automotive space. And while we've talked plenty about a bottoms-up approach in which we talk about skilling the labor force, getting more women onto the shop floor, but we can also do a top-down approach, right? I mean, we can have more business leaders, and as Archana has benefited from having a woman leader in her group, I myself have also benefited from having a woman leader in the group, right? So, but how do we retain the woman through that space, right? I mean, we keep losing women. So one particular thing is for us to make an active effort to showcase and create these ambassadors at business, and that is something that we do at the forum on a very, very active level. Right? I mean, only if there is not a woman speaker, we go for a male speaker. But in this case, I'm happy that Yogesh and IVR Rao sir are here, because I agree with Swati that this is not women talking to women, right? We need to educate our men and our boys so that we actually reach the gender parity, right? So that's how the conversation is. So if we don't have to look only for women, right? I mean, it's the male ambassadors that I would like to actually showcase who've been bringing on women. And that's what we do at the forum as well. But bringing those business leadership, I think, can have a tornado effect in bringing together policies, right? One such policy that I want to showcase is Tamil Nadu recently released its EV policy. of which they are giving a stipend for a just transition for men and women. On women, it is, I think, 30% higher or something like that. So through policy, procurement as well. So we also, when we talk to businesses, either for electric mobility or for bringing in women in the workforce, we also talk to them about their procurement policies, how they're going about it, right? So, I mean, just like CESL done, but the same businesses also have the same kind of procurement policies, right? And not 30% also, right? I mean, they can be much more ambitious. So those are the kinds of conversations we do have. And, I think enough has been said about how women move and things like that. But I think to get a large-scale change, we need to showcase these ambassadors, and I'm actively curating ideas for how we bring that about. And thanks, Uta, for mentioning that you are putting together the Women on the Move for Asia, and I'd love to do something like that as an official forum initiative for women in the automotive sector and all other sectors in the mobility space as well, because electric mobility is on one end, the adoption side of things, but more importantly also on the manufacturing, where India has a huge potential, not only as an adapter. I mean, it's the 4th largest market of automobiles in the world, but also 4th largest GDP earner as well. So we have to think about both sectors as well. So I hope that answers to what you were looking for, Aishwarya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramoda. Over to you, Aparna.
Thanks. So with that, we move on to Shikha at ICCT. Shikha, you've been, I mean, you are involved in the freight sector. And first of all, I mean, I have 2 quick questions to you. So one is on, I mean, what are some of those global examples that you can bring in from the freight sector across the world, and how has I mean, how has the freight sector kind of I mean, used the transition as a leverage to improve women in the workforce, and also to bring in a just transition? I mean, the whole point of the conversation is also to look at, like, are we looking at different business models, and how, when we are looking at different business models, how are you ensuring the just transition? And also ICCT, I mean, ICCT is well renowned to come up with highly technical and I mean, data-centric research pieces. So how do you ensure that the whole, I mean, a layer of gender and inclusivity is brought in, I mean, in your research pieces as well? Yeah, over to you. Yeah. And I'm extremely sorry to give you 5 minutes for your response.
No problem. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I have the privilege to be here at the table today, and a lot has already been said. A lot of valid points already have been brought up. I'll try to respond to your 3 questions. On freight, well, I personally don't work on freight within the ICCT. It's a separate team, but I can answer to some of what you're looking for. A lot has already been said for, in the Indian context, empowering women to get behind the steering wheel. So I think that is a crucial intervention that's going to enable participation of women, in the freight sector. Apart from that, the transition towards an electric fleet, the business case for it, and especially if we talk about, electric, freight segments in India, which are largely individually operated, or, small scale fleets, which are, family run units and things like that. Women in India, in Indian households, are day-to-day financial decision makers. And I think if we're able to speak the money language, of freight operators in terms of monthly household expenditures, I think women can be great champions in making, the TCO case really for electric vehicles and spreading awareness and, positively impact adoption. So I would leave it at that. As far as just transition is concerned, I think fantastic points have been made. I just would like to take a couple of minutes to kind of peel back the onion a little bit and bring in a little more context to the history of this. Is not about having more women in the Indian EV ecosystem. at the core of it, like, Aishwarya spoke about all the new job opportunities that are going to be created, with electrification. The bulk of these job opportunities are in manufacturing. And if you look at the history of manufacturing, I think over the past 20 years, the statistics have remained unchanged. So by and large, we have in the manufacturing sector in India, 20% women, 80% men. And if we kind of look at it from a different angle also, not just across the value chain, but functionally, and I was reading a report on, where the jobs today in the existing EV ecosystem, which is largely startups, where are they? So the order of the job opportunities was production and core engineering, operations, sales, quality assurance, and then followed by service functions within the organization like IT, HR, etc. But if you look at representation of the limited number of women who are already in manufacturing across India, they are, constituting the reverse order. Most of the women are in IT, HR, fewer women in, operations, fewer in sales, and even fewer in core engineering. So I think if you look at that 20% statistic down to function, we have 3% 3% women in India employed in core engineering functions today. So I think we really need to be cognizant to ensure that history does not repeat itself as the EV industry scales. And these early victories are great to celebrate. But as we have more mainstream manufacturers shift towards EV assembly lines, we want to make sure that the picture now is different. There is one more angle to it in the context of manufacturing, which was hinted earlier also. So in the Indian context, when we talk about gender wage gaps, the manufacturing industry is actually, infamous. The gender wage gaps is to the tune of 100% in the favor of men in the manufacturing sector, in comparison to the service sector, where it is closer to 5%. And I think research indicates that close to 40% of this gap is not attributed to differences in skill qualification levels. So there are deep-seated biases, probably coming from cultural norms and things like that, which need shifting. And with that, I mean, not speaking to skilling and reskilling, a lot has been already said to that. I'll try to go and look at it from that angle. Some of the deep-seated norms, which prevail today that need sensitization. The care economy was brought up. So I think the shift towards the policy response in how we approach care and how care can help more women access and stay in manufacturing it's not sufficient to just mandate providing employer-supported daycare services, creches, etc. Such infrastructure also needs to be designed for and be held accountable on quality standards for safety. And they have to provide meaningful and stimulating environments for young children, especially under the age of 7. They deserve that. It's their fundamental right. And that is what is going to put parents and women at ease to, participate in shift work throughout the day while their kids are being taken care of. So a huge paradigm shift in how we approach care. Secondly, I think there is this perception that shop floors in India and shop floors in manufacturing in general are not women-friendly. They're not jobs that women need to take up. So I think over there also, over the past decade, the Indian manufacturing sector has transformed a lot and is undergoing this transformation actually with the evolution of Industry 4.0. And today's shop floors, are increasingly more digitized, mechanized, and beyond your, core technical training, really the skill sets that you need to bring to the shop floors are good organizational skills, decision-making abilities, critical thinking skills. I mean, skills that would naturally come to trained women as naturally as they would come to men. So I think there's a lot of sensitization on that front also required. And finally, like Swati said, there are a lot of best practices with good intentions in companies where we have all of these forums where, women talking to other women. But there has to be very focused and concerted effort to ensure that the concerns of women and all gender sensitization initiatives reach the key audiences which are critical agents to system-wide change. Otherwise, it stays within a closed room. So those are the few points that I would like to make. And yeah, as far as data-centric, data-driven change, I think that's where we are now trying to come in. Historically, we have seen that globally, a lot of the work has focused on, ensuring incentive schemes which ensure that income groups are adequately represented in terms of how they have access to incentives and electric vehicles, adoption of electric vehicles. But I think there's a lot of room to take that work forward and ensure that we have adequate representation of women as a group as well. I think a lot of work is required. So I wouldn't say that a lot has been done. I would say that the journey has just begun, and we need data. I don't think we have enough data to really inform change today. So I hope that all of us collectively can work towards such efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Shikha. I think really great points made on, quality and, essentially designing our messaging and infrastructure and policy to reach the right audience and ensure that the quality is there. And yes, the point on data is very well taken. And I think, as we take this forward, let us also look at data and ensuring that kind of disaggregated data collection, which will translate to informed decision making through Uddheshya and all the other forums that we have in the room today. So with that, I would like to turn to Akshima, who is with us on the screen. Akshima, at RMI, you work with various states in looking at capacity building and policy creation. And there is a lot of focus on awareness as well. So we heard Archana earlier in the day, where she mentioned about the various policy interventions and the various measures that various government initiatives have been taking to ensure women participation in the e-mobility workforce. How do you, how do you, as working with states, how do you ensure that, through awareness you can, you can ensure that these policies are taking shape or, reach the right audiences? What has been some of your experience with states working with Delhi on this as well? Yeah. Over to you, Akshima.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for this invitation. I will, it's really heartening to see the kind of this discussion and a lot of initiatives that have been shared, and specifically to answer the question to me in terms of, can you just give me 1 second? Sorry.
Sure. We'll probably come back to Akshima then.
Yes.
Sorry, just, no, it was, I had a lot of background thing, so I'm back. So that's another thing of being a woman and, working from home and an 8-year-old. You have to balance everything. So I think when we are, we've heard about initiatives that the government is taking. We have specific references to what Delhi is doing with auto permits. We have seen some, I would say very few numbers, perhaps in single digits, of women drivers around us in the ecosystem. I think what we are seeing, I don't think we need to celebrate it. There is far more that needs to be done. All we are seeing is very, very limited initiatives. There is very limited thinking that women need to be included. Right now, if you're going to states, cities, it's really about, okay, how do we transition to e-mobility versus saying that how do we also include women in that transition? But I'm very hopeful. While I say that, what we have right now is very limited. In fact, whatever limited is coming out, the takers, the women themselves, we're not seeing uptake of that, which shows that, the way we are thinking is perhaps not scientific enough for that we really understand the challenge and, how do we really be inclusive in the purest form. But, as I said, I'm really hopeful that this whole transition to electric mobility that has really begun with this goal of emissions mitigation, it's also giving us that opportunity to really redefine what the transport landscape looks like for people, including for women. And this extends to women as users, as well as part of workforce of transport ecosystem or as part of workforce of transport services. So, to me, we've kind of we are at that junction that really the transition is giving us that really redefining moment for the entire landscape. And because historically what we have seen, women in public spaces, women in vehicle ownership and driving, and women in anything, which is STEM or technical fields, they've largely had a strained relationship due to its social and infrastructure conditioning and, in the settings that we are in. So when, we are at a junction, when we are actually redesigning our vehicles to run on batteries, I feel this can also be a time to redesign our transport systems to work for women, which has largely historically really been missing. More or less, most of the speakers have talked about, what are the different lenses that need to be brought in. Shikha talked about, data. We've heard about leadership and the role of women in decision making. I think there is a strong need for us to start looking at the transition to e-mobility from this lens. We need to, start gathering relevant data and information that, kind of really helps us understand what is the share, what is the involvement of women in the workforce. Why, 6 out of 10 new jobs are going towards women. Like which are the sectors in which it is going? Where are we lacking? I think there is a complete lack of data today, and there is a huge opportunity for us to start filling that gap. Today itself, you asked me the question about, how we work with government and how we bring the lens of gender. Today I was asked a similar question from a government partner about, XYZ initiative, how many women drivers are there, and we actually don't have that data. So if we have to really kind of come out with initiatives, how to incentivize, how to attract, how to create awareness among women to uptake, we also need to understand where we are as a baseline and how do we need to kind of move forward. So I would highlight a big need for us to have relevant data and information that really helps us understand what is the situation today, what is the baseline. And that also includes, understanding women's participation in skills training and education. There's enough data, and other speakers have talked about that. There are more chances if women are getting skills, skill training and education for them to then be part of the formal workforce. And also not to neglect the fact that how as users of the transportation systems and public amenities, e-mobility transition has an opportunity to also influence women's specific travel behavior, whether it's trip chaining or more usage of public transportation. So that's really my first point on, a strong need to bridge the data gap and have the relevant information out there. The second thing I feel is that there is a strong need to include women in the decision making, especially now with the e-mobility transition. We've heard about the CESL story. But again, my question would be that what happens if the OEMs that are providing buses do not meet that 25% mandate? Are there penalties? Are we going to do, say that do not run those buses? So, and in that process of decision making, how do we involve women, not just as always thinking that they are the decision makers and hence they should be coming in those roles? What is also in general participation of women in the way systems are being planned, the way systems are being delivered? And so there is a high, chance whether, for us to involve women in that entire value chain of decision making when it comes to, the e-mobility transition, whether it is related to policies, whether it is related to women in the automotive sector, the new EV industries, etc. And the last important thing that I think we need to look at from a perspective of, the e-mobility transition and women's role in that is that we need to be, thinking about managing distribution of social costs and benefit, which are going to result from this transition to EVs. What this really means is that, the social costs and benefits that will emerge from this transition to EVs should not be really, disproportionately fall onto vulnerable segments of the population, including women. When we offer more formal jobs and better working conditions to women, they have greater recourse to get their concerns and voices heard, and their safety can be assured. So how do we ensure that the costs that are we trying to mitigate through transition from EVs and the benefits that we are trying to generate from, they're not disproportionate also, and women are equal beneficiary of this transition in every way. So how do we, create really those frameworks? And therefore, an additional area of intervention where I feel a lot of future work needs to be done is ensuring that the jobs that are getting created hence are characterized as decent work. According to the International Labour Organization, decent work refers to work that really provides equal access to opportunity, fair distribution of income, respectful work environment, freedom to express concerns, has prospects for growth and social protection for families. So how do we, also bring in that framework when we're really talking about livelihoods, job creation for women in the purest and truest, of our intent? So that's really, I would want to end with by saying that, what we have is brilliant, but this is like too little if you're really serious about mainstreaming gender into the transition that we are talking about. And we do have a big opportunity in terms of, redefining our transportation system and how we view women as part of those transportation systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshima. On that note, calling for disruption of the space, we turn to Himani. Himani, what is the role of policy in mainstreaming gender and overall, in ushering in inclusion within the electric mobility space and beyond? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. Really honored. So I'm going to sort of break the problem into two parts. One is we are talking about gender inclusion specifically, and the other part is sort of a just and inclusive transition in the space itself. So on the gender side, I have lesser to add. A lot has already been spoken of, but just a couple of points. Women being transport poor in the household, which means whatever vehicle, whether it's a cycle or a two-wheeler or whatever else is available, is first available to the men and then not available, or a lower vehicle being available to the women, which means her dependence on public transport, walking, is far more, or paratransit, as we call it, on the shared mobility is far more. So the conversation here is, what are we aspiring for? Better access to jobs and livelihoods is one set of criteria. For that, a better and robust public transport system, shared mobility. Better, robust means very affordable, very safe also. Sort of reliable system is the necessity, which is a mobility part of it. The other is, where are the larger benefits and synchronization to the kind of jobs that women aspire for? Wherein comes the angle of deeper rooted socio-cultural aspects, as well as wherein we have more flexibility, what suits me more, balancing out, the larger burden of caregiver, all of that. So where do we invest our resources? That's a larger question. Now, why do we continue to focus on more jobs and integration in the automotive sector itself, leveraging upon, of course, the electrification and the EV part, versus getting them better accessibility to other type of jobs or other opportunities, livelihood opportunities in the ecosystem, and hence they have a larger set of pool to choose from. So these are two sort of dynamics around this, and there is an equal nuance to it. As we call it, there are certain sectors, certain jobs, certain sectors which are hard to abate sectors in decarbonization. Similarly, in terms of job integration, gender integration, there are certain sectors which might be a little harder, and then there might be a few others where it's faster, clearer, and the opportunities, savings, livelihood, betterment might be much higher and better. So what are the dynamics there? The other bit is that since it's a transition, so EV transition, which means there is already something existing, and then we are trying to transit towards a newer technology, production, manufacturing, similar different upstream and downstream jobs. So in this whole EV transition, we also have to think about the people who are already on the ICE or the fossil fuel side. So we have to equally worry about their transition. Traditionally, they have been male men, and they also need transition because there are livelihoods, jobs, households which are dependent on that. So in this other transition also, it's not same and equal. It's not what kind of business models are coming in. If at all I have to electrify an auto, whether it goes into a business model, whatever is being adopted, whether it is amenable to the older auto guy being able to switch to the new e-auto versus a large sort of a corporate or somebody else coming in with a fleet of autos. Where is that entrepreneurship or the informal formal market? How do we sustainably transit it? So imagine something like a Alvar Vahini kind of a model, and then being transitioned now for a EV sort of a transition. You are able to transfer the old set of jobs, people, their businesses, everything sustainably into a new system. So that's a larger, inclusive sort of a transition that we are calling about, and that's in all the sector wherever this kind of a transition is happening. We are equally worrying about the coal jobs being transitioned into different ways when we continue to at some point of time ramp down the coal and get into renewable. So these are two things, and there is merit to look into through data and otherwise to say where is the maximum benefit overall to women as well as to the ecosystem. But one of the things that we also continue to worry about that with EV, at least some of our studies, published studies show, there might be a little bit of job loss in certain part of the manufacturing, but there might be job gain. You lose, say, 40,000 odd jobs in refinery and ICE manufacturing versus lesser jobs being gained into EV because of the type of manufacturing and components they have. But then there are further downstream jobs where there are more opportunities. So how do we keep looking at those while simultaneously transitioning from the older jobs to the new jobs? Policies have a great role to play, of course, but then local policies are the one which equally influence this transition in the operations, maintenance, and larger ecosystem part, and that's where the women is. That's it.
Thank you, Himani. With that, I move on to Swati Ganeshan. So Swati, please, please elaborate on this whole value chain of green jobs. That is being created for electric mobility and all the clean energy transition that we are having. And while India seems to be producing a lot of STEM graduates, it does not transition to people, women and women being employed in the industry. So if you could throw some light on that. 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes is very much, quite a lot. So first of all, thanks to WRI. So these are my personal views. So from that onwards, I think after hearing so many views, it doesn't seem very rosy at the end of the day. But couple of things which I could hear, where is a lot of jobs are being created, there are a lot of new avenues which are coming up. There is also the thing of not many of them being accessible to women. There is also that part. Obviously also there was a discussion on the agents of change who make the decisions, whoever they may be of whatever gender. Let's not get into that discussion. But then also the option of how diversity quota is required to be filled, I think, and also the all aspect of the hard to integrate sectors, which was also like, from that perspective, I think one very underlying thing that is very important to understand is it's not about creating the job, it is about retaining the person. I think when it comes to women, It's the retention part that one needs to be really focusing on. Why you are unable to retain? What are the major aspects? Why you are unable to keep them there? So that when they are at that particular space for a longer time, then they can move to a leadership role or to a higher role. But most of them are actually, if you would see, probably many women would be pulling out of the workforce at the age of maybe post after 30s, somewhere close to around 35, 38. And largely that is the time you move to a managerial position, to a higher up. And that's the time that's the middle management, I think, that was discussed here, is where you tend to see that gap coming in. That is one, I think. Second is, I think also the way I perceive gender is, and I perceive equality, or the way I perceive privilege, may not be the same way that someone who drives a taxi perceives. And I think there needs to be a very, very distinction between amongst women to understand how I perceive it to how you perceive it. For someone, just getting an access to a service itself is a major change. For me, I am already looking at 100 times ahead. And the point is, some of us are actually the ones who are making policies for someone who's still looking for that one bit. So I think the sensitivity needs to be there for us to understand from all levels. And it's coming from my own debates with some of my colleagues who there was this huge discussion about how in Delhi itself, the workforce, women in the workforce had reduced in the past few years. And maybe we're discussing, and one of the questions that come up, and this came from a man, very good, is that he said that, the way you perceive it, sitting at your level, it's very different from someone who perceives it, who doesn't have the same kind of access or the way they perceive equality as. So I think when we discuss gender or even sensitize ourselves or others, I think we need to be very, very careful of where I stand as a woman and with my education and skills versus for whom I'm fighting for or whom I am trying to get into that zone. I think that itself needs to be first cleared off completely for everyone. That's one point, at least from my side. I am not a gender person. So for me, I look at it from a third-party point of view. I come from an energy and climate policy background. So for me, it is very necessary to have the dabbawala in the conversation. So the same way a taxi driver should be here in that round table to tell me, no, boss, what you are saying is not what I'm looking for. Because we are looking at numbers, and the numbers are coming from somewhere else. But someone else who's actually part of the numbers would have a very different view of this and a perception of it. So I think that's very, very important for us to actually take into consideration when we do this. So it's not just about being sensitized about sensitizing the other party, but it's about sensitizing ourselves as women to women on what the other person needs is one thing I said. The second is, I think when we discuss diversity quota, I would request like WRI and everybody else to at least have a diversity quota even in the room. Like make sure 40% of the men are in the room when this kind of a discussion happens. Because they are supposed to take this forward somewhere. Because many of the bosses are men. Let's be very fair about it. And if we are looking at agents of change, if they are not in the room, nothing is happening. So for us, I think we need to take that into case. It's actually good to have at least 2 in the panel, which it's heartening to see. So I think that is one. But when we come back to STEM, it's a huge change that you see. You have, so in the STEM, it's very interesting. The science and the science part has 52% women, 48% men when they are going for higher skills education. But when you look at the engineering and the technology one, it's 70% men and 29% women. And that's technology and engineering is the one that moves into your mobility sector. That's where you are looking for high scale workforce that you want to actually engage with. And you see that that particular sector is already in a very skewed position. So the reason is not that you're not offering. The reason is why people are not taking it up. I think it would be actually very good to start off this kind of an sensitization at the school level, where now we discuss climate friendliness, we discuss sustainability issues, but we also need to probably tell them that, sir, When you look at engineering, it is not just computers that is there. There are other green jobs there. I mean, for example, I would fight it out today for my son to learn agriculture because it's a skill. And nobody understands that, so we are not looking at things as skills. We are looking at it from a certain perspective of whether this is a skill that a man can do or a woman can do. It is just a skill. I think first we need to neutralize ourselves and see these things from a back. This is a skill. It is just a skill. It's just a career. It's just a profession. So when you say gender, we need to be gender neutral. If a policy does not mention anything about a man or woman, it's actually great, which means it's for everyone. So you use it for your own purpose and for your own advantage. I think when we really want to actually push ourselves to that particular level, it would be really good to actually take that forward. For at least that's what I thought would be very, very important. Is that when we are looking at these kinds of engineering and technologies not getting women. So even if you are getting that 30%, out of that 30%, many of them are not moving into the jobs that you want them to. So that's only the 14% is the workforce you have. Even if so many 50% of them are women, only 14% are entering into that workforce. So that's a huge gap. Where do the other go? So I think when you're also looking at data, and we're looking at data, I think you need to decipher and see how much women are engaged in what aspect. How much are women engaged in planning? How much are engaged in piloting? How much are engaged in designing, manufacturing, then also bringing into our research and innovation, and then coming down to when it is being utilized at the end use sector of the mobility. I think when I design and you design or somebody else design, it might have a very different approach to how it is being designed by someone else. I think we need to look at those things. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Swati, for that. And with that, I move on to our speaker, Mr. Rao. As Himani alluded, I mean, there is also the possibility of some jobs being lost in this whole transition when we talk about women in the manufacturing workforce. So with your extensive experience in the automobile sector, please share your thoughts on that. And I'm extremely sorry, 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Okay. Thanks for inviting me to be on this panel. After hearing all the co-panelists, I'm very happy that I'm coming from an organization where almost 50% of the manpower is women, and also our head of the chief of the organization is also a woman, Dr. Vibhadavan. I would like to comment regarding the so-called just transition. Though the government is trying to aggressively push electrification of different sectors of automobiles, as we can see, is only two-wheelers and three-wheelers which have picked up momentum. And also, if you superimpose the growth of auto industry, what is being forecast, there's going to be IC vehicles for a very long time to come. It's not, there's so much commotion and chaos being created, saying that there will be a lot of job losses. With reference to the engines being replaced by electric motors, because of which the number of parts which are required for engine will not be required if we totally move to IC vehicles. But if you look at the numbers, like in case of two-wheelers, for example, right now we are at about 40 million vehicles per year. And the year which is closing now, we have about 1.5 lakh electric vehicles. Okay. So from here to even 60% what is being targeted for 2030 is a very, very tall growth in next 6, 7 years. And also there are a lot of segments where absolutely there is no traction at all in terms of converting from IC vehicles to electric vehicles, like passenger cars, the heavy duty vehicles, etc. So the general feeling in the industry is also that the IC vehicles and electric vehicles will coexist for a very long time. And when you superimpose the so-called growth, the number of IC vehicles which would be manufactured for some time will not reduce in absolute numbers, though in percentage terms they may be going down. So I think whoever is connected with engine manufacturing need not, worry so much, at least for some time. And the way it's being projected that the total picture of IC vehicles will change overnight. Then, with reference to the women engagement in auto industry, I'm coming from Maruti, so I can talk about what used to happen in Maruti. Maruti advertisements or requirement for any position was gender neutral. And when we used to go to campus interviews, we go by the merit, and whoever, irrespective whether it's a male or a female, we give equal importance. And based on the performance in the interviews, we select people. And there were some graduate engineers who opted for very, very tough areas like weld engineering, weld shops. Weld shop is considered as one of the very tough work areas in automobile industry. And even males many times would avoid working in weld shops. And we had couple of women engineers who joined us, who worked there, and they did extremely well. And what I'm trying to say is there is no discrimination or selective approach in the organization towards male or female engineers. Having said this, when you look at the various operations in an organization, manufacturing is not preferred by many, even the male engineers, because the work environment there is very tough. So, and also added to that, the manufacturing happens in 2 shifts or sometimes 2.5 shifts. And till recently, there were a lot of restrictions from the Company Act to have women workers in the second shifts. So, all these put together, generally they avoid women workforce on the line, manufacturing line, where more than 1 shift has to be operated. And there are some component manufacturers who are running their plants with 100% women, like Motherson Sumi, who is one of the top component suppliers in India now, has 2 wiring harness plants totally run by women. And also we have Ola, which has declared that one of the biggest e-scooter plant which they are setting up in Tamil Nadu would have 100% women. So, from manufacturer's side, I don't think there's any preference for a male or a female in terms of deploying them. But the availability is the issue. Like I am coming from a state where even in 70s, there was 15% reservation for engineering students, for female, girl students. And as a result, the engineers coming from Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka have a lot of women engineers, and many of them prefer to go for software jobs. That's also, you can't say is because of gender. There was a time in 80s where everybody used to prefer a software job. So, what I'm trying to say is that compared to a time when even a girl student opting for mathematics, as she mentioned, was looked at with a very surprise. Like my wife is a mathematics postgraduate, and her mother didn't talk to her when she opted for mathematics, saying that tera shaadi kaisa hoga. I mean, it was that bad, and from that we have moved to a situation where even engineers, even the mechanical, civil, and the mining branches also have women doing those courses. So, I mean, it is a choice of the individual, and there are equal opportunities with reference to study or employment in the organization. I think what is the issue is the societal issues mostly, because I don't think whatever we discuss today here is pertinent for Delhi or other big cities like Delhi, Bombay, etc. In all cities, I think most of the couples both work, and so as far as the responsibilities at home or daily errands are concerned, they both share equally. And if I compare what my parents used to with what I did compared to what my daughter and son-in-law do, there's an exponential change and improvement in the way a male member looks at sharing responsibility in terms of household work or taking care of the kids, etc. So, but in case of employment, again, it's individual's choice, and we need to actually, because women generally tend to take jobs which are easy to operate. So from that point of view, when we are shifting from IC vehicles to electric vehicles, the operations are much simpler and easier compared to IC vehicles in terms of engine assembly. Compare motor assembly with the engine assembly, or putting the various electronic parts or wiring on a vehicle. It's much easier, simpler. So to that extent, women can opt for these jobs in manufacturing also. Then, with reference to the driving, Maruti had driving schools way back in late 80s and 90s. Some of the places exclusive for women drivers. They wanted to encourage women driving the vehicles. So, I mean, it's nothing new that women are not being encouraged to drive vehicles. And so, as a driver, as a job, as she also mentioned, it depends upon how one looks at the job. So, I think choosing a job is individual's preference and individual's choice, and every activity doesn't attract everybody. So, a lot of people don't opt for manufacturing. So, it is the individual's choice.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Rao, and I'm sorry to cut you off there as well. Since we have a paucity of time, I would like to first thank all of our panelists and my co-moderator, Aishwarya, as we turn to Shahana for closing remarks. Over to you, Shahana.
Thank you all so much for a really excellent and wide-ranging conversation on the issue of just transitions in electric vehicles and also the larger question of gender equity and mobility in India. So I've been given the rather difficult task of quickly wrapping up what has been a really wide-ranging discussion where we've heard from a really diverse range of perspectives. And I think this has been enormously helpful. I'll start with the big picture, right? And I think these actually ground level discussions are really important for us to bring more context and concreteness and empirical clarity to this idea of a just transition in India. And in particular, what the electric vehicle transition, which is again part of a larger energy transition, will contribute to that, or how it will enable us to reach that. And we kind of moved, I think, from much more narrow questions and approaches which were centered on skilling, on the actual jobs that could be generated within the sector, to sort of larger questions of women's work, their choices, how the nature of the reasons behind females, the low female labor force participation we have in India, and to what extent the energy and electric vehicle transition can help address some of these broader and deeper challenges. Now, a couple of key points that many of the speakers made, I want to reinforce. I think one thing, the role of policy is really central. The role of procurement is very important. And I think that is able to sort of lead to changes at scale that are difficult otherwise. I think it's really important for us in our role as researchers to really understand to what extent these different sorts of policy measures are effective or not. I think one key point one of the speakers brought up is that 25% participation is a relatively unambitious one, and I do think that is something that needs to be changed. I think we need to kind of break down the multiple, and I'm beginning with the more narrow focus on EVs in particular, and how electric vehicles affect, say, labor force participation and gender equity in India, to kind of break down and really get good. I mean, these are all empirical questions, and what we need beyond data is really kind of strong analysis on what's happening in these different spaces, what's happening in terms of like women's employment in manufacturing. In some ways, that seems to be a slightly easier one, and one is we need the kind of numbers on the extent to how much of the workforce is women, but also what sort of jobs are these. And I think this is a really important question. We've talked a lot about the distinctions between formal and informal sorts of work. But what we are seeing right now in India is a kind of informalization of formal work. And when we're thinking about whether this is a just transition or not, it's not just the move from, say, ICE work in ICE sector, vehicle manufacturing, to EVs, but in terms of the nature of jobs. Are we moving to jobs that were protected, that had benefits, that were secure, and that were unionized, to jobs that are contractual, highly flexible, say in ways that are not necessarily good for workers, that lack benefits, and that are very, very low wage? Another thing that we need to look at again within the larger context of the larger ecosystem of EVs, right? There's work in many spheres. There's work as drivers. That may be particularly challenging because we don't, I think the world over, we haven't seen a huge number of women for various reasons in that sector. But actually public sector jobs are often the ones where we have a lot of female labor force participation. So if we look at even states like Haryana and things, right? If you look in the police and the military and other sorts of areas where there are good, secure labor jobs which have benefits and which are also seen to be culturally and socially acceptable, there's a fairly rapid increase in labor force participation in these areas. So are the jobs that are being generated, say, in the public sector, again, are these good jobs? And are there ones where we want women, where women would want to work if they had the choice? And also ones where, again, that the larger issues of justice and fair work and things are addressed. I think some of the other questions that come up is contextualizing this. Some people spoke about it when we have a larger other sorts of transition. One is the change in the nature of work, right, which is becoming more machine intensive and less labor intensive. What's the direction in the EV sector? How will this affect over a longer term the sorts and numbers of jobs that will be available? And one of the things that we see, there are a lot of questions about why is it that we have such low labor force participation in India? Some of it is on the fact that women don't want to work or are not allowed to work for various reasons. But a lot of it is that when there are very few jobs, for various sorts of reasons, it means when there's competition for jobs, men will likely benefit. So even if there is an attempt to make these jobs friendly to women, if overall the number of jobs are shrinking, that may not end up having that effect. So these are a couple of questions that we need to, I think, address empirically and through research, because while we have data gaps, in some ways, those may be slightly easier to address than actual knowledge and information gaps, right? We need to actually analyze this data and look at the problem at different scales so that next time when we come back, say 2 years from now, and we reconvene in terms of seeing how far has the EV transition really gone in terms of, say, fulfilling its promise to increase female labor force participation and empower women. When we come back in 2 years, it would be great if we have much more concrete ways of knowing what has actually happened. What have been the outcomes of skilling programs? What sort of barriers have women faced, right? What has been the variation? One of the interesting things in India as a researcher is that we have a lot of variation across states, and we have a lot of variations in the models that different firms and different states adopt when they're trying to address some of these policy issues. So I think all of that gives us a lot of actual data and information that we need to study and analyze. So when we come back, we have a much clearer picture of what's actually happening. And we can start to both address the sorts of problems that we continue to face, understand better what are the real challenges, and maybe most importantly, just get a more concrete and clear sense of what the term just transition, which has been, I feel, a very, very abstract term in the Indian context. We start to get a better sense of what that really requires in different sectors and in different aspects of inequality. Here the focus is on gender, but within that there's class, caste inequalities, urban, rural as well. I hope that this wraps up well, and I think the key role here for us at WRI is to really strengthen the kind of empirical basis and foundation for the policies and also the larger conversations we have around issues of just transition in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shahana. Over to you, Azra.
We'll have a very short tea break. I request all of you to please get your tea, coffee, and join us back. We just have one more session left, so it'll be great if you can listen to it with your tea and coffees in hand. So I think 5 minutes at the max, because we are running behind schedule and we would want to wrap it up on time. So yeah. Welcome back. So we'll start with our last session for the day on implementing gender inclusive mobility, challenges, lessons learned, and way forward. I think we've heard a lot of ideas through the day, but how can we implement these on ground, and what are the challenges in implementing these are some of the things that we will be discussing in the session. I'll now hand it over to Harshita and Sudeep.
Yeah, okay. Hi, hello everyone. Thank you. Thank you for taking an entire day out and coming in and contributing to the conversations through the day. My name is Harshita Jamba and I welcome you to this panel. We will be talking about, throughout the day we heard what it is that we want to do, how relevant gender inclusive mobility is. We heard about spotlight initiatives that have been taken through by various organizations. And this panel, we want to, one, thank you for your patience, but here we also want to talk about, get to know a little bit more about some of these organizations that have been working in the space since a really long time. We want to understand their initiatives. We want to understand how did they get here. We want to also understand the impact that they have had. After which, we'll start with that. And so we'll first start with, we've also got a few people joining us online. We've got Elsa Marie from Red Dot Foundation. We've got Ikle joining online. And we also have Vasudha, who's somewhere there. So to begin with, we will start with Meenu. Just starting with organizations that have been working in this space for really long. We want to understand, your from the beginning to where you are, the scale of impact, how long did it take you to get here, and some challenges along the way.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for hosting this dialogue. Azad Foundation got into the space of working with women in transport sector in the year 2008, and we come from a feminist space where the overall objective was really empowerment of women, in particular to help them get livelihoods with dignity or decent work, as it has been talked about. And when we look around, for most underprivileged, marginalized women, decent work opportunities are very, very limited. I think some of the discussions in the morning would have covered the whole challenge of decreasing labor force participation rate and the fact that 90% of the women are in the informal sector. And so for the women that we are talking about, the livelihood options are in very hard, in jobs which require very hard work, long hours of work, little remuneration, and often very little safety. And so, when we look around, then driving at that point in time was one of the occupations which have low entry barriers to get in. But of course, it is a very gendered domain and very much occupied, by men completely around the world, as somebody was also saying in the previous panel. And but that's true of most of what we call non-traditional livelihoods. Like, the discussion in education on STEM is mirrored completely in the world of work by women not having access to what we call non-traditional livelihoods. So for example, it's not a coincidence that we don't have women as plumbers or as masons or electricians or drivers, And I definitely do not believe it's not because they don't want to, but we over the years have come to understand the various structural barriers that prevent. Let me just give you a very small example to explain that. A woman typically who comes into Azad Foundation comes from a slum or a basti. Very often she has, stopped her education after class 8 or class 10, but she doesn't have a school leaving certificate. So she doesn't have a proof of birth, or she wouldn't have, or if she has an Aadhaar card, it doesn't match her school living. I mean, so there are all kinds of challenges in the documentation, and anyone who has dealt with bureaucracy would know how much effort it takes to even just go and get a license made. So she would not have those basic documents. Very often there would be, the restrictions, the family level restrictions in terms of mobility. We know that 75% of women in this country require permission to visit a primary healthcare center alone. And so for women to access a training center from their home is itself a challenge to negotiate within her families. Within her family. The whole challenge of, I don't know if it has been talked about this morning, but unpaid care work. Like 3 to 4 hours of work a woman puts in, and all of us, it's actually across caste, class, and everything. Maybe the ones, we are more privileged, we would have another woman helping us at home, but the women that we are talking about do not have that. So their first challenge is that of access to such. These are the kind of structural barriers that we are talking about. When these women come into, let's say by some stroke of magic, into a training opportunity, let's say for drivers, that gets opened up, then what is the kind of training they get, or what is it that they should be getting? Most often the trainings are focused on the skill of driving. And most driving institutes would offer 15 to 30 days of session, which is completely inappropriate to the needs of the women. These are the women from underprivileged, they have perhaps never been inside a car. So starting from getting, the documents, to getting comfortable in a car, to even, figuring out that it is okay for her to aspire to be a driver. And then when she gets out on the road and she's trying to drive the car, there are many people, including her family, who are laughing and jeering at her and challenging her. So for her to gain that confidence, so it's a very long journey, and so we look at it from a rights perspective. We say the first is the right to access what we call a gender just skill education program, and then the rights within such a program. So it is not enough to just offer skills, but we do need to offer training in, for example, protection from violence, protection, how to take recourse to various legal remedies, understanding her own body, because a lot of violence against women happens. It's as they say, it's all the domain is women's body, right? It's her own sexuality that she has to be comfortable with and take control over. And we also do training of personal personal empowerment in terms of English speaking, realizing that she would be, even for a job in e-commerce, which is now being really promoted, in terms of the gig economy, for her to be able to read the addresses, which are invoices, which are all in English, and they have not, they have not studied in English medium school. So the training also looks at English speaking, communication, grooming, work preparedness, etc. And then the third big pillar is rights through such an education. And rights through, meaning after she has gone through that kind of a transformative training program, what is it we are preparing the women for? And that is about creating decent work opportunities which are not just about, there is a lot of discussion and discourse happening about entrepreneurship, where I think that we are kind of shrugging away our responsibility towards the marginalized women by saying they can be entrepreneurs. Poor women have been entrepreneurs all their lives. They have been selling vegetables, they have been working on the road. What the poor women need is jobs with social security. And that is something which is very rare to come by. No wonder that large industries, Ola, Uber, and many before them, whether it was the Meru or the easy cabs or the radio taxi industry, we have been there since 2008, and there is a whole timeline of large industry players who have come in and said, we would want to hire 50,000 women drivers. And so many, there are a lot of state governments today who are saying we would want to hire a lot of women drivers. But why are they not able to get the women drivers? Because the business model that is being followed in the industry it is not conducive for men also, but it is definitely not conducive for women. A man is still able to, though it is not, according to me, preferable, but most of the drivers in Ola or Uber would be driving like 12 to 14 hours a day to earn a livelihood. A woman, even if she wants, she cannot do that, given her unpaid and all the other work responsibilities that she holds. And then again, there was a comment made in the earlier panel that things should be gender neutral. If they don't specify man or woman, then it is very good, because I don't think so. If they don't specify man and woman, let's understand that it is by default for men. And again, I'll give you an example. For the last 8 years, we had been advocating and negotiating with Delhi Transport Corporation for getting women into bus driving. And the challenge was just the height of a woman driver. They had only one height criteria, 5 feet 3 inches, which applied for men and women. And we would send so many women drivers and they would fail the height criteria. There was just one, Sarita, who was tall, had come from Hyderabad, who got the job. Last year, the Minister of Transport finally made that change. They waived off the training fee. Today, there are at least 35 women who are driving Delhi transport buses on the road, which is the first time in the history of Delhi. And that has happened only because, the devil which lies in the detail, and that is how the terrain becomes unequal for women to participate in this. So I think I've just gone sort of all over the place. But so from 2008 till now, we are still, I think, I was just speaking to Kalpana and I said, like, one great thing is that 10 years back, nobody would have organized this kind of a panel. So one big thing that has happened over these years is that there are so many of us sitting around the table and talking about it. It was a non-issue. Nobody even thought about the possibility of bringing women or gender into transport discussions. So I think that has been one of the gains that we have all contributed towards. But of course, in terms of the lives of women, if they go through the kind of what we call the gender just skill education approach, and you have to meet some of the women that I'm talking about, like who are the Sakha drivers, the life gets completely transformed, because they're not just earning money, but they are learning to take control over the money that they are earning. They are able to empower themselves to negotiate unpaid care work at home, to resist violence against them, to make investments in their children's education, in property for themselves, and so on and so forth. And I think that that over the years, if I look back, the other contribution has also been that there are now many more believers who have joined the caravan. There are many more players who think, and the fact that the industry is today saying this means that the financial viability, the industry would not hire women drivers purely out of charity. So they see a business value in that proposition. But I think the challenge is to understand that women are playing on an unequal on a field which is not equal, and for us to ensure that they come into this field and sustain in this field, we will need to create an ecosystem which includes all these things that I've talked about, and a social a gendered infrastructure where, for example, you have hygienic washrooms. I mean, the women who drive NTC buses have a great challenge accessing safe and hygienic washrooms. We need to have more creches which run full time. We need to have shelters, because women often face violence at home and they need a place to go and stay even when they are determined to pursue their training. So there is a whole need, and when we come to financing, it is not therefore enough to finance a couple of trainings. We have had to convince financiers and donors and funders and governments that it is not just 5,000 or 10,000 rupees to train a woman to learn how to drive. It is investment in all of this, starting from right to access to a skill training, which is a skills plus, to nurturing employment and jobs which are decent work, and ensuring that there is a social infrastructure that supports them. And of course, that it can't happen without men's involvement, because unpaid care work is largely something that they need to be part of. So I'm just trying to wrap it all up.
Thank you.
Knowing that there are many speakers.
Right. We'll quickly move on to Red Dot Foundation. So Elsa, if you could very briefly tell us a little bit about your organization, some of the challenges that you faced in order to scale up, very briefly.
Hi everyone. Good morning from New York. So Red Dot Foundation was actually launched 2 years after Safe City, the platform that we launched 10 days after the gang rape of Jyoti Singh. And the idea at that time was to bridge the data gap that exists, because most of us who experience sexual and gender-based violence don't really report it to any official authority. And therefore, there is no record or document of that incident happening. And it doesn't show up in official statistics, which makes, in a way, the problem invisible. Since then, we've become the largest crowd map on this topic, and we've made that data available so that people can use it at various levels. So at the individual level, to have a better understanding of what are the different forms of violence that can occur. So non-verbal, verbal, physical, even digital, and the intersectionality of it. Because in my view, in the last 10 years, people don't really have a vocabulary for their experience. And in places like India, where you have the laws available, they are not even aware of the legislation or the legal remedies under the legislation. So we've invested a lot of time and effort helping people understand this continuum of violence, understand the socio-cultural factors that promote the violence, help them understand the laws that make their experience a crime. And then what are the formal remedies, but how can Safe City as a data set also be used by them in their communities or on their college campuses? For example, a lot of people think about lighting as an issue, and yes, it does come up as an issue. But the peak in our data set is between noon to 2 p.m. So lighting is definitely not an issue. So what makes a location the comfort zone of a perpetrator? Because definitely it does have an impact on a person's life. We've seen girls drop out of college. We've seen families restrict their mobility. We've seen them, under the guise of safety, their families, limit their opportunities, limit their mobility, limit them from going out and having a full life. And in reverse, when you use that data to actually have those dialogues within the community, we found that men and boys respond better to data. You're able to convince them because it's no longer your single story. It's an evidence-based data set that shows that this is a recurring pattern and trend. And then it's also about what is relevant in that community in terms of solutions. So whilst they might create an awareness campaign, we've also used art on walls at key locations, outside public toilets, outside girls' colleges, or we have, they've used street theater to educate the larger community, or made representations to the police, to the elected officials. We worked with Western Railways, for example. We've done 3 sets of major audits, and every time, we give recommendations based on what is appearing in our data. So I think what I've learned in the last 10 years is that we cannot go into any place already determining what kind of violence is occurring. Every place is different. Every location has a different pattern and trend. And having access to that data set is so important, because you can use it to convince others to find solutions, and the solution should be driven by the community and with the community, because that makes it more sustainable, more relevant, and it's also low cost in many cases. The last thing I would say is that I think we can collaborate better amongst all our organizations, because all of us are approaching the problem from different aspects. And together we can really strengthen the response mechanisms, because I don't think that somebody should have to live their lives in fear, whether it is going to college, whether it is going to school, whether it is going to work. And when we speak about economic empowerment of women and we think about how many women are dropping out of the workforce, one of the reasons is because they don't feel safe. And when we think of safety, it's not just the commute, it's not just being in a public space, but it's also about having fun. And fun is never equated to a woman's experience. Recently, I was in Berlin and I was in a club, and they had this set of rules: no sexism, no racism, no harassment, we're here for you, you can speak up, no touching, please maintain boundaries. I think we need more of those PSAs, because it's a lived experience of women on a daily basis. And why should somebody have to go through that? Because it does affect your mental health, your physical health, and you you often self-censor.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry.
in short, I think we should make it more visible.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move to Ms. Vyas from Safety Pin. We have heard about Safety Pin, what Safety Pin has been doing earlier in the session. So if you could just focus on the challenges and keep it brief. And we're going to ask everyone to keep it brief so that we are fair to everyone. So please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I think Lord has spoken about the part of data. Actually, I would want to start with, in the morning, one of the panelists talked about, can we create a system for women and then include others? And that's what we started with, how data is key to change. And I will take this opportunity to talk about two case studies, one Delhi, one Bogota, where we started with a small program and how we went on to scale up. In Delhi, we started with a lot of organizations, women-based organizations, collecting data on infrastructure and safety. Where are the spaces which are considered unsafe? And also supported a citywide data on infrastructure, physical infrastructure, and where the places where one of the key findings were 7,000 dark spots. And that data was then shared with the government. The government had a stakeholder meeting, like all the MCDs, all the electrical engineers, they were called on meeting after meeting. They were asked to report on it. And this process was a very democratic process. Why? Because everybody was there. The safety team also went around with them to train them. What we are looking at? We are not looking at lighting up the streets, but the places on the pavement. How do you do it? And that's where we realized there's a lot of knowledge gap in the officials. That was the one big challenge when we start working with data. How do we build the capacity of these officials who are actually on the ground? So that's the one area we started working in. The other challenge that we faced was the mandate of collecting this data, mandate of financing such projects. In Delhi, when we did the baseline, the second line, because we had demonstrated a change that how this data is important, the Delhi government supported the second round. Similarly, in Bogota, we were fortunate because there is a mayor office, there is a secretary of women who supported us in the first round. They took lead. They were the ones who were spearheading this whole project, where they wanted to they wanted to encourage more women cycling the city. So they focused that let's map the whole cycling infrastructure and let's focus where should we put more lights and how more bike stands, and how do we activate the dead spaces so that women feel safer even while cycling around the parks. Currently, and that has been the process. So I will now focus on the challenges, the first challenge I told about, the capacity building. The second is gender mandate. In India, we have resources. It's not that we don't have resources. Union budget has resources, but on an average, less than 5% of the total budget gets spent on activities which focuses on women, especially when we talk about transport. Currently, we have direct schemes focusing on housing and self-help groups, but not on transport. Transport we have in different formats, but we really need to tap into that. And also, the Indian government do not have a mandate to talk about gender mainstreaming. We get supported by World Bank, ADBs, and they only focus on mass transit. So how do we get to the bus part, the paratransit part? That's where we need to go. There's Accessible for All campaign. There is fund under Nirbhaya Fund that has a framework talking about how do you create enabling environment, enabling built environment for women so that they can access opportunities in the cities and improve their health and well-being. So I believe that's the direction we have to take, and I think this conference is the good start to begin with.
Thank you. I think in the conversation throughout the day, we have heard a couple of things being repeated, have been mentioned quite a few times, in the sense that data and finance become very important sort of enablers to do this. I think it might be a good time to get the conversation to the Shell Foundation. Tasneem, do you think you've done, and she was talking about, IPT as well, so you guys have supported a lot of things. How do you look at financing, enabling some of these things?
Thank you for having me here. I would say that Shell Foundation has been in this space for 23 years, and our learnings are that there are initiatives and there are programs where gender inclusivity and diversity are commercially viable businesses. But I think a lot has been spoken about barriers, and while they are true, we are overlooking the opportunities where they are. It's like you can't train and try to fish a lobster in a pond. You need to go out in the sea. If you look the women participation force, what we are trying to do is we say you are unemployed. We train you as a driver. Start becoming a rickshaw driver or a three-wheeler driver or a freight driver. Women, I think we should ask them what they want. And they are jobs which are income generating. For a financier, it's very important to understand that you want to do that job over a period of time. Because if you get your asset finance and in the middle of it, you leave, somebody is going to take the hit. And I think that's largely happening in the passenger driver space. If you carefully look at it, a rickshaw driver usually interacts with 76 random strangers on a day-to-day basis. While we say the mobility pillars are affordability, accessibility, and reliability, when it comes to gender, it's safety first above all three. So if you look at the gig economy focus, there are approximately 3 million gig economy workers, and it's projected that we would have somewhere around 35 million in the next 12 years or something, or 13 years. That's the space where the gender mobility may be very active. You need to look at segments where men really worship women, like a physiotherapist, like somebody from a diagnostic center, a private tutor for your kids. And what we really understand is they use public transport. So instead of serving many clients, they are limited to serving 3 clients, and thereby that's affecting their income. And also the ability of a financier to finance them. But if you make them mobility independent, which is from a two-wheeler space, I think it would solve a multitude of problems. It's a big opportunity for us and for everyone over here. I'll rest my case here. We can talk more.
Thank you. We'll go to Reena next, followed by Swati and then Mitali. Just a common question to all of you is that you are already sort of financing a lot of gender inclusive mobility initiatives, but how do you think these can be scaled up?
Thank you so much. That's a really great question. I'll just talk very briefly about what we're doing here in India as the UK government. And just to say, we recently published an international women and girls strategy looking at 23 to 2030, just to look at how we can use our diplomacy and our development activities for the rights, freedom, and potential of all women and girls. I think we all know that we really need to take action to reduce gender inequality across all sectors, and in particular, really, I think focusing on gender to drive innovative solutions to tackling climate change is really important. What we have in our kind of projects that you mentioned, all our projects will have what we call a gender equality and social inclusion framework. So we include that in all our projects. And I'll just give a quick two examples and kind of come back to your point from Shell Foundation. Sorry, I missed your name, but asking women what they want. I think some of our surveys have shown what they want in terms of safety, and that is actually women drivers. So in the mobility sector, we're working across India in Andhra Pradesh, Chandigarh, Himachal Pradesh, and also in Gujarat. We're looking at what strategies to faster uptake of EVs. And within that, like I said, we include a framework of gender equality and social inclusion. In Chandigarh, we had some really good discussions with the state government there and lots of stakeholders. And actually, some of the key points of the discussion set out that safety, as you've probably discussed here today, is a major concern for women using public transport. Last mile connectivity, again, a major challenge. But actually, again, what was said is that increasing the participation of women in the transport system will encourage more women to use that public transport. So I think the next step of the project will be focusing much more on a communication campaign. Someone mentioned earlier how we can use communication campaigns. And that was identified as a crucial element to really inform women, and not just women, other users as well, looking at that social inclusion angle, about some of the safety mechanisms that are available, the new technological developments that the city in Chandigarh is implementing. So I think that will be the focus of that project, and hopefully once it's implemented in Chandigarh, it can be scaled up to other cities as well. Coming back to your question about scaling up. In Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh, we also did a needs assessment, again, indicating that there were no women auto drivers. And at the same time, a survey showed that the women who wanted to take electric three-wheelers actually would prefer to have a woman as their driver. So what we did there was hands-on training, and I appreciate what you mentioned about the challenges of just doing training. So that project focused on really, I think, about 75 women electric three-wheeler drivers, and 66 EV repair and service technicians were trained. And there were also efforts to include the transgender community in that training as well. What we want to see now in terms of scaling up that work and making sure there is a sustainable kind of process, and coming back to your very good point, Minu, is to, how can the Kakinada city administration take this forward in the future and make sure that is sustainable and it's not just a training that's been delivered. So we're looking at that, and we're looking at next steps in that sense. I think much more broadly to the point of this discussion on financing, I think I'd be really interested to hear from other panelists as well, and how the industry can work with banks and others as well, other non-state actors, to really mainstream gender in the EV ecosystem. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, and thank you for hosting such a great event today.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I may have one minute around the financing part of it, through our partner enterprises, we actually run programs where, they could be interest subvention, they could be waiving off the process fees. So if there are opportunities, please feel free to connect, and we would like to develop that. And we do work a lot with financial institutions to create de-risking models where we carefully look at the access to finance piece, so that if there is a willingness for somebody to earn a livelihood, it should not be left unanswered.
We appreciate that. Swati, do you want to go next?
Thanks, Harshita. I'll quickly touch base on 4 points in this regard regarding scaling up. First one being lack of sharing of knowledge and experiences amongst the peers. if I take a very classic example of metros as mobility systems in cities, there were hardly any women drivers initially. It got scaled up. Delhi Metro started, other metros started, but if you look at the organizational setups, the organizational practices centered around women, it's a huge gap between different metro organizations, which leads us to believe that there is lack of exchange between these organizations and also the line ministries at the Government of India level, or if a state has multiple metros, a single metro SPV operating different metros or different institutions, there is lack of coordination and exchange amongst them also. With this gap being there, scaling up is very difficult. So apart from very sensitive topics like capacity building and identification of people, beneficiaries, etc., I think at organizational and institutional level also it's very important that these exchanges happen and we learn from each other. I'll give a very classic example. We are doing this water metro project in Kochi. Kochi Metro tied up with Kudumbushri, the self-help group, in maintaining the metro system. And it is very nice that they are extending that experience to the water metro also. But traditionally we knew that there were no metro drivers. How did we forget that traditionally there have been no boat women? Who will be driving the boats? It was when they started recruiting, they called for applications, only one female applied. And there is an institution, a full university on naval and maritime in Kochi, and still only one female applied for the job of boatman, because traditionally it has not been the thing. But now Kochi Metro, at the time of commissioning the project, now they are gearing up and trying to set up a system wherein they could themselves organize trainings and workshops and hire more women to operate boats. So even within the organization, there is this lack of carrying forward the legacy. That is one. Second is the understanding on the inclusion or mainstreaming of women or gender across the system, across the organization, right from the working level to the top management. It should be bottom up, top to bottom, both ways. We have seen in certain institutions wherein working level has come up with certain innovative ideas which the top management took time to absorb, or certain ideas which came from top management which working level felt difficult to implement on ground. So this is another aspect which we could look at. The third one and the basic one, once the one that we look at as financiers when we go to finance a project, any component of the mobility ecosystem, is how the government, the national government, the state government, and the PEA or the execution agency, how they look at beneficiaries. There's a very standard format of DPRs and all, but you ask an organization once you go there, okay, so your bus system, how many women will they transfer? How many female trips, female passenger trips will be there on the metro? Nobody has an answer. Because we just look at beneficiaries, we just look at ridership, which they look at in a way gender agnostic, but that's not the way. We have a distribution in the population between males, as in male ridership and female ridership. But then how can the ridership, male and female population, but then how can the ridership be skewed if we are looking at a developed economy and equal contribution, livelihoods, etc.? The fourth point which several of the panelists touched was access to finance and capacity building, etc. In this, what we have been facing a lot of challenges at one point is access to finance. I can establish a fund, I can establish a financing facility for electric mobility, autos, etc. Females can access finance, but is it sustainable? Is she still driving the auto independently after 1 year, 2 years, or has the male member of the family taken over it? So the whole point of enabling access, capacity building, other enablers, social infrastructure and all, it's all out of the room. if the sustainability of the system is not there. That's one thing. Again, until and unless that is established, it's very difficult to scale up. So probably covering up some of these components would help in scaling up.
Thank you. Mithali, I'm just going to hold on because I know you have a host of solutions for us. I'll come back to you. We will go to Vasudha and hear from an investment banking perspective.
Vasudha, over to you, and we would imagine that data is as important as the financial to inform the financial tools, etc. So I think it'll be great to hear from you some of the highlights of when you're looking at financing.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. I think a lot of very important points are being discussed. I come at it from a slightly different, or a different different perspective, because that's what I see day in and day out. My firm helps companies in electric mobility, clean energy, raise funding and raise financing. And we also help in setting corporate and financial strategies for these companies. So what we see and the sort of gender inclusive aspect of it, I would say is the kind of companies or the kind of founders that are there, or the kind of people that work in these companies, right? See, currently what's happening is the automotive industry and the energy industry is going through a huge transition, and it's literally a clean slate which we can all start off on. And I believe that this is the best opportunity to have women participate in the workforce in these organizations that are involved in electric mobility at various aspects of it, whether it is building two-wheelers or building parts or building technology. I think because we are in such a new kind of a transition area, we can really throw all previous assumptions out of the window and say that let's have more women in the workforce and train them accordingly. Because to be very frank, the automotive industry is run in a certain way for the last 100 years, and suddenly it's changing, right? Suddenly we are talking about motors and batteries and different things, and electric rickshaws and electric two-wheelers. And this is an area where everybody needs to be trained. It's not like anyone has any training. So frankly speaking, men and women are on the same page. So what a great opportunity to really have women now trained, and which is good, because we've seen visibly people like Ola saying, oh, my factory is entirely run by women, right? Why not? More and more electric mobility factories are more automated than they were. Even if they're manual, you need to wind copper windings in a motor. You can do it. Women can do. Anybody can do it. So I'm just saying that this is such a great opportunity to bring women into the workforce across the board. Have more, and I often look for, whenever I get the opportunity, I look for women-founded EV startups that we can help get funded, right? So there is just many ways at which that we can go, and I think some amazing panelists that you have out there, and I'm sorry I couldn't come there in person, but I think this is also a great opportunity. Somebody spoke about, I think Meenu spoke about training, the whole aspect of vocational training. The whole aspect of creating know-how in an area where women can also be equally able to deliver at the workforce. EVs, electrification, renewable energy provides a great opportunity, because that is something where everyone is on the same page, and you can even electronics. There's a huge wave of building of manufacturing electronics in India, and these are areas where women can actively participate in the workforce in large numbers. All we need is training to be made accessible to them. That is one. And of course, one additional point is that women need to be encouraged to enter the education system, because that's again where, girls, that's again where we tend to lose out with a smaller share of such, of girls coming out when you want to hire, but that's where it needs to begin.
Thank you, Vasudha. I'd ask Aparijita to come in right now. The organization has looked at financial inclusion for women, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pleasure being here. I'll try and keep this brief. So I represent Value for Women. We are a social enterprise, a UK registered social enterprise. We work as a global institution that works in emerging markets. We work on implementing gender inclusive policies and practices with businesses and investors, but also do a fair amount of ecosystem level work around research or helping private sector and public sector players understand how to implement gender inclusive policies and practices. A lot of our work is very grounded in making it practical and understandable, and something that can start producing results and outcomes that the organizations or the companies that we work with are looking for. And there are sort of three key ways in which we do it. One is around equipping leadership, so looking at leaders across the financing ecosystem to see how can we make them more think about gender inclusivity, how can we make sure that they actually are not just thinking about hiring more women, but sort of moving beyond that, push the envelope. Or every company, every fund manager can do better. How can they do it? And we recently, last week, we concluded Gender Lens Investing Fellowship with about 27 investors focused on Asia. This was a virtual immersive learning journey, and some really interesting facts came out of it. These are investors that are fund managers, both general partners and limited partners, investing in all kinds of sector, including mobility. And I think a lot of them understand and see that GLI, or the gender lens investing space, is really sort of growing in the last few years, and they see the opportunity to actually develop a thesis, a theory of change, their own gender strategy around it, but don't know how to do it. And I think it's a great opportunity that we are trying to tap into to see how can we build more experiential learning, peer learning that somebody here also mentioned, that they can share what works for them as a asset manager, as a investor that's involved in deploying funds or building pipelines of companies, including EV companies. How do you actually build a pipeline that's diverse? How do you deploy capital? How do you actually raise capital from the development financial institutions or your limited partners that is more gender inclusive? So that's one of the things we focus quite heavily on in terms of building more such leadership programs going forward that change the way financing is looked at. We're looking at, one of the research projects that we are running currently is with IDLC, with the support of IDLC and UN Women, where we are looking at the care economy and looking at what could accelerate investor interest and financing interest in care economy. And again, some really interesting data points are coming out of it. One, obviously, a lot of investors or financiers, when we speak to a commercial bank, let's say in India, they're like, well, what is care economy, right? So where do you start, right? So there's a lot about, this is not about gender, this is not so much about women and men issue, this is about building inclusive practices, policies that speak to investors, that speak to financial institutions that are coming not from a development background or a policy background, but they are actually in the market looking at investing money where they think it's going to make impact and difference and be able to generate the returns. And there is a huge space even in that ecosystem to make it more gender inclusive. And that includes mobility, but that includes a whole range of sectors, agri sector, clean energy, where we see in the, a lot of our work sits with enterprises or small SMEs that are working in the rural, semi-urban sort of belts. And we see that in the value chain, there's a huge potential to actually build more women's participation because they haven't thought about, traditional roles and how they can move beyond, right from like hiring women in roles that could involve transportation or thinking about women in value chain or thinking about financing products. And then finally, one of the other big piece of work I think that we end up doing is, and we work across emerging markets, so Africa, Latin America, and South and Southeast Asia. In the financing ecosystem, a lot of our work sits with financial service providers and commercial banks and investors. And what we see is, how do we help them push the envelope? So not just about the pink credit cards or, creating a dedicated desk for women or putting sort of the HR manager who's a woman as a gender champion in the organization. How do they look beyond that? When we are helping them build gender strategies or gender action plan, how do we help them bring women in men and women equally in the designing process itself, because if you're not calling out women, then in most cases design is gender agnostic, or it is designed for men largely. So how do you actually call that out, and how do we encourage them to think about financing products, financial services that actually speak to women, which takes into account the context and their challenges. It could be around not having assets in their name. It could be around not being able to avail a loan unless they have a guarantee from a male member in the family, their son or their husband or their brother or father. So looking at all of that holistically and saying how do we encourage each of these financing institutions to take that concrete step forward, to change it, to take commitments around it, but also in typically 9 months to 3 year sort of time frame, we help them measure what kind of business impact and returns is it generating for them, so that there is the gender policies start getting embedded in the systems that they are trying to create, and it's not just it's not a CSR activity, it's not just lip service, it's not a checklist that they're trying to do, but really building the business case for it. So I'll stop there. I know we are short on time.
Thank you. Sarika, I'd like to bring you in right now. You have been a proponent of inclusive mobility for quite a long time now. Now you're part of Nagaro. How do you see this inclusivity play out now from that end?
So what I realized that, it's a governance problem. How a city is deciding that, this particular budget is going to be invested in a particular form or a particular project. That's the first key problem that we all are facing. We all who are working in this sector, that's why we don't see any outcome. In one day, governance means, I will say that one commissioner of municipal corporation or CEO of a development authority decides that we are sanctioning 100 crore of a underpass. Okay, it happens in a day. But it takes years to decide or sanction a project for a 1 kilometer footpath. So why? That is the problem, right? And how we are going to solve that problem is the key. That is who is deciding and why that person is deciding. Why there is not a larger audience or larger player in that particular selection process. So that is one thing I think need to fix from national government, state government to city level. Otherwise, we will keep talking and nothing is going to happen. From last 15 years, 20 years, so many years, I had gray hair already by talking to this. Even I asked Chat GTP, that how we are going to finance, gender sensitive infrastructure. He said all these 45 speakers who were there today should go to the minister with a petition, sit there for days and ask them actually to get this thing implemented. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. We will keep talking.
That's the way
So, this is the, and for example, again, we are talking about financing. Swati is financing such a big projects. Okay. Metro projects, this project, that project. Then we talk about data. So no correlation. We are not learning from our own failures. We knowing that, okay, this metro not working, that metro not working, and we are keep on doing projects, Swati. Sorry to say, I'm not here to please anyone, so I'm speaking from my heart. It's been frustrating to see the way we are moving forward and talking about this subject. See, as we said that, fish swim, birds fly, and we walk and cycle. If we are not able to address that, if we are not able to use our two legs, then what is the use of you're not talking about any kind of financing, EV, metro, buses, anything. If you are not able to walk to your metro station or your bus stop, if it is not safe, then nothing is, that's why we are facing so much problem. That's why we have so much low, women
woman force in our economic contribution to our economy. But again, I'm telling you, as we were talking about rural and urban, it's a myth now. See, look about urban poor women. You know, if you think now we are more urban than rural. So the urban women, if you see it is equal, it is not 20% women only working. It is actually 60%, 60 versus 40. Lot of men are just drinking whole day and abusing the woman. And actually the woman is the only earning source for many of these households. And how they go? They walk. And what they face is this all kind of harassment. We don't even have a 1 kilometer of footpath in any of our city. We are building footpaths in Lodhi Road. Who walks in Lodhi Road? Why not in Rohini, Kamla Nagar and other places? So this is the problem. Again, data. We don't collect data that how many people walking in this road. So that's why giving an example. So the Nagaro or the private sector played a role little bit. It's very, very small thing that we try to do and try to create an impact. So I'm not naming the government of Gurgaon. No, I'm not naming the department. Thought of widening this industrial road, okay, cutting all 400 trees and widening the road space. We said why? Traffic jams. So how traffic jams? Have you done the survey? What is the vehicle PUC, these, that? No, nothing. We see traffic jams. Okay, we see traffic jams. So why the traffic jams happening? No reason. So we jumped in. We said we will sleep in this road. You put the bulldozer in above us, and we are not allowing to cut even single tree. That's how we jumped in and tried to develop this street. When we did the survey, okay, first of all, 80% people in that road either walk, cycle, or use informal, that's e-rickshaws, okay. So why the jam is happening? Because in the 2-lane road, 1 lane in the morning is like, carnival. This thousands, 40,000 people walk in that road in the peak hour. 40,000, can you believe? Both men, women. And then same thing from evening to late night. We saw till late night, 12 o'clock, women are walking in that street. So then we said that is the problem, where no data, no research and infrastructure development happening. So governance plus poor data, we need to attack with data to the government. I realize that. If you need to stop all this kind of bad infrastructure, poor infrastructure, then you need to attack them with data. Let's do the survey first. Then we will allow you to develop underpass, foot-over bridge, whatever you want, highways you want. You build the highway, but show us the data and drawing. So that's the thing. That's how Nagaro and Maruti came together. And now we are having a wonderful cycle track, footpath, and not widening the road. And without widening right now, also the traffic is not that bad with this construction actually. So if you realize that only, 5% people have, traveling by a car and 10% people by two-wheeler. So there is a huge gap in this basic governance system actually, I must say.
Thanks, Sarika. I love the last glimmer of hope in the story. To continue that streak, Mithali, do you want to?
Thank you so much. And while a little short presentation is being set up, I'm bound to do that. Now I'm World Bank. So a lot of people in this room know me from before. So, I'm there amongst friends. But, very seriously, some common themes that emerged today, I just want to talk about that because, okay, I think this is not working. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. So some common themes that have emerged today, which have been the motivation for the work that we've done, many of you have contributed to it. Anju and Vandana are here, Kalpana is here, Sonal is here. Everybody has kind of contributed to this toolkit. But also, why has this actually come up? Why did we feel that there was a need for this entire 600-page document? Yes, it's 600 pages. We have short versions. but I encourage at least everyone in this room to read it. So the first thing that we have been talking about all day is standalone interventions. Somewhere we went, we made a park safer. Somewhere we went, we introduced a bus service. Somewhere, there was another XYZ intervention. We are not taking a programmatic approach. So in our toolkit, we are coming up with a programmatic approach. Second thing we aren't doing is that we have, as ma'am, you just said, there are these small budgets that we are playing with because we are not gender mainstreaming. In the main project design, we are not bringing in the gender sensitive principles. A road gets approved. Is that road actually adhering to some of those gender sensitive practices? We don't know. We don't know if there's sufficient street lighting there. We don't know if the bends are, creating dark spots instead of reducing them. We don't know. So the design itself is not thought about. The third thing is, what we're seeing is that there's a lack of institutional coordination. I think, Swati, you talked about it as well quite a bit. And that is happening because of that lack of programmatic approach. So if we are to introduce interventions in the form of, this 4-pillar framework, which our toolkit really talks about, is where we think we can have a more sustained impact. The first one, of course, is around assessing the ground situation, but here we're not just talking about the data, right? Of course, that's the first point in there because obviously we want to understand the mobility patterns. But when we're talking about these mobility patterns, all day we've talked about labor force participation. And of course, I've done a lot of work on labor force participation, but here it's also important to talk about the immobile. The immobile also need to commute. And why are the immobile is a big question. The second is, of course, the safety and the mobility patterns have to be assessed separately but together. You need the data from the ticketing as is being done in Kochi, but you also need the safety audit as is being done in Delhi. The third and most important aspect of this pillar is really looking at policies. I mean, Anju has done a lot of the analysis with us in Chennai, and we found that actually the word gender is not even mentioned in most of the mobility documents. Even in the comprehensive mobility plan, the guidelines by Mahua don't actually mention gender beyond 2 bullet points. And in our toolkit, we've actually gone and said, you know what? Number one, you should have a gender action plan in your comprehensive mobility plan, but here is how you do it. We have given a checklist, we've given a framework, we've given a format. And finally, we are looking at institutions. And here we're thinking about institutions like grievance redressal mechanisms, like, mechanisms which can, like the gender lab. Of course, many of us are aware, so I'm just going to come to that. But other than this, we have to look at all of the 4 pillars together. First, assess the ground situation, and then we branch out into the other 3 pillars of creating, planning, policies, frameworks for capacity building, raising awareness, and improving infrastructure and services. Now, here is one example when we look at the assessment of the ground situation of what the World Bank is currently doing, a project that I'm leading, is around undertaking a primary survey at household level for our project in Delhi. We are financing the infrastructure for the rapid rail transport corridor. And there on several of the corridors, we are taking this household survey to understand mobility patterns, but also look at the immobile. So this is a very important project that is currently ongoing. If anybody has questions on this, please, I'm here after the event as well. You can ask me. We are actively recruiting consulting firms at this point. So if you have any suggestions, please let me know about that as well. The second thing I want to really spend a little bit of time on is on policies. Now, these are, this is just an illustration of what we have actually recommended in the toolkit, which is around policy incentives to enhance women's representation in the transport sector workforce. We're thinking only about, there's one traditional way in which women's employment can be increased in the transport sector, right? Directly hire more women in these organizations. But then there's also ways of creating more employment in the ecosystem. For example, giving loans for upfront capital support to buy a vehicle like an auto and go ahead and you become an auto driver. Delhi is doing it. Other states can think about doing that. cash support for trainings. Now, as ma'am said, sometimes it may not be possible to finance the training or hold the training, but give women more cash support so that they can go to training institutes that already exist. Then you can think about financial incentives for employers as well, that if you're hiring more women, if you want to set up these facilities, creches, rest areas, toilets, you don't have funding, give some sort of financial incentive just to nudge them in that direction. Preferential procurement, something we haven't talked about today, but having more and more women-owned businesses from which governments are procuring, particularly in your transport sector. And then, of course, financial incentives for CBOs, because a lot of this implementation is being done by all of you. But you don't have access to, say, a government scheme or a scheme which is funded by one of the banks in order to think about how can you upscale your activities. So these are issues that we are raising in our toolkit. Of course, we're also doing a lot of training. Training and gender sensitization is an important pillar of this 4-pillar framework. The application, of course, in the World Bank work has, of course, been in Chennai, but it's also in our upcoming project, the Urban Mobility and Spatial Development Project in Chennai, which is going to be a part 2 of the work we've been doing for the last 5 years, which is another 5-year project where we are actually creating a full framework for training duty bearers, both at the managerial level and in frontline staff, and looking at 2 major areas, of course, the technical trainings, creating more drivers, etc., but also for the urban planners and also on gender sensitization. So we're trying to make it a very comprehensive capacity building approach. And then we have also given in the toolkit a tool to assess how these people who have been trained are using these trainings in their daily work. Because, they come for a 30-day training and then they forget about it. Now, I know we've spoken a lot about this, so I don't want to talk too much about Pillar 4, which is really around improving infra and services. But one of the areas we're really trying to push is on digital ticketing in Chennai, in the Urban Mobility Project. And apart from that is also on the Request Stop program, which has worked so well in Toronto, etc., but also in Hyderabad, and where a woman can actually say, let's stop the bus here on the route, but not exactly at the bus stop, thereby reducing first and last mile distances. And finally, on Chennai, our most, I think, successful example, the World Bank team actually funded a gender gap assessment undertaken by Sonal here and her team, which was undertaken in 2021. A lot of work went into setting up the Chennai Gender and Policy Lab within the government, which was finally established in April 22. I think it was years of work from Gerald and from our team, and also from the government of Tamil Nadu, from the Greater Chennai Corporation, everyone coming together and setting up this lab. Today, the lab has 3 full-time staff. And imagine they are doing all of this work which I've listed over here. So one of the challenges for the lab that we've seen is definitely capacity, and in our upcoming program, we're trying to support capacity development and enhancement at the lab as well. And of course, the toolkit is there so that any time when a lab is set up in other cities, if people think that this institutional solution can help to create sustainability in gender inclusive actions, please use our toolkit. You'll find a lot of important information in there, and it's easy to use, it's online, and you can download it here. So with that, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Natali. Sally, I'll call upon you now to maybe highlight some of the gaps between research and implementation, being a fellow think tank, and then we can move on to Eclair. Yeah, we have Vijay. Yeah.
I think, so just a background is that I think when you propose the subject of financing the ecosystem, I thought first let me define the ecosystem that I come from. So NIUA is basically the think tank, urban think tank of MOVA, and I lead the partnerships and all alliances in NIUA. So we are talking of 72 odd partners, in the space of decarbonization climate, and you're talking of about 250 plus cities, on the other end. So we have a demand and supply gap sitting right there with us. Now, I joined NIUA, just a quick anecdote is I joined NIUA a year ago. And one very interesting thing is that it never had any gender vertical, no forum, just one gender specialist in one program. So I wondered when there's such a fierce movement in Delhi, why has no one ever forced NIUA to actually have a forum? So anyways, we've actually taken that up now. So that's the good news that, and it's actually come a lot from cities, and that's the good news because the demand is from that side. That now what has happened is there are several projects that have come in, whether it's through, a very big project that we are doing called the Cities Project, which is supported by the MOHUA, or there is a JEF project that has come up. All these projects are actually mandating for an inclusive gender framework within them. So I think that starting point is very, very crucial. So what I thought is that, I'd rather use this forum to just reflect on certain things that I learned along the way on where we could, what are the entry points for gender in mobility, but also the climate space as such. So I think one thing is that when you talk of finance, I think no one has a clue. Because yesterday we had a day-long, it's true, we had a day-long, and I'm talking from, this side of the coin. So we had a day-long, deliberation with 70-odd people yesterday. And at the end of the deliberation, our joint secretary, I think hats off to him, he actually admitted, oh, we have a green bond coming in, but we don't know what to tell cities to do. So I think it starts with that blank slate of not knowing what to do. So I think it's sometimes, you look at it from the other side, it's a slate where we can write a lot. So for that, we have formed a gender forum now. And few of the partners, few of the people here are our partners, and we have started speaking to most of them, but I'd welcome many of you all to join. The whole idea is to see that how can we infuse, gender should be integrated. We cannot talk of it separately, but not until it's integrated in its true sense. So how do we do that in several projects? Because you have to start talking of it right from the beginning. So a good example is the Mumbai DP plan, where they have a gender, they started talking of gender right from the beginning. It was part of the consultative process. There is a gender committee that is formed, and now they are actually implementing projects down there. So the finance actually has come in. So maybe an example that could also be looked at. The other thing I think is from the cities. When we talk of decarbonizing, I think we have to take a step back and de-jargonize first. Cities do not understand what we are talking, and many a times they come to us and say, "Ye kyun karna hai? Ye kya karna hai? Ye kaise karenge?" So I think the language also becomes very, very tough for them to understand. And many a times when we have workshops, many city officials who come there have nothing to do with. They're just the ones who are free and they come. So how do you target the right city officials also? And at every level, we have also seen that good leadership also creates, good projects. So leadership at all levels. So we have, several leadership programs, one with WRI called the LCCM, which is leadership in climate change management. How do we get a gender component into that? Or how do we have 28 climate modules and we have mobility modules. How do we infuse, mobility into that? So if, I'd be happy to talk to many of you to see how we can bring this together. We are creating a partners repository. So if you have different, things that you'd like to share with us, which can go into the cities, we'll be happy to act as that platform. The other thing that I think is, what we should definitely look at is, better data. And where climate is concerned, we do have some data. We have something called a climate, C dot, which is, all the climate across 120, all the data across 126 cities is online. There is a lot of mobility data on there. It might not be as disaggregated as we want it to be, but how about, using a collaborative effort to bring that in? Because I think that's the way it works. Like last year, 72 partners, we came together and got out something called a good practices in climate action. And in that, for the first time, we have 10 examples of mainstreaming gender. This is the first time that this has happened. We've actually put a simple chapter together saying that what does it mean to mainstream gender? how should cities look at this? Now, when you talk, all the cities don't understand it. वो पूछते हैं हमें करना क्या है? So you give those 10 examples कि करना क्या है? So, you know, maybe this is the way ahead. I mean, we don't have the answers, nor do I. But I would think that I would like to put forward a collaborative approach to do this. And, you know, I'd be happy to talk to anyone who'd like to join the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Vijay, can we hear from you?
Hi, thank you.
Can I
for
please
inviting
request
me.
you to keep it brief?
Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, I could not visit, but very interesting and a coincidence that in the morning I was having a discussion with Surat CityLink on the same topic, how they can define the indicators to measure the quality and safety related aspects for the different gender. And so the issue is that, we find it easy to blame to the government and a lot of stakeholder, but then the issue is also that a lot of our deliberations are in the language which are not consumable by the city government. The city official or the executive wing, they do speak in language of the codes, what are the design standards. So are we able to translate our gender actions into the codes or those actions? That's where the issue lies. Again, we think a lot of our gender action, especially in the mobility sector, are restricted to the awareness raising or sensitization. But then we tend to forget that how the remaining 99% of fund which is utilized for the infrastructure creation, that is accommodating the needs of the different gender. And that's where we need to go to, again, the clean slate. Are our courses or academic institutions, they are aware of the needs of different gender? Are we able to translate or change our education system to include their need? We are still, like there was the issue that our mobility plan doesn't include the travel pattern of other things, but a lot of travel demand models or a 4-step modeling process, they doesn't allow simply to feed you the gender separate data. So again, that's where we also require tweak the softwares. Without that, it's easy to blame, but then the local governments will not able to do that. So somewhere we need to think why we are not able to do that. There is requirement of collaboration, but then we also need to find who are the relevant stakeholders who are able to make most impact within the limited resources. Then again, coming to the issue of finance, there's a lot of discussion that a finance is issue, but my perspective working with a lot of almost more than 40 cities, finance is not an issue. The issue is that how we articulate our goal into the funding which is already available. A lot of funding decisions are based on the internal rate of return. But then why we don't include the social impact thing in the internal rate of return? There is a terminology which includes economic internal rate of return. So most of the railway projects, they are not approved based on the IRR, but they do take account the economic internal rate of return. What is the economic impact? So can we move a step ahead and include the impact or positive impact of the investment for the gender related activity and how it can articulate or translate into the overall goal? We don't know what a dollar of investment into the projects which will enable women to participate more into economic activity will have. What is the multiplier effect? If we have that data, I'm sure a lot of investment decisions can be made easily.
Thank
Again,
you.
sorry, just a couple of
Yeah.
So there's a lot of private finance which has been getting channelized into the sector, but then are the private sector accounting that if their investment or even the fund which they are releasing, are they triggering the gender neutral impact? Why can we do that impact analysis of the funds which are channelized? Again, a lot of development banks have the mandates of project closure reports. So how many of actually are doing that, including the impact of the project gender related aspect into the project closure reports? Are we using gender disaggregated data to quantify the not only the output but also outcomes? I'm sure the moment we are able to do it will have a huge implication, because then you will not able to approve the fundings without considering gender as integral part of the projects rather than speaking as a standalone separate activity. I guess.
Thanks, Vijay.
Yeah.
Firoz, I'm going to come to you now. I have seen you listening very intently all day. So the tougher question to you: what do you think? And building up from your on-ground sort of experience and quite extensive experience, I must say, what do you think are the things that we need to be focusing on to as a next step to kind of take all these discussions and all the learnings here and the challenges that I've mentioned? How do we? What do you think is going to move the needle in some of these discussions?
So, thank you, Sudeep. And being the last speaker, it's always difficult. but nevertheless, in the morning, from the morning, we have been talking about it, and it's very well established that the transport services impact men and women differently. And we also know that the EV transition, this whole sector is going under a transition. So, what do we do when this sector is at a crossroad? What is the policy response to these two questions? I think that is very, very important, and the policy response that incorporates the discussions that we are having, and also not only from the people who are within this room, but also the actual people from the ground. What are there? Someone is sitting and don't know. This vocab does not talk about the people in the ground. They don't understand it. So how do we incorporate in our policy response these learnings, the pilots that have been successful, whether that could be upscaled? So I think that is very, very important to comprehend. And when you're talking of specifically 2 or 3 areas of where we could see or we could invest more of energy, is I think one would definitely be how do we make this ecosystem more friendly for all people, for both men and women to participate in this. And when we're talking of developing more leaders, women entrepreneurs, and see if more of even if a very small section of women are coming into this sector, is this a space safe enough for them to stay within this sector? And that is very, very important. So if I get into this sector and after 1 year I am thrown out of the system, it discourages many people to get into the system. So I think that is how this space, the ecosystem needs to be made more conducive to women is one. Definitely we should be looking at it. We have a lot of learnings and we have shared some of the experiences over here. The second is the design part of it. Whether we are looking into the design part of the whole system actually. And we have talked about the mobility of the transit of women, the timing of women. Do we take those considerations when we are actually designing this kind of an intervention? Third would definitely be would be investment into financial component of it. I'm pretty sure of it. There's no dearth of investments. But when we're talking of investment, in the same breath, we must also talk about the utilization. I think that is we have enough experience that allocations are made, but utilization is very, very low. So how to demand for a larger allocation when the utilization is at a very low? And very rarely people do talk about utilization. So we must be talking about whether the amount that has been earmarked for say women's safety or anything of that utilization needs to happen. Today only the Delhi government has released the budget, and the headline shows huge investment into road development. So that's the kind of the mindset we are into it. When we are talking of roads, we are talking of mobility, we are definitely only talking of it. Lastly, I also feel that we have been talking of bicycles, we are talking of walking. Can we talk about integrated transport system, which caters to this need of let's not segregate the motorized vehicle as the only component and where only all the investments and energy are going into it. So unless we have a big view picture of what's happening in this sector, we will tend to oversee some of the things that we want the system to bring into it. So I think these could be the 4 or 5 points that we can consider for as we move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Davis. Yeah.
Really interesting equity and poverty head, and this is the key again. Because of this inequality in financing sustainable mobility is the leading cause of poverty, one of the leading cause of poverty. It is one of the leading cause of kids getting orphaned, because that 2 lakh people dying. And I interacted with few of this family, and I got to know this in a crash, the mother and father both died and the kid survived. So this is the problem. This is how we as a society moving in, so this is when I saw your title as designation, I was like, yeah, this is such a big problem when we are not looking this gender balance, financing financing the mobility and integrating it with all kind of infrastructure development. It's a big issue actually. And second thing, when we are talking about gender, 1 more minute. Morning say, sir, 8 hours sitting and listening to other 30 speakers. Another impact on women I'm talking about, it's not that about a work opportunity or, women in workforce or etc. This whole not having a equal or a proper public transport or walking cycling infrastructure and all these road traffic deaths, again that is a huge burden on women, especially, okay, somebody got the only breadwinner of the family died, then the woman forced to, then nowhere there is if the woman is a housewife or in a marginalized sector, they don't know how to bring up the family, the kids, etc. But more important is if the person getting disabled, the medical burden, the person is at home, medical burden plus taking care of the entire family. So it's a huge things when you are talking about. It's not just moving people or moving women from one place to another. There is a lot of other social and economic impact when we talk about gender.
Thank you for a great panel. We managed to almost finish in time, but this is just the beginning of a dialogue, and I would encourage you guys to continue. Thank you so much. Can you please stick around for one photo, and then everyone gets a bonsai.
And Harshita, thank you for a great job at moderating. Sudip as also, but Harshita also.
As everyone is dispersing, I just want to take 1 minute to thank everyone, especially the ones who stayed for the entire day. We really appreciate your time for the discussions. Yes, thank you so much. We know we have a long road ahead, and we really looking forward to collaborate with you all to take the discussion forward. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.